and its continued life depends upon the monthly communion sacrifice of its kinsmen on earth. GL 14:4 As a man who walks with a lamp at night is attacked by those who lurk in the darkness, so are enlighteners who seek to bring light into the gloom of ignorance attacked by those whom it would reveal in their true likeness. Thus, when Yusira cried out against those who, while not permitting the slaying of men and women in their daily lives, nevertheless allowed a child to be slain as sacrifice, or buried beneath the pillars they raised up, he was condemned as an enemy of the gods. GL 14:5 When Yusira was in the land far up the river of life, one named Ajala who stood close to the right hand of Yusira slew a man who was kindred to the leopard. This enraged the god of these people, for the slain man's blood cried out to him. Therefore, men of the leopard came into the land of the east seeking to slay Ajala for his offense against their god, but he had withdrawn to a place of hiding. So when they found their search to be in vain, the men of the leopard returned to their place, informing their priests of their failure. The priests then held the rituals for calling down the war power, drawing it down in strength. Then, because Yusira was the overlord of Ajala, the men of the leopard went forth against him, claiming the right of war. GL 14:6 But in the night, when the hostile host waited before the camp of Yusira, the war priest defiled himself, and so the war power failed to make faint the hearts of those with Yusira, the war priest having lost control over it. Thus, the war power came into the hands of Yusira, and he cast it back so it fell upon the men of the leopard, and their knees were loosened, and their bowels went to water, and they fled from that place. GL 14:7 The men of the leopard dwelt within the forests, towards the sunsetting side of the moving waters, and Yusira pursued them there. He did not enter the thick forest, but, coming to an island in the midst of the waters, he made camp there. He had a prisoner whom he released, sending him to the priests with this message: "Come in peace, that I may hear your complaint and judge whether it be just." But the priests of the men of the leopard came down only to the edge of the waters and would go no further, and they called out across the waters, "What was just heretofore is just no longer, for this is now a matter to be settled between our kindred and those who are with you, for blood still cries out for blood." GL 14:8 Hearing this, Yusira answered, "Let us be wise, there are judges above us, so let the god of the moving waters decide the matter." To this the priests said, "It is well." Then Yusira took Ajala into a boat, rowing him through the waters against the south wind. Stopping the boat, Yusira commanded Ajala to leap into the waters, so he might be tested by swimming, and this Ajala did. He swam powerfully and the god of the moving waters did not take him, for Yusira had covered the waters with his power, so the waters bore up the swimmer, carrying him in safety to the shore. GL 14:9 Then Yusira sat down with the chiefs of the men of the leopard and made a covenant with them and with other peoples likewise. This was that when a man slays another among his own kindred, none among them shall protect him, and he shall be either slain or cut off from those of his own blood. However, if the slain man be of a kindred different to that of the slayer, then the slayer may be slain by men of either kindred. If the kindred of the slayer would avoid the toll of blood, then they must send a token to the kindred of the slain man, together with an account of the deed. They must also agree that the blood be upon their own heads and revenge in their hands. An account of such revenge shall be sent to the kindred of the slain man together with their forfeiture. GL 14:10 Then all the kindred bound themselves with a great oath, declaring that, if blood cried out from the ground in vain, then the night terrors and blood shades would be called upon to fall upon the kindred of the slayer and not upon the kindred of the slain. GL 14:11 It was at the time when this covenant was made that Yusira spoke in this manner to his sons: "These are the meats, which are accursed and shall not be eaten. All the meat of any beast which dies of itself. All the meat of any beast, which has been slain as a sacrifice to the small gods. All the meat of any beast, which has throughout the land slain by wild beasts and all meat, which has been offered up on the door stones. These are unclean meats. GL 14:12 When Uzziah had gone throughout the land and purified it, and bound up its wickedness with curses, he taught those who dwelt there the making of waterways. He also instructed them in the meanings of the heavenly signs. He built Pisti in the midst of the reedlands and drained the swamps. Then he raised up the first temple of brick and stone. At this time, he established those who were recorders of the days and seasons. GL 14:13 While Uzziah was at Pisti, the priests stirred up the people against him, and so he fled to the land of God with his sons and blood kindred. But his wife and youngest son did not go with him, for they were with her father in the land, from whence the great river flowed. This land of Kantoi Amtu, where priests taught that death is not the normal lot of man. These priests said that though their forefathers of old were just as mortal as men, their forefathers' fathers were heirs to immortality on earth. This is an erroneous teaching, one belonging to the childhood of man, but later men were taught that death is just the departure of life, which takes flight with the soul. GL 14:14 While Uzziah was at Pisti, his true son, Manandu, commanded the Meseti, who were a host of men and workers in brass. They subdued the whole land, returning it to Uzziah. Later, it was delivered into the hands of Manandu, whose seal is on it even yet. GL 14:15 After the time of Manandu, the people forgot the God of gods, for he appeared distant from them, and they worshipped other gods whom the priests devised. The light was dimmed and only poorly reflected in small, hidden shrines. Chapter 15 The Voice of God GL 15:1 The voice of God came out of the heavens unto his servants even before the days of Venus, but in these days, it has come to certain of his devoted ones who heard it within the cavern of visions. Afterwards, each wrote it down according to his own hearing, and lo, when they came together, it was seen that each had recorded the same words. Thus, the things, which were heard by the three and set down by them in writing, all being agreed alike, are things recorded forever. GL 15:2 I am the voice of God, who is the God of all men and ruler of their hearts. I have many aspects and come differently to all men, I am the God of many faces. To you, my servants, I give these words, that they may be carried to all men. Obey my commands, and I will be your God. I will enlighten and instruct you, guiding you along the way. I desire your love and loyalty, and your adherence to my plans, but I do not desire your servility. I am not only your God, but your commander, as well, and so I expect obedience and discipline, as befits those who prepare for harsh and grim battles such as those, which lie ahead. GL 15:3 My desire is for love rather than futile sacrifices of burnt offerings, but it should not be a passive love but one expressing service in my cause. A certain knowledge of right and wrong, with free choice of the former, is of greater value in my sight than pointless, ritualistic worship. I derive no pleasure from the wasteful shedding of blood from bulls and lambs. I gain nothing from the fat of sheep and the flesh of goats. I am the creator of all, so what can men give that would increase my greatness? Men are misled if they believe that their sins can be purged by vain rituals. Only active goodness can obliterate the stain of sin. GL 15:4 Men approach me in fear, they come to me with servility. They beg forgiveness for their sins and request my help in worldly matters. To sing my praises is their excuse for coming into places made sacred unto me, but they come wanting something, be it only reassurance. With this attitude towards me, do you wonder that I remain mute before their pleas? Bring me no more vain offerings of flesh and blood, for such wastefulness of life is an offense to the God of life. What benefit do I derive from all your feasts or festivals? Give me dedication and effort, that is all I ask. Above all be true to yourselves, for I abhor the face of hypocrisy, the face now all too familiar when men approach me. GLN 15:5 Men bring me meat and wine, fine flour and wheaten cakes, thinking I can consume these, or that I have need of such sustenance. I would be far better served were these to be given to the widow and orphan, to the multitudinous poor whom you suffer to exist in your midst. Poverty is man-made, and it is not sufficient for the wealthy to give alms to the poor. Those with power and position, with wealth and plenty must strike at the roots of poverty. If they fail to do this, then the alms they give have no merit in my sight. GLN 15:6 Your solemn assemblies, your tedious processions, your long faces and melancholy expressions bring no gladness to my heart. Your burdensome ceremonials and futile offerings of life and food benefit me in no way at all. Men themselves may derive benefit from these, but their hypocrisy when they proclaim they do this in my name is not hidden from me. GLN 15:7 The reek of your incense smoke rises and disappears into the air, but it comes not unto me, nor do I have need of it. Yet, I will not deny you the pleasure of its fragrance which can bring inner harmony and peace by soothing the spirits of men. Nor will I deny you your feasts, if the fetters of wickedness be thereby loosened from your souls, but do not say they are undertaken for my benefit or glorification. Fasting and the denial of bodily appetites may serve useful ends for men, but though you may deceive yourselves regarding their intent, do not try to deceive me by misstating their purpose. I have no desire to repress the joy and exuberance welling up in the hearts of men, far rather would I prefer that such humanizing emotions be cultivated. Therefore, pray if prayer serves its true purpose, which is to harmonize your spirit with mine so communication becomes possible. Keep your festivals and feasts if they serve their purpose, which is to inspire and refine your spirit. Do all that elevates your spirit and develops your souls, that is the true purpose of life. Do all that is good for you, nothing wholly beneficial is denied you, but do not declare that in so doing you confer benefit upon me. I am the God above and beyond all. GLN 15:8 I do not deny you your rituals and ceremonials, worship me if you will as you will, but bear in mind that this cannot substitute for your obligations. Ritual and worship cannot be an adjustment or payment for the things you have failed to do, or be an apology for your own shortcomings. Neither do they compensate for iniquities against your fellow men. If you attach importance to ritual and ceremonial, let it be in a proper proportion, and never let them dull your conscience against deeds of wickedness, of usury and injustice. Never let your duty and obligations be neglected because you worship me diligently, following a formalized ritual and ceremonial. Let this not become an excuse for failing to share your bread with the hungry or for neglecting the needs of the destitute or weak. I am not deceived. A life dedicated to me is not one preoccupied with worship, that is more the life of a coward trembling before the unknown. He who dedicates his life to me gives shelter to the homeless and succors those in distress, but even these are not the ultimate in goodness, for they are passively accepted. The ultimate in goodness is to actively combat all the root causes of evil. Those who are my true followers live a life of service and goodness. They live in harmony with their neighbors, harm none, and do not shirk the burdens and obligations of earthly existence. GLN 15:9 I am better served by obedience to my laws and conformity with my plans than by ritual and offerings. To listen to the words of the sacred writings while striving to understand them is better in my sight than offerings of flesh and treasure which benefit the priests more than they do me. Among the things, which I abhor, few are more detestable than the hypocritical offerings of the evildoer. The offerings and worship of a hypocrite are an abomination to me. Evil enters the realm beyond earth as a foul smell, and the worst one of all is the smell of hypocrisy. Those who pander to hypocrites or do not actively oppose them are also creatures of evil. GLN 15:10 I know too well the deceit, to which men are prone. The adulterer and fornicator preach chastity for others, while the liar declares the virtues of truth. The thief preaches honesty and the lewd-minded professes modesty. Men say one thing and mean another, while all too often the half or slanted truth replaces the real thing. Men may deceive themselves and other men, but I am not deceived. Now I say, let men first cleanse their own souls and eradicate hypocrisy before presuming to approach me. Men may well cry out, why does God remain mute, why has he deserted me? Do they think their deeds are hidden or that I cannot read the secrets of their hearts? GL 15:11 Worship by men of iniquity is mere mockery. How rare the sincere and genuine heart! Were men indeed deserted by their God, they would have none to blame but themselves. Do men think their lack of kindness and consideration for others, their insincerity and inconsistency are truly hidden from me? I am the all-knowing one. I see too little love of goodness in the hearts of men and too much fear for the consequences of their deeds. GL 15:12 Real and sincere worship is to obey my laws and to shoulder the responsibilities of men, to steadfastly conform to my plan and to live in neighborly harmony. He who devotes his life to me also devotes it to his own welfare. He who serves me well likewise serves himself. This is the law of laws. For the whole purpose of life is not the service of God, but the development of the soul of man. He who worships me with empty ritual and vain ceremonial, but neglects the well-being of his own soul, does not serve me well, for he thwarts my purpose. I have endowed the creature made in my likeness with a religious instinct, for this springs from its everlasting spirit, as fire generates heat, therefore, to worship is not unnatural. But blind worship lacks the vitalizing element, it defeats its own end, for in true worship, man should reach out beyond himself to discover his own soul. Then, having done so, he should develop it until the soul aspires to godhood itself. GL 15:13 Therefore, dedicate all your labors and the skill of your hands unto me, and let your heart ever dwell on the borders of the spiritual. Let the life, which you cherish, be the spirit life. Free yourself from all vain hopes and selfish thoughts, from all worthless encumbrances, from inful avarice and unbeneficial lusts, from the domination of the flesh. Life is not easy, nor is it wholly pleasant, it is not meant to be, but bear your burdens with cheerfulness and fortitude. Entrench yourself within an inner fortress of peace. GL 15:14 Whatever you do or give in my name, and whatsoever sufferings descend upon you, suffer them for me. Thus, you will avoid the stigma of false pride and all given and suffered will be without any taint of self-interest. GL 15:15 The path of godliness is not an easy one to follow, for it is beset with the pitfalls of perplexity and doubt. Then, too, there is not one path, but several, and few among men know which is the best. There are many false paths leading nowhere, there are paths that lead to a wilderness of disillusion and some, which lead to destruction. Yet among the many beliefs springing up from time to time in various lands, there are always those, which lead to the same truth. To the one fountainhead of light, though some may be devious and some wander through dangerous territory. They are like many roads leading pilgrims to the one shrine. Though all true paths are lit by the guiding light of truth. Not all see it alike, but the fault lies not so much in the light as in the beholder. It is this, which leads to misunderstandings concerning each other's teachings and to disputes between those who prefer one road and those preferring another. Each considers his own way, his own interpretation of the light to be the best, if not the only, way. GL 15:16 There are few, even among truly enlightened men, who are able to conceive my true nature, and these know that I am even above unchangeability in manifestation. I can think of myself as some other, and forthwith, that other comes into being. There are those among men who declare all life, all my creation to be an illusion of the senses, a dream without sustenance. They are in error, for all that is real and all that exists was ever latent, awaiting the awakening kiss. Because men cannot know reality as it actually is, but only as they can conceive it to be with their deceptive sense, does not make it any less real. If all men were blind, the stars would still exist. GL 15:17 Neither reality nor truth, nor the God who is beyond and above both will be inconceivable to the minds of the ultimate man. Only man in his present undeveloped state and in his ignorance cannot conceive such things, and therefore, because in his blindness they are beyond his sight, he says they do not exist. GL 15:18 In the beginning, I established the law, without which the souls of men could not develop and progress. As each soul is itself a divine fragment, with all the powers of divinity latent within itself, it can modify all but the great law. Man thinks, but his thoughts alone do not create, for, as yet, he lacks knowledge of the power, which creates in substance. First, I created the firmament, which is the matrix of all, then when I took thought, the creative power flowed outward and, operating upon the medium, brought into being things of substance. GL 15:19 My creation arose before me as light does before a flame or heat before a fire. It came and still comes into being because I exist. It is because I am. GL 15:20 Creation in no way affects me any more than a man is affected by his shadow, or light by its reflection. As raindrops, waves, rivers, dew, and mist are all forms of water, so is everything existing and knowable by man but various forms of the one substance. This substance has its origin in me, but it is not me. GL 15:21 I am the source of all things, supporting but not being supported by them. Even as the mighty winds which sweep across the earth find their rest in the tranquil vastness above, so all beings and all things have their rest in me. It is a power outflowing from me, which holds all things in stability and form. GL 15:22 They who devote their lives to my service must do more than love and worship me, for such service entails the elevation of mankind, the spreading of good and the combating of evil. They must not only fight against the ungodly, but also overcome the wickedness welling up in their own thoughts. They who love me desire the well-being of all men, and their souls are filled with harmony and peace. Dearer to me than their love for me is the labor and tribulations of those who serve me. I am their end. I am never the God of inertia but the God of effort. If you offer no more than deeds done in my service or in conformity with my design, then you serve me adequately. GL 15:23 However, too rarely do the ways of men conform to my plan, and the ranks of those who serve are too thin. Therefore, I shall call forth leaders from among men and send out the clarion cry to service. I shall seek out men who will serve me diligently and loyally. They will be men of goodwill who are of a friendly nature. They will be kind and compassionate, men who can love deeply and truly, whose steadfastness is the same in pleasure and affliction, whose resolve remains equally unbroken in the sweet embrace of good fortune as under the harsh blows of misfortune. I will send men who are fair and just, proud and resolute, but these qualities mean nothing unless they also have courage and resolution, fortitude and tenacity. GL 15:24 I shall seek the man who is himself ever seeking, who seeks to unravel the riddle of life. One whose determination is strong, who detests wickedness and delights in the good, whose heart and inner vision reach out for enlightenment. His tranquility will remain unshaken under stress, and within his heart will be a haven of peace beyond the reach of excitement and anger. He will be a lover of wisdom and seeker of truth. He who is wise, he who knows what to do, who remains calm when others lose their self-control, he who is clear-eyed under stress, who enjoys the challenge of the task, that man is mine. He who labors uncomplainingly, who disdains to satisfy deforming lusts, whose spirit remains the same under the temptations of honors or the pressure of disgrace, he who is free from the shackles of unworthy earthly attachments, who retains his balance under praise or blame, who can shoulder his own burdens, whose spirit is calm, silent and strong under all circumstances, he who can bear the responsibilities of life and the obligations of love, that man is mine. I am the God of inspiration, I am the God of love. GL 15:25 I am the knower, and you are the known. I am the source of life. In the vastness of my nature I place the seed of things to be, from which come forth all things that are now or ever will exist. GL 15:26 Men must nourish their spirit and sustain it with spiritual fare. They must also learn that the spirit is not something separate from man or something within him. Man is spirit, man is soul. There is no need to engage in long-winded, empty discussions about far-away things lying beyond the reach and understanding of men. To know the reality of the spirit and to establish the existence of the soul, man has only to delve within his nature, to seek within himself. The spiritual part of man is not a mysterious something outside his being, or a thing difficult to understand. To discover it requires no more than the effort of seeking. GL 15:27 Men with sincere hearts, seeking a path ask for a starting point. However, foremost, the key is self-discipline, and this is the reason for many laws and restrictions. But these must never be unnecessarily restrictive, each must have a definite purpose and beneficial end, obscure though these may be. The means for overcoming unwholesome desires and for harmonizing with the divine chord lie within the reach of all, but effort must be expended in their cultivation. If the end is great beyond man's conception, it is no less true that the task before man is arduous and difficult in the extreme. To master himself and gain complete self-control is no more than the first step along the path. GL 15:28 Though men may despair because I am veiled from them, though they may seek without finding, I am not indifferent to their needs and desires. Doubt and uncertainty are essential earthly conditions serving a definite end. I have not surrounded perplexities and obscurities unnecessarily. The climate of unbelief and materialism, strange though it may seem to men, is best for their spiritual health. I know better than men themselves what is best for them, for I alone can see the broad design spread over the ages, I alone see the end and objective. Though unenlightened men expect it, it is not meet for me to interfere unduly in the affairs of earth. GL 15:29 All things are mine and under my dominion, but man may deal with them as he will. I do not interfere, but finally man is accountable. Though I have all and nothing can add to my grandeur, with all this I still labor. Therefore, man should never disdain to labor, for this is an attribute of the highest. I do not require of any man that he do something I would not do, or be something I would not be, I am the God of righteousness. If ever I cease to labor, the universe would be without order, chaos would prevail and precede its destruction. GL 15:30 I am the God of many aspects, for men may conceive me in any form they wish, or even as something without form. I am the God of men's hearts. In whichever way and by whatever name men serve me, abiding by my laws and conforming with the great design, is right in my eyes. Any path, which will bring man to his goal, is the right road. Truly the paths chosen by men are many and varied, some are even devious, but if they be true paths of enlightenment and development, they are acceptable in my sight. However, those who lust for earthly power, offering sacrifice and worship to earthly gods conceived to accord with their desires, are not acceptable to me. It is true that earthly success and power may come to those who strive for them, but do they achieve anything more than fleeting satisfaction? What manner of being would now dominate earth, had all men been without divine enlightenment from the beginning, if earthly ends alone had dominated men's minds? Consider what earthly life would have been like, had it been left to develop predominated by materialism, if it had not been mitigated by injections of the divine. GLN 1531. There are four main types of men who are good and serve me well. They are those who suffer courageously the afflictions and sorrows, which develop the soul. Those who labor, that earth and man may benefit. Those who seek after truth and those with vision and creativity. Yet how rare are those among these who do not besmirch their record with deeds of evil and thoughts of wickedness. All too many may have, by their carnal desires and acts of wickedness, countered their goodness to the detriment of their immortal souls. GLN 1532. If a man follow a false god with goodwill and honesty, serving men well and living in accordance with my laws, I will not repudiate him, and he will not be denied enlightenment on the way. There are many roads along which the soul may travel to bring about its development and awakening to self-consciousness, but is it not advantageous to choose the best one? Only the foolish travel blindly, without seeking guidance and directions. Those who have little wisdom or who are easily misled follow roads which go nowhere. They who follow a barren faith reach a barren destination, they find only an empty place devoid of hope, incapable of fulfilling their dreams and aspirations. GLN 1533. Those who worship gods of their imagination, gods in strange likenesses, which have been brought into being by man's creative conceptions, will go to these gods who have an existence in a dim shadow realm. Those who worship lower spirits will go to them, and those who worship the demons of darkness will join them, for what a man desires, he deserves. There is a link between that, which men desire and what becomes established in existence. Provision is made for man to receive the fruits of his own creations. GLN 1534. Whatsoever you do, whatsoever you plan or create, whatsoever you suffer, let it be an offering unto me, not for my sake but for yours. I am the God of compassion, the God of understanding. From those who in their devotion offer me but a single leaf, a flower, or fruit, or even a little water, this I will gladly accept, thus lightening their loving spirit, for it is offered in sincerity of heart. He who comes before any god, whatsoever its image, with pureness of heart and good motives, comes unto me, for I gaze upon him with compassion and understanding. I am not concerned with the deeds alone of men, but with their motives. Empty gestures are ignored, but that, which is done with good intent and a loving heart never goes unheeded. GLN 1535. I am the hidden God, hidden to serve an end. Veiled in mystery, I am further obscured by the mists of mortal delusion. Unable to see me, men declare I do not exist, yet I declare to you that man, with his mortal limitations, sees only a minute part of the whole. Man is the slave of illusion and deception. Though man is born to delusion, for it is a needful state, he is further inflicted by deceptions wrought by men. Though man cannot perceive the greatness above him, because of its greatness, neither can he see the smallness beneath him, because of its smallness. From the greatest came the smallest, and from the smallest came creation, and within the smallest is greatness and power. For the smallest is far less than the mote, yet it is the upholder of the universe, and it shines like the sun beyond the darkness. It lies out towards the edge of the reach of man's thought. In the beginning, all things arose from the invisible, and into the invisible, all things will disappear in the end, but the end is not the end of the spirit. Out beyond this material creation born of the invisible, there is a higher eternal invisible of greater substance. When all material things have passed away, this will remain. Above all is timelessness, which is eternity, and there is my abode, the supreme goal of man, and those who attain it dwell in eternity. I am the eternal God. GLN 1536. Few are they who can conceive of me as I really am, the unborn and uncreated, beginningless and without end, Lord of all the spheres. Those few who can conceive me as I am are awakened spirits freed from mortal delusions. As thick clouds of smoke rise up and spread out from a fire burning in damp wood, so did the material universe come forth from me. As a lump of salt dropped into a pool of water dissolves and cannot bear moved afterwards, yet from whatever part of the water you draw there is salt, so it is with my pervading spirit. I am the great luminary, the everlasting source of light sparks, which, imprisoned in matter, become the slumbering souls of men. These, unconsciously guided, spread out the five senses under the control of unconscious thought. That, which the senses harvest departs with the spirit. It is borne away by the spirit, even as perfume is carried by the wind. I am the boundless one, the one beyond limitations. I remain free and unencumbered by the effort of creation. I am, and I watch life unfold. I set the course, which nature follows to bring forth all that lives. GLN 1537 The fools on earth who shut their eyes and complain because they stumble, the ignorant who choose to walk in darkness and the apathetic who choose paths of ease and comfort, have no knowledge of me. Their hopes are sterile. There's the choice of darkness, there's the choice of ignorance, there's the choice of apathetic inertia. Their learning is futile, their thoughts fruitless and their deeds without purpose. Though man is born in ignorance and darkness, he is also heir to the guiding light which dispels them. The light is his for the taking. Then there are the awakened souls among men, their sustenance is my own nature. They know my spirit is among men as an everlasting source of strength and refreshment to the weary and disheartened. They are in harmony with my spirit and therefore know me. GLN 1538 Men call me the god of battles, which I am not, for good men fight each other when kings declare war. Men call me many things, but this does not make me become what they think I am. I am the hidden power, which ultimately rights all wrongs, which will eventually redress all injustices. I come to all who are worthy, but it is the lonely, the unwanted, the undesirable whom I seek. To me, the dispirited, the perplexed, the sorrowful and humiliated soul is an irresistible magnet. I am the welcoming light at the end of the road, the companion who watches in compassionate silence, the understanding friend, the ever-ready arm. I am he who presides over the haven of peace within your heart. GLN 1539 To those who unite their spirit with mine and to those who are in harmony but not united, I increase that, which they have and provide what they lack. I turn a like countenance to all men. My love for them remains constant, but those who join me in devotion to my cause are truly in me and I am in them. This is my everlasting and unchanging promise untome, he who walks with me, serving my cause, shall not perish. So join your spirit with mine, giving me your confidence and trust, and thus united in a harmonious relationship, you will come to know the supreme goal. Men say they cannot know me through their senses, and this is true, for I am above and beyond the reach of their finite senses. The senses of man are not meant to be the means for experiencing me, they are for experiencing the material spheres. They are also limiting, shutting out far more than they reveal. Yet men have within them a greater sense, which can know me, but it lies dormant in the mass of men. I am the God of men's hearts, the consciousness of all living things. I am the God of consciousness, the listener in the silences. GLN 15:40 I do not manifest to man through his mortal senses, for these are bounded by earthly limitations. I manifest through the great sense which is of the spirit, the sense of the soul. As pure light hides many colors, so am I hidden in the hearts of men. As sparks fly from a bellows-blown fire, so from the eternal fire, the life sparks fly out to glow for an instant in matter and then fall back. As the sun radiates heat, a flower perfume and a lamp light, so does the heart of man create his own spiritual state. The eye of man sees a pebble, a star, a sheep, or a tree, and these do not appear to him in any way alike. Yet all are differing forms manifesting in the one outflowing force originating with me. This outflowing force generated that, which gave birth to substance and endowed it with the matrix for form. The fragments of Divine Spirit interpret that, which the Divine Spirit created, but they cannot know it in its reality, for, enshrouded in matter, they sleep. Because the material sphere is a separate part of the greater whole, the mortal part of man can never hope to know in full its boundless beauty, or experience its limitless bliss. Out beyond the limits of man's thought and conception, beyond reach of even the most vivid imagination, the wonder and glory of it all stretch out into absolute perfection. Even at the outer reaches, where eternity begins, the wonder of the inner glory remains veiled. No words of man can ever hope to describe the true nature of divine things, to the divine alone can the divine be known. The radiant living heart pulsating with love can never be known to man as man, but when man becomes more than man, he may take his first glimpse behind the veil. I am the inspiration and goal of man. GL 15:41 Before creation, I was the one alone. I thought, and the thought became a command of power, and into the void of the invisible came that, which was the potential of substance, though itself then part of the invisible. Light was born of the power, and my spirit was in the midst of the light, but it was not that light which lightens the day. A firmament became the foundation of all things, matter gradually forming there, becoming ever denser as it thrust outward from the invisible. It moved from a subtle state to something more solid, from intangibility to substance, from incoherent substance into a state of density and form. I commanded the subtle substance, with light but without form, to mate with the subtle substance of darkness and become dense. It did so and became water. Then I spread water over the darkness below the light, placing a fountain of light about the waters. This brought forth the light of mortal vision, which is not the light of the Spirit, nor the light of power. At that time, the universe was made, and then earth received her form. It slept warmly in the midst of the waters, which were not the waters of earth, and this was before the beginning of life in earthly substance. I am the God of creation. GL 15:42 At the foundations of my creations are truth and reality, these are with me and of me, but they are not my substance, neither are they things comprehensible on earth. These are truly great things indescribable in the inadequate words of men, which can do no more than form an imperfect, incomplete, and distorted picture of them. Simple things can be described clearly in a few words to the understanding of man, but greater things become increasingly difficult to deal with through mere words. What words of man can be used to describe the indescribable? How can things beyond the comprehension of mortal men be brought within the limits of their understanding? Before the shadow, there was the reflecting light, a light so bright that, were it not veiled in the darkness, it would consume the shadow. Seeking to explain and describe transcendental things in the limited language of man only leads man by to obscurity and confusion. The words form incomprehensible sentences, and unthinking men will declare them to be incoherence. Therefore, look behind the sentences strung together with mere words. I am the unknown God veiled from man by man's mortal limitations. GL 15:43 The universe came into being and exists because I am. It is my reflection in matter. As a man remains unaffected by the manifestations of his shadow, so do I remain unaffected by the material creation. As heat comes forth from fire and contains its essence and nature, though it is not fire, neither has it the substance of fire, so does my creation relate to me. I am as an object reflected in water. The water may not know the reflection or find it within itself, but this inability has no effect on the reality of the object, nor of its reflection. It is as a man looking into clear water on a calm day sees his reflection therein, but if the wind blows the image becomes distorted, and if the sun hides its face, the image disappears. Yet, none of these effects touches upon the image itself, nor upon that which casts the image. When the wind drops, the cloud vanishes and the sun reappears, both distortion and deception end, and the reality is again reflected. Within my creation is my spirit, which supports it, and this spirit is the bond between my creation and myself. No man acknowledges the air because it is still, but when this same air becomes a whirlwind, men give it their whole attention. With me, all is real, while with man all is illusion, but man may abandon his illusions in seeking me, and he will thereby discover reality. I am the reality behind the reflection, I am the uncaused cause. GL 15:44 Those who turn away from the glorious jewel within to seek an outside God, a separate, unresponsive being, are looking for a mere trinket, while disregarding the priceless treasure already in their keeping. Men of light worship the vision of light, men of darkness and ignorance worship ghosts and dark spirits, demons of the night. There are men who, moved by dark beliefs or their carnal lusts and perverted passions, perform awful austerities and self-mutilations never ordained by me. They delight in tormenting the life and spirit within their bodies. They are truly deluded victims of the darkest form of ignorance. Yet, some derive pleasure from their pains and torments, and so continue them, but these may be truly described as mutilated souls. Some men follow gods who punish wickedness and reward good, and therefore tend towards goodness, but is it not folly to follow non-existent gods? All men choose their own spiritual destiny, whether it be done knowingly or not, for under the law, their future state must rest in their own hands. I am the God who ordained the law, and nothing man can do will change it. My love alone mitigates the consequences of man's unredeemed wickedness. I am the changeless one. Could a God of love become a God of vengeance? Revenge is something alien to me. Therefore, is it reasonable that men should believe I could be one thing today and then, because they fall into error, become something else tomorrow? My nature is not as that of man. I am as I am. GL 15:45 I am not influenced by the mere formal actions of men, or by empty sacrifice. Lighted lamps and candles, days of fasting and self-mortification by man cannot sway me in his favor. I am not to be bribed, for I am God. He who handles fire carelessly and gets burnt cannot blame the fire, neither can he who goes into swift waters and drowns blame the waters. There are laws, the violation of which brings retribution in its train. They who by their own deeds bring pain and suffering upon themselves cannot blame me for what ensues. These are the effects of the lesser laws which are easily understood, but above these is the great law, which is not so incomprehensible. Under this, the link between the deed and its effect is not so apparent. Men bring down calamity and suffering upon their own heads and blame me, when the fault lies with them and the cause is their own misconduct or misconception. Men reap as they sow, and I am the fertile field, which takes no part in the sowing or the reaping. Man is his own master and the lord of his own destiny. He cannot expect help from any great power, unless he himself expend effort to contact such power or be deserving of help. Everything a man is or becomes is the result of his own striving and efforts, or his lack of them. I made man to be a man, not a mere puppet or nursling. I am the God of the law. I am the God of the stalwart. GL 15:46 Man is the heir to divinity, and the road to divinity is spirituality. Man cannot become spiritual except through his own efforts and striving. He cannot achieve it by being led by the hand or through fear of punishment, nor by greed through anticipation of a reward. He who enters into his heritage of divinity will be no weakling, he will have trodden a hard and stony path. GL 15:47 Man has two ways of knowing me. He can know me through his own spiritual awakening or through the continued revelation of moral law and divine purpose by my inspired servants. To know me through a spiritually awakened self is the way of certainty, but few can suffer its austerities and disciplines. GL 15:48 When the spirit of man is unawakened, he cannot know the great self within him, of which he is a part. Not knowing his true nature and unable to see clearly, he is blinded by material delusions. Would not the creatures of the night, which never see the sun, deem the moon to be the most brilliant light in the sky above? So it is with the man walking in the darkness of spiritual unconsciousness. He says, I am the body, and the body is my whole being, and in the delusion of that belief he becomes ensnared in an existence bound to matter. Like the creatures bound to an existence in the night, which cannot know the glories of things flourishing in the brilliance of daylight, so it is with men bound to the darkness of spiritual ignorance. GL 15:49 As a shadow in the night is mistaken for an intruder, or a mirage is mistaken for a pool of clear water, so does the spiritually immature man mistake the material body for the whole living being. As the shimmering heat haze appears like solid water, so does the outer body appear as the whole being to the spiritually unawakened. As, to a man in a moving boat, another boat lying still on the water will often appear to be moving, while he himself seems to remain still, so the unawakened spirit is deluded by appearances, seeing the mortal body as a whole being. When in fact the clouds are flying overhead, it appears as though the moon itself is speeding across the heavens. It is only the knowledge and experience we have of the skies above, which tell us this cannot be the truth. Thus it is with the spiritually unawakened man who, in his ignorance, thinks the mortal body is the whole being, and, having no knowledge or experience of the spiritual region, is deceived. In fact, all the beliefs of man which hold that the mortal body is the whole being are generated in the darkness of ignorance. A man may be wise in the ways of men, but completely ignorant and unaware of the higher, more glorious things, which are revealed in the light of the Spirit. GL 15:50 The man held in bondage to delusion says, if there be another body, a part of me of which I am unaware, it cannot be real, neither can I know it. My eyes are infallible guides, seeing things just as they are, and any feelings I may experience have their origin within my mortal being. I am the child of my body. This man is deluded, like the creatures of the night, or as the man who sees a mirage. Are the eyes, which see mirages, totally reliable? Motes swimming in the sunbeam are unsubstantial things, yet things such as these are the bricks of man's body, the eyes making them appear solid and substantial, the unreal for the real, his mortal body for his whole self. The deluded man ignores the spiritual part of his being and its needs. He cherishes the mortal body, gratifying its desires with earthly pleasures. Like the silkworm, he becomes captive in a cocoon of his own making. The man who lavishes undue care on the mortal body displays his own spiritual ignorance and inadequacy. To be free from existence in the darkness of ignorance, to know the glory of life in the light of spiritual consciousness, a man must first awaken his spirit. In this way alone can he become aware of his true nature. GL 15:51 Ask yourselves, what am I? What is real within myself? What comprises the whole man? And it be that I am truly no more than this fleshy thing, the petty, immature, unstable being balanced between futile unearthly ideals and carnal cruelty and lust? Or am I something greater, which is undiscoverable by mortal senses? Am I really akin to something divine and glorious, from which source alone could have come the ideals and virtues which transcend the mundane needs of earthly existence? Ask yourselves, in the solitudes, and perchance you will not go unanswered. I am the God of silences. GL 15:52 The words of men are inadequate to express just what man really is. The knowledge of his true nature is beyond the understanding of the unawakened spirit. The inheritance within the grasp of man is without limitation, for it is the totality of all things. Man has not been misled in the hope and belief that the seemingly mortal is in fact immortal. The spirit does not mislead men. They are deceived by their own eyes, they are misled, so they are unable to see things as they are in reality. All that men see and experience throughout earthly existence is veiled in illusion. Man may think his eyes reveal things as they are, but no mortal eye has ever beheld a thing as it actually is. It appears to man through the colored distorting glass of his own mortality. Spiritually, men as a whole are little different from the madman who builds himself a kingdom from the fabric of his imagination. The flowing life existence about him is seen as a distorted image, a distortion, which his own defects have imparted to it. Yet it was meant to be thus, for man is surrounded by the conditions meet for him. It is for man to discover why this is so, and in discovering, he will find himself. I am the truth. I am the reality. GL 15:53 This earthly life, which I have given you, should not be viewed in its minute aspect but in the light of infinitude. All the suffering and disillusionment, the futility, the forlorn hopes and wasted efforts, the oppressions and injustices are not without a purpose. That purpose is beyond anything man can understand and infinitely greater than his conception can grasp. The truly awakened man, alone among men, can have any insight into life's end and goal. GL 15:54 These are divine things, yet they can be set down only in the mere words of men and will thus be reduced to things of mortal frailty. Mere words will be read, and the pattern formed by them will be far short of truth and reality. The taste of a fruit or the fragrance of a flower cannot be known by reading about them. The fruit must be eaten, and the flower smelt. Only in union with me, spirit communicating with spirit, can proof of my reality be found. Yet, because things are as they are, truth must ever be veiled from man as man. But who would labor, if laborers were paid whether they worked or not? Were they revealed to him, the ignorant man would not comprehend great things, therefore the light is not for him. The insincere and shallow seeker after diversion and pleasure will find little entertainment in these words. The really illuminated man will already know something of the truth and will therefore seek it more diligently along a higher path. So these words are given just for those sincere seekers who are aware of their own shortcomings and ignorance. These will be people whose thoughts are not smothered by prejudice, who are not set in their opinions. For who among men is the most confirmed in his opinions? Who states things in the most assertive manner and talks with the loudest voice? Is it not the most ignorant? I will not let the sincere seeker go unguided. I am the light on the path. GL 15:55 Well do I know the hearts of men, they ever seek to deceive themselves. They clearly see the errors and follies of others, but are blind to their own. There are those whose idea of righteousness is mumbled words and repetitious prayers. Their souls are warped with selfish desires, and their heaven is the fulfillment of these. Their prayers are pleas for pleasure or power, for freedom from the things which develop the spirit. The lovers of pleasure and power delight in following the path of their own inclinations, they build a creed of their own desires. They have neither courage nor the will to follow a sterner and true path. Avoid the companionship of such as these, setting your heart upon the task in hand rather than the reward. I am the knower, I am the rewarder. GL 15:56 If a man fixes his attention wholly upon one goal or one thing for his own selfish purpose, as if it were an independent, all unrelated to others, thing, then he moves in darkness of ignorance. If he undertakes a task with a confused mind, not considering the outcome or where it will lead him, or the harm it may do to others or himself, then it is an undertaking of evil. There is a wisdom, which knows when to go and when to stay, when to speak and when to remain silent, what is to be done and what is to be left undone. It knows, too, the limitations set by fear and by courage, what constitutes bondage and what freedom. This is the wisdom I have placed at the disposal of man, if he would but seek it, the true wisdom of the Spirit. Opposed to this clear-sighted wisdom is the false, man-made wisdom obscured by the darkness arising from delusion. Here, wrong is thought to be right, and error passes as truth. Things are thought to be what they are not. The unenlightened men dwelling in comfortable darkness, unperturbed by the challenge of reality as revealed by the light of truth, lack any understanding of true values. That which appears to them to be no more than a cup of sorrow is in fact a chalice filled with the wine of immortality. The vain pleasures that come from pandering to the carnal cravings of the senses appear at first to be a cup of sweetness, but in the end it is found to hold the brew of bitterness. He who does right does it not for me but for himself, he is the one who benefits, not his God. He who does wrong inflicts himself for it, and he is the sufferer. He who does right does it to his own good, and he who works wickedness does it to his own hurt. It could not be possible, in a just creation, that those whose ways are evil should be dealt with as are those who live goodly lives and perform good deeds. The fate of the selfish and that of the unselfish could not be alike. I am the God of justice, the maker of the law. GLN 15:57 The spirit of man has the potential for doing all things, it can even rise above earthly limitations. The awakened soul can do whatsoever it wills. Man makes the environment for his own development, as it is now, so countless wills from the past have fashioned it. When the body awakens in the morning, it is like a man entering his habitation, it becomes a place of awareness. The soul becomes active in matter, that with which you hear, taste, smell and feel is the soul. Physically, the ear of a dead man is still in perfect condition for hearing, but the hearer, the interpreter, has gone. The eyes of a corpse are not blinded, but that which operated them is no longer there. GLN 15:58 So long as the soul looks outward only, into the deceptive environment of matter and is satisfied with the material pleasures it finds there, and which its baser body finds compatible, it remains cut off from the greater realm of the spirit. It binds itself to matter, failing to find the greater pleasures always there in the silent depths of its being. Confirmed in his attitude by experiences in a deceptive environment, mortal man becomes convinced that all desirable things lie outside himself. He concludes that satisfaction comes from gaining the things which promote material welfare. This is the folly of the unbalanced man. However, balance is the key word, for it is equally foolish to turn away from material things altogether. Man is made of earthly things, because it is intended that he should live and express himself on earth. It is also intended that he should discover his nature through earthly conditions and experiences. GLN 15:59 However, the divine spark must kindle the spirit. It must not be smothered. Balance is the ideal, the whole becoming neither wholly inwardly nor outwardly orientated. Man needs his body and must not repudiate it, and if it requires man's labor to sustain it, then is not man entitled to enjoy its pleasures? Here also it is simply a matter of proper balance. Man lives in a sea of material manifestation where I am only indirectly reflected, as the soul of man is indirectly reflected in his body. If a man sees with nothing but the eyes of the body, then he cannot perceive me, for I am beyond his vision. I am the God veiled behind matter, I am the God of the Spirit. GLN 15:60 Yet there is a vision possible to man, which pierces the universal veil, a vision free from all obscurity, a vision uncontaminated by the dark shadows of base desires or fear, by unstable emotions or unworthy motives. It is the vision seen when man develops a new faculty, a new sense. It is an inward vision of splendor. A wave of spiritual light will engulf him, a mysterious power indescribable in mere words sweeps like a shooting star over the expanse of his spirit, giving a sudden illuminating flash which floods his whole inner being, his soul, with a glorious light. In its brilliance he is granted, for a brief moment in time, a glimpse of the vision splendid. He is then united with the living heart of the universe by a bond reaching out to infinity. Nothing known to man, no symbols of his conception can express the joyousness which floods his whole being. It can be experienced in quiet tranquility of spirit. It can burst all the bounds of restraint, expressing itself in an all-embracing, overwhelming feeling of love. Lost in an unfathomable sea of silent contemplation, the body will shine with radiance from the inner light, and all about will be bathed in a luminous, spiritual glow. Having once been in divine communication, these awakened spirits know a joy supreme, and never again do they walk through the veil of mortal sorrows. The truly awakened soul is beyond carnal lust and mortal grief, his love is alike for all my creation, and thus he shows supreme love for me. By this love alone he knows me in truth. Who and what I am, and knowing me in truth he participates in my whole being. Those who seek union with me must first prepare a dwelling place for me in their hearts, but those who are not pure, those who do not fight for me, those who have not suffered under the discipline of love and those without wisdom cannot attain union, no matter how much they strive. I am the God of illumination, I am the God of enlightenment. GLN 15:61 Would you know the ultimate state of man when he has finally reached his goal, when he has entered into his inheritance of divinity? It is a state of glory transcending anything conceivable by him during an earthbound existence. His consciousness expands to embrace everything, all that ever was or will be. He sees all. He knows all. He is in all, and he contains all. These things come to him through infinite powers of perception, yet he is above all such powers. He is beyond all yet within all. He is beyond the realm of matter, freed from all restrictions, yet he is not denied its joys and may, if he so desires, manifest again in matter. His thoughts have the power of creation. He is one with the light of lights, the light transcending vision. He is the partaker of my substance, my Son in eternity, the inheritor of everlasting life. I am your God, the Father of man. Chapter 16 The Spirit of God GLN 16:1 I am the immortality latent in all things mortal. The light filling all things with radiance, the power holding all things to their form. I am the pure, invulnerable stream untouchable by evil, the supreme fountainhead of thoughts, the unfailing well of consciousness, the light of eternity. I am that to which the soul of man is related. I am its power, its life, its strength. I am that to which it responds. GLN 16:2 I am the sweet coolness in refreshing waters and the comforting warmth in the sun. I am the calmness of peace in the radiance of the moon and the delicacy in the moonbeam. I am the sound heard in the stillness, the companionship felt in the solitude and the stirring in the hearts of men. I am the cheerfulness in the laugh of a youth and the gentleness in the sigh of a maiden. I am the joy in the life of all living things and the content in the hearts of awakened souls. I am the beauty in the beautiful and the fragrance in the fragrant. I am the sweetness in honey and the scent in perfume. I am the power in the strong arm and the wistfulness in a smile. I am the urge in good and moderate desires. I am the gaiety in gladness, the restlessness in life, the refreshment in sleep. Yet though I am in all these, I am not contained in them, and they are in me rather than I am in them. How pitiful are the words of men to depict sublime things! With the souls of men asleep, enwrapped in clouds of delusion, how can I be known to them? GLN 16:3 I am of the Supreme, the Eternal, of God and from God, yet not God. As heat to fire, as fragrance to flowers, as light to a lamp, so am I to God. I am the power of God operating in matter. I am the first created of creation, I am the eternal thread, upon which all creation is strung. I am the effective thought of God. I am that brought forth by His creating command, wherein all things share life. I am the Lord of forms holding all things together. GLN 16:4 I am the power-giving form, I am the comforting companion of the way. I am that which gives substance to the hopes and desires of men. Think of me therefore in any way you will. I am the companionable one, the comforter. I am the waters of inspiration springing from the eternal fount. I am the glory of love shining forth from the central Sunday. I am in all things. GLN 16:5 I am the root of the tree of life, the words written in the book of God. I am the guardian of knowledge, the wisdom of the soul. I am the harmonizer of sound, the controller of power, the keeper of matter and the sustainer in the struggle of shapes. I unroll the scroll of time and record its changes. I am the reader of past and present, the scribe of change, the chooser of chance. GLN 16:6 I am victory and the struggle for victory, but I am more, I am that, which defeats defeat, for I am the victory in defeat. I am the goodness of those who are good, but I am more, for I am the success that arises out of failure. I am the achievement remaining when all else has gone. GLN 16:7 I am the sublime veiling secret mysteries. I am the guardian who jealously discloses hidden things. I am the knowledge of the knower. I am the seed within the seed, from which all things spring. I am the bricks of which all things are built. I am more, I am the clay and water within the bricks. I am the shapes, things that move, without me there is no movement. I am the stability in all things stable, without me no thing holds to its shape. GLN 16:8 I am the craftsman with innumerable shapes, the artist with countless colors. My labors are outside the knowledge of men, my works beyond their sight. My masterpieces will never be seen by mortal eyes. GLN 16:9 That which abides in breath and yet is other than breath, which breath itself cannot know or influence, which controls it from within itself, that am I. That which is behind the voice, which voice itself cannot know or influence, which controls it from behind itself, that am I. That which is in the eye, yet is other than the eye, which the eye itself cannot know or influence, which controls it from within, that am I. That which is behind the touch, that is other than touch, which touch itself cannot know or influence, which manipulates it from behind itself, that am I. Yet this you must know, I am not you, nor are you me, though I abide in you as you abide in me. Let wisdom disentangle these feeble words set down through the hands of mortal men. GLN 16:10 The glory that shines from the Lord of the day, the gentle gleam radiating from the mistress of the night, the comforting glow from the hearth fire, all these are of my substance. I penetrate earth with love. I raise up the seed. I am the breath within the breath of all living things. I am the sweet scent of flowers and the bitter tang of vinegar. I am the differentiating essence in all things. Chapter 17 The Song of the Soul GLN 17:1 I am the sleeper awakened from slumber. I am the seed of life eternal. I am the everlasting hope of man. I am a shoot of the Spirit divine. I am the soul. GLN 17:2 I have been since the beginning of time and shall be forever. I am the design interwoven in the warp and weft of creation. I am the indestructible essence of life. I am the treasure chest of man's hopes and aspirations, the storehouse of lost loves and fulfilled dreams. GLN 17:3 Before time, I was an unconscious spirit potential, united with the Supreme All. Ever since time began, I was in the slumbering sea of spirit, waiting to be drawn forth into separate mortal incarnation. Now, though the mortal body enwrapping me fall apart and decay, I remain everlasting and immortal. Through all the ebb and flow of life, whatever destiny decrees, I remain the everlasting jewel of ages, invisible to mortal eyes and untouchable by mortal hands. GLN 17:4 I am the eternal bride of mortal men, ever awaiting the awakening kiss, the whisper of recognition. O being of flesh, deny me not, let me not dwell in forgotten solitude, left alone, unwanted and unheeded. Hold me to you as a lover holds the beloved, reach out beyond earthly things and kiss the lips that are yours eternally. Look out beyond the sphere of earthly opposites, out beyond the pettiness of gains and possessions. Grasp and possess me, your own everlasting and responsive soul. GLN 17:5 You will not find me where emotional tempests rage, or while sensual storms bring turmoil and disquiet. First subdue these, for I await beyond, in the quietness of calm waters. I must be sought as a lover seeks the loved one, in solitude, amid quietness and tranquility, only there will I respond to the awakening kiss of recognition. GLN 17:6 Do not neglect me, O my beloved, or tarnish me, for I come to you as an inestimable treasure. I bring beauty and innocence, gaiety and wholesomeness, decency and consideration, a jewel of potential perfection. Do not drag me down with you into the demon-haunted regions of darkness and terror. I am yours, closer to you than any loved one of earth. If you spurn, I go down to a terrible doom in darkness, there to be purged and purified from the corruption of your touch. The best I can then hope for is to be bestowed upon another. GLN 17:7 I am the sublime vehicle awaiting the command to bear your true self to its destiny of glory. Could anyone be so foolhardy as not to cherish me? Without moving, I am swifter than thought, on celestial wings I far outstrip the range of mortal senses. I drink at the fountain of life and feed on the fruits of eternal energy. GLN 17:8 What are you, my beloved, but a passing thing fashioned of clay? A handful of dust given life by a spark from the everlasting flame. I, myself, am no more than potential. Yet together, we are so great that earth of itself alone cannot contain us, we transcend it to reach out into the spheres of divinity. Take me, awaken me, acknowledge me, cherish me, and I will carry you to realms of glory unimaginable on earth. GLN 17:9 I am the imprisoned captive longing for return to the freedom of the infinite. Yet, because of my mortal love I feel heart pangs of sorrow for things that pass away. But I know that beyond the pains inseparable from a sojourn in the vale of tears, there shines a glorious rainbow of hope and joy. There is a place of abiding love centered on the infinite, there, if you will but cherish me, we shall not be denied expression. GLN 17:10 I am drawn, by the law of spiritual gravitation, towards union with the universal soul and can no more escape return there than the mortal elements of man can escape their return to dust. Man sees glory by the reflected light of glory within him, he knows love by the love within himself. The sun is seen by the light of the sun and not by any light within man. Man sees the spirit by the light of the spirit, and not by any light within his mortal self. Only by the light of the Spirit can the spirit of man be lit. GLN 17:11 I am at peace when awakened to communion with my God. I am joyful when enthroned in consciousness and when endowed with wisdom and vision transcending that of earth. I delight in communion with the great sphere, with which I am akin. I rejoice in union with the divine spirit from whence I came. I am your own true self, which should be forever cherished. By listening to my whispers, by letting your thoughts dwell on me and by knowing me, the whole glory of the greater spheres is opened unto you. GLN 17:12 I am that which reads what the eye sees, understands what the ear hears, knows what the hand feels, tastes whatever enters the mouth and smells whatever is borne on the nose. I am the indwelling consciousness which knows and enjoys all the good things of earth. Those who dwell in the darkness of delusion cannot know me, and to them is lost the greatest glory of life. All conceptions of beauty, love, and kindness are due to the consciousness residing in. When I depart from my earthly abode, I will carry with me the knowledge of the senses, as the wind carries perfume from the flower. GLN 17:13 I am not born, nor will I ever die. Once awakened to an existence in consciousness, I can never become nothingness. I am the everlasting one who dies not when life departs from the body. O call me forth, awaken me from sleep with the kiss bestowing conscious life. Let me not lie unnoticed, wrapped in the heavy mantle of perpetual slumber, dreamless, unknowing. GLN 17:14 I am the indestructible one. Fire cannot burn me, swords cannot maim me or water smother me. When a drum is beaten, the sound it gives forth cannot be grasped or held. As that sound, so am I. When a shell is blown, the note it gives forth cannot be grasped or held. As that note, so am I. When a pipe is played, the music it gives forth cannot be grasped or held. As that music, so am I. I am the immaterial in the material awaiting recognition, but in my own sphere I am the substantial one. There, man-known matter is no more substantial than the dawn mists are here. GLN 17:15 I am the fire of life in all things that breathe, and in union with the breath I consume the nourishing substance within the food, which feeds the body. I am the kernel within the seed in the heart of all. I am the guardian of memory and the arbiter of wisdom. GLN 17:16 These things are mine and ever with me. They are to me what the bones and muscles are to the mortal body. The waking and sleeping consciousness. The awareness of self. The 5 powers of feeling and the 5 of activity. The controlling spirit, which is the sensitive being. GLN 17:17 I am the living consciousness within you, I am the knower. The things seen by the eye and the things smelt by the nose are received by me. The things heard and the things felt are registered by me. I am the inner being causing all decisions to be made, though the tongue report back outside the things that I, the soul and the spirit, hold recorded. Everything done and undertaken, such as the working of the hands and movement of the legs, all are done in accordance with my command. GLN 17:18 When I depart, the body without me is as useless as a worn-out garment, which is discarded and cast aside. Do we go together, my beloved, hand in hand as lovers? Do I return home radiant in the pride of blooming consciousness, or, spurned and humiliated, return without sensitivity, memory, or knowledge? Do I return to be welcomed with joy in the light of glory, or must I shamefully seek refuge in the darkness? I am yours, my beloved, do with me as you will. I am yours everlastingly. Book of Scrolls SCL 1:8 These are the words to be spoken to those who peer from beyond the dark portal. His arm was ever ready to help those who did good for others, and he lent his power to those who ordered what was good. He stood for those who could no longer stand and commanded for those who could no longer command. He carried the weary and succored the helpless. He never oppressed the weak, nor did he permit injustices to go unpunished and unrectified. Table of Chapters SCL 1:1 SCL 1:47 Chapter 1 The Sacred Registers Part 1 SCL 2:1 SCL 2:18 Chapter 2 The Sacred Registers Part 2 SCL 3:1 SCL 3:9 Chapter 3 The Sacred Registers Part 3 SCL 4:1 SCL 4:10 Chapter 4 The Sacred Registers Part 4 SCL 5:1 SCL 5:9 Chapter 5 The Sacred Registers Part 5 SCL 6:1 SCL 6:10 Chapter 6 The Sacred Registers Part 6 SCL 7:1 SCL 7:11 Chapter 7 The Sacred Registers Part 7 SCL 8:1 SCL 8:14 Chapter 8 The Sacred Registers Part 8 SCL 9:1 SCL 9:21 Chapter 9 The Sacred Registers Part 9 SCL 10:1 SCL 10:8 Chapter 10 The Sacred Registers Part 10 SCL 11:1 SCL 11:10 Chapter 11 The Sacred Registers Part 11 SCL 12:1 SCL 12:7 Chapter 12 The Sacred Registers Part 12 SCL 13:1 SCL 13:18 Chapter 13 The Scroll of Ramkut SCL 14:1 SCL 14:18 Chapter 14 The Scroll of Yanua SCL 15:1 SCL 15:19 Chapter 15 A Scroll Fragment 1 SCL 16:1 SCL 16:7 Chapter 16 The Third of the Egyptian Scrolls SCL 17:1 SCL 17:10 Chapter 17 The Sixth of the Egyptian Scrolls SCL 18:1 SCL 18:11 Chapter 18 A Scroll Fragment 2 SCL 19:1 SCL 19:16 Chapter 19 A Hymn from the Book of Songs 1 SCL 20:1 SCL 20:6 Chapter 20 A Hymn from the Book of Songs 2 SCL 21:1 SCL 21:12 Chapter 21 The Sunsetting Hymn from the Book of Songs SCL 22:1 SCL 22:10 Chapter 22 A Hymn of Prayer from the Book of Songs 3 SCL 23:1 SCL 23:10 Chapter 23 A Hymn from the Book of Songs 4 SCL 24:1 SCL 24:9 Chapter 24 A Hymn from the Book of Songs 5 SCL 25:1 SCL 25:102 Chapter 25 Fragment 1 SCL 26:1 SCL 26:5 Chapter 26 from the Scroll of Senmut SCL 27:1 SCL 27:10 Chapter 27 The Songs of Nefertari 1 SCL 28:1 SCL 28:15 Chapter 28 The Songs of Nefertari 2 SCL 29:1 SCL 29:8 Chapter 29 The Songs of Tantalip 1 SCL 30:1 SCL 30:14 Chapter 30 The Songs of Tantalip 2 SCL 31:1 SCL 31:11 Chapter 31 The Marriage Song SCL 32:1 SCL 32:8 Chapter 32 The Lament of Nefertari SCL 33:1 SCL 33:25 Chapter 33 The Scroll of Harakut Chapter 1 The Sacred Registers Part 1 SCL 1:1 Herein are recorded sacred things, which should never be written, but the memory of man is like a storehouse made of straw, or like a storepit dug in sand. SCL 1:2 Even less enduring is his body, for it is a frail thing of fleeting substance, which passes away like the dew in the morning. And what of the mortal chain, which links the generations in knowledge? Behold, it is a thing prone to distortion, a transmuter of tradition and truth. SCL 1:3 Therefore, when the command went forth from the Great One illuminated with wisdom and came to your servant, he saw fit to quell the doubts engendered by fear and undertook to do the thing, which had not been done before, placing his trust fully in the protecting wings which are spread by the words issuing from the royal residence. SCL 1:4 These are the words spoken by the great interpreter, who, through the powers inherited by him from above and by the powers now in his keeping, all freely bestowed upon him by the grateful hearts of his people below, will lead us into the fields of everlasting glory. SCL 1:5 O Exalted One, intermediate between gods and men, what we now do for you do you for us. Let your deeds and your words become our words. Thus it ever was, and thus it will ever be while mortal beings make pilgrimage through this valley of tears. SCL 1:6 Speak thus in your hour, the High-born One has not blasphemed the divine powers, nor has he paid undue homage to earthly desires. He has not been loud-mouthed in the sacred places, nor laughed when he should have been grave. His tongue is pure, for when fed with the words of men, he absorbs truth and excretes falsehood. His mouth has never spewed forth words of malice or envy, words of oppression or injustice never passed his lips. SCL1:7 Look now at the great dark water mirror and see what is reflected there from the mists swirling along the corridor of time. Seeing your place, make ready, so that when the summons comes from the Dark One, you are not caught unprepared. SCL1:8 These are the words to be spoken to those who peer from beyond the dark portal. His arm was ever ready to help those who did good for others, and he lent his power to those who ordered what was good. He stood for those who could no longer stand and commanded for those who could no longer command. He carried the weary and succored the helpless. He never oppressed the weak, nor did he permit injustices to go unpunished and unrectified. SCL1:9 He stood by the side of the great potter, and because of his plea, the clay was shaped to a more pleasing form. He erased disfiguring faults and smoothed the roughness. He added stiffness to the mixture. SCL1:10 He has done no evil, his words have always been true. He stands unashamed and fearless before the twin shrines. Even as it was in the land of the great river, so let it be here. Let him not be cut off by distance. SCL1:11 Let not his power be cut off, for he stands between the worlds. Let it flow out like living waters unto the living and be as shining rays to the radiant ones. For here, we see the power darkly, while beyond the horizon it shines brightly. SCL1:12 He is everlastingly faithful in heart, for he has admitted no other who would defile him. He has remained loyal to the sacred words and has diligently perused the great writings. He has navigated the shallows of the winding waters. Now, he draws near. SCL1:13 He has left his kingdom of trial, he has overcome the challenges of life, he has done all things written on the tablets of truth, and he has sojourned in the chamber of profound silence. He has done all things which are proper and been reassured that he has followed the right path. He does not fear judgment. SCL1:14 Let him reunite with the Supreme One who sent him forth, so that he will not be separated from the waters of life. Let the holy heat enwrap him when he passes through the place of coldness. Let his nostrils inhale the breath of nourishment, that he may live and that we may partake of his existence. SCL1:15 Do not repudiate him, but make him welcome. Do you not recognize the one you endowed with power? Has he become too radiant? Is his form too glorious? Read what is written in the books of his heart. You set him in darkness, and he saw. You set him in silence, and he heard. You set him in emptiness, and he felt. You established him in nothingness, and he gathered substance. Therefore, he returns with manifold powers. He is well fitted to be presented to those who stand before the Supreme One. SCL1:16 When the bright sun shines with splendor in the day's keys above, the gentle morning star hides her face in modesty and becomes unseen. All the great company of the radiant night lights withdraw before the majesty of the greater light. Yet, when darkness eats the shining disk, we know again the comforting presence of the eternal stars, so let it be with your servant. SCL1:17 The dark ones who dwell in their compatible gloom cannot claim him as one of their own, he cannot be numbered among their dreadful company. His heart is pure, his deeds were good, no creature spawned in murkiness has gained control of his thoughts. His desires have not been generated by denizens of the darkness. SCL1:18 He who was afflicted here is not afflicted forever, he is made whole, he is freed from pain, his sickness has departed. He rejoices in the light, therefore, let him be drawn towards the greater light where you are. Let him not see the place of darkness, let him not behold the hideous ones fashioned by wickedness, the dwellers in the dark recesses, who shrink before the light, or the twisted ones molded by lewd desires. SCL1:19 He brings with him a lamp lit from the flame of truth. He bears the rod of righteousness which rewards those who have overcome tribulations. Oh, let him pass to the right side of the dividing flame. He has left us, he is coming to you, he approaches, he throws off the earthly wrappings, he stands free, he stands glorious. Does he not glow with splendor? Behold him, your worthy companion in brightness. Is he not wholly compatible with those of your company? See, he is a shining one, a hero of the horizon. Is he not one destined to abide everlastingly? Take him, lead him to the realm of glory, show him his place in the spheres of splendor. SCL 1:20 The eyes that were deceived on earth now see clearly. Oh, what splendors are revealed! The music unheard by earthly ears now sounds sweet melodious music. Oh, what joyous rapture it brings! The nostrils inhale perfumes too delicate for the earthly nose, oh how the heart sings! All drabness, all dullness, and all sordidness, which are of the earth, are left behind. Turn him from the place where these can regather about him. SCL 1:21 The unmoving, empty body remains here before our eyes, it is nothing, it sees not, it hearing remains not, it speaks not, it smells not, its breath is stilled, it begins to fall apart. There is no life, and the overseer has departed. Nothing remains here with us but this unresponsive thing. The greatness, the feeling, the sensitivity have departed from the body and are now beyond our ken. These are with the real surviving being. Oh, receive him into the life of splendor. We, who are here, stand blinded behind the veil of flesh, we cannot see beyond ourselves, we hope, we believe, and we trust. Thus it has ever been with men, for they pass their lives behind a wall of limitations, there is a barrier shutting them in. They are imprisoned within a mortal body. O grant us fulfillment, grant us that which is the ultimate desire and aspiration of men. SCL 1:22 We this man. He is one who came with us from afar. He is one who has travelled a long weary road. No taint of meanness stained the purity of his spirit, no corruption of deceit discolored the garments of his soul self. He has gone over shining in radiant splendor, so even the doomed in their darkness can hope when they sight his distant glow. May it shed some small warmth into their grim coldness. SCL 1:23 O great welcomer, who greets the newcomers, help our departed one. He served well in this place of trial and tribulation, let him not go unrewarded. He is the Son of Hope. Like us, like those who went before, he hoped as men have always hoped, for this is not a place of certainties. If it were, our heritage of glory would be badly earned. SCL 1:24 He lives because it is ordained that he live, he lives, for all men live everlastingly. They die not, they perish not, they endure through ages. His Kohar awaits him and needs hide no awful aspect in shame. Let his face shine in greeting, welcome home the wanderer. SCL 1:25 This tombed structure is not a place of finality. The grave is not the goal of earthly life, any more than the soil is the goal of the seed. Does seed die within the ground? Is it planted intending that it be mingled with the soil and lost? SCL 1:26 O great welcomer, let your face shine with gladness when you greet the homecoming wanderer. Lead him to the Kohar, which is his inheritance, that he may enter into it and enjoy its embrace. Let him find completion and fulfillment by absorption into his Kohar. SCL 1:27 Our departed one was the whole part which came forth from the whole, and he returns to the whole. Nothing is lost, nothing is gone. He lives over there, lives more fully than he ever lived. He lives in splendor, he lives in beauty, he lives in knowledge and in the waters of life. He is everlasting. SCL 1:28 O departed one risen to glory, you are now a released spirit united with your spirit whole, the companionable Kohar, the everlasting one. Arise alive in the land beyond the horizon, and journey to the land of dawning. The stars accompanying you will sing for joy, while the heavenly signs voice hymns of praise and gladness. You are not far removed from us, it is as if we were in one room divided by a curtain, therefore we are not sorrowful. If we weep it is because we cannot take this or your joys and because we no longer know your touch. SCL 1:29 O everlasting Kohar, take this man of goodness into your eternal embrace, let your life become his life and your breath his breath. He is your own, he is the drop returning to the filled pitcher, the leaf returning to the tree, you are the repository of his incarnations. As you grew there, so he grew here, you are everlastingly whole, and he lives in you. If he is not even as you in face, let him enter, hide his faults, for they are not many. For this you were fashioned, for this you came into being. You are the overbody awaiting the returning spirit, and the spirit now comes. You are that which will clothe the newly arrived spirit in heavenly flesh. You are that in which our departed one will express himself. SCL and 30 O Kohar, hear us. Here is your vitalizing essence, before you were incomplete, now you are whole. Draw your own, your compatible one, to you and observe the many likenesses. We send fragrances, that they may spread around you. Now take the eye, which will perfect your face, it is the perfecting eye, the eye which sees things as they are. See the fluctuating wraith, is it not beautiful? Does it not come with an aura of fragrance, sweetness filling the air? It has been purged of all impurities, all about it is fragrant. Therefore, grant it your substance, that it may become solid and firm. SCL 131 O Kohar, long have you awaited the day of fulfillment, the day of your destiny. That day is here, it is now, therefore, take the spirit, which is your own and enfold it with your wings. Each to his own and to his own each goes. You and he are bound together with unseverable bonds, each without the other is nothing. Now bear him up, for in that place you are greater than he, for you are the generator. While he rested in the womb, you were active, as he grew, you grew before him. If he has done wrong, and who among men is guiltless, then in you let the wrong be adjusted. You are his hope, you are his shield and you are his refuge. SCL 132 This we say to the brilliant one, the guardian of goodness, the departed one has not walked with ignorance, he has not been slothful in carrying the burden of his duty. He has not been swayed by passions of the body, he has not despoiled the house of another, he has not caused undue sorrow, nor has he maltreated a child for pleasure. He has succored the poor and weak, he has done all that is good, therefore, let none of those who lurk in darkness seize him. His radiant light is strong, those who would seize him are repulsed by the light and slink away. He lives forever. SCL 133 He has lived worthily, he has been purified by the fires of earthly life, he has been refined in the furnace of tribulation, he has overcome all earthly temptations. He has lived the life which enhances goodness, he has prepared himself for life in the light. Receive him, O brilliant one. SCL 134 O Kohar, absorb into yourself the life force, it was meant for you, it is yours. It is the enlivening spirit, which spans the two worlds. He, the departed one, was you, and even more so were you he. Come to him as the beauteous one came to Belus, a great king, and gathered him in compassion and glorious one love. Come, that he may awaken to new life in your arms. SCL 135 This man, the departed one, who in unity with you becomes the glorious one, was born of a god and is the child of two gods, after the nature of greater men. Now, you are impregnated with the living spirit of he who was prepared by trial on earth for you. Behold, in unity your twain are now throbbing with life, and your brightness bedazzles the eyes. You are now a star of life, a living star, and to a star, you shall ascend to rule its life. SCL 136 The departed one is now freed, he is loosed from the bonds of illusion, he is saved from the dark waters of unreality and is one with the eternal light. These things we declare, so let them be. Our thoughts mold a new reality beyond the present real, and this becomes the re of tomorrow. SCL 137 O great, substantial Kohar, protect this departed one, your own, from the accusations of false-fronted beings, remembering the faithful heart ever prevailing before the balances of our forefathers from far away. Put into his mouth those words, which open doors. Let the goodness in him prevail, but you, yourself, stand up and bear witness for him. He suffered from the frailties of men. He was wrathful when provoked and surly when enduring great burdens. His temper flashed quickly when his words were not accepted or his ways followed, and at times, he lacked consideration. However, these are small things inseparable from the frailties of mortal men, and in all greater things, he was good. Let not the false-fronted one disguised in his brother's form possess him, guard him from the beings his own imp lurking in the shadows this side of the darkness. SCL 138 I see this, my brothers. Behold, the departed one goes to meet his own image. It is his own self reflected in his image. It is his own self that comes to greet him. It is his Kohar, which embraces him. It welcomes him as though he were one ransomed from captivity. I see them blend, and he becomes a new seed in the heart of his Kohar. SCL 139 I hear the Kohar speak, it names itself Navakahar. It says, O man of pure thoughts, of kindly words, of quiet speech, of good deeds, come to me. I am your being, yet I am not you, as you have loved and cherished me, so I now love and cherish you. I am your reward, as I would have been your affliction. They are now dead, and this is the place of the first threshold, from whence the completed beings depart. SCL 1:40 The departed one now stands in his own form and likeness. He becomes the great shipborne voyager and passes over the waters to the place of reeds, but his weaknesses do not bear him down, and he goes through. Great ones, lift him up, let him not fall into the fetid waters of decay. He is a worthy son of Luth. Then, the lesser is carried by the greater, while dark ones gaze up from their misery and wait silently to see if he is borne up. The glorious one goes past in peace, for he is not compatible with their dark company. He remains unmolested, for flame confounds the hands of slime. SCL 1:41 An unloosed dark one comes up saying it will take this man, but is repulsed by brightness. It is a thing of maimed rottenness, for on earth it was clothed in lust-saturated flesh, though contained in a form of beauty. The heart of this man is not faint, see him now, is he not sure of his welcome among beings of glory? He is as the wild bull, the prince of herds, he is a great one among the everlasting spirits. SCL 1:42 He reaches the firm ground where a bright being welcomes him, and he is named the newcomer. He has landed on the shore and climbed the steps of splendor. He is in the company of shining spirits, and his earth-life companions greet him, they welcome him, saying, all this beauty and splendor is yours to enjoy. They bring garments of beauty, bright clothes of radiance. SCL 1:43 He has passed through the hall of judgment. The twin truths have heard his plea, and those who bore the reach or witness have departed. He has crossed the waters and ascended the steps, now he has attained the threshold of immortality and stands in rapture. He has passed by the regions of darkness and gloom and is with glory. He comes to everlasting life in a true form of splendor, to dwell evermore as a living spirit within his Kohar. How wonderful it is to be united and one with the Kohar! SCL1:44 The newcomer looks back across the waters to the place of decision, then, he turns and ascends the steps to the threshold of immortality. He is in his true form, yet he is a spirit within his kohar. He speaks, but it is not the speech of men, and all understand him. His hearing is all-embracing. He sees both the powers of light and the powers of darkness, but the powers of darkness no longer affect him. SCL Lifeless 45 The newcomer has reached his compatible abode. He has fought the battle, which is mortal life, and risen supreme to victory. He has not been vanquished by the raging ones which are the bodily passions. At each step forward he has left a lifeless form, at each step he has fought a shadow, at each step he has won the clash of arms. SCL1:46 The newcomer has sought out and discovered the one hidden behind the two and the three, which stand before them. He knows the secrets of the nine, which veil the others from the eyes of men. He has unraveled the skein of life's mysteries, even as those enlightened ones yet living on earth must do. SCL1:47 There is no suffering or pain in the newcomer, he cannot feel hurt, neither can he be sorrowful. If a companion of his earth journey be numbered among the dark ones, then his heart with forgetfulness, but later, he will remember, and because of his efforts, the dark one will be returned to the crucible. Chapter 2 The Sacred Registers Part 2 SCL2:1 The writings of Garmai were brought by the hands of Nadaeth the Enlightener, of the twin cities whence come the sons of fire, when he fled the wrath of kings. He spread out before the learned ones beauteous things of many colors and spoke to them after this fashion, and I, Lavos, recorded it in the tongue of the sons of fire. SCL2:2 Behold this, it is the land of the dawning. It stands between the land of light ever splendid and the land of darkness ever gloomy. They are the lands beyond the veil, before the veil is the land of the living. SCL2:3 The aspiring one has embarked on the waters of illusion, his craft is afloat but it has not yet reached the shores where the promise of new life is fulfilled. Now, he is guided by two beings, one a lovely maiden and the other an ill-visaged man. These two strive one with the other, each grasping one side of the craft, now, it overturns. The maiden seeks to drag the aspiring one down, while the ill-favored man seeks to keep him afloat. But the aspiring one struggles against him. They come to the sands of the shining shore where the light of truth turns the maiden into a vile-faced hag and the man into a handsome youth. The aspiring one lies on the sands of Shodu as one dead, for he had fought against the man who sought to save him. SCL2:4 The beauteous one comes attended by handmaidens, and with them are the companions of the aspiring one's earthly life. There, too, is his soul self, awaiting his embrace. The aspiring one lies as dead, for he did not raise his Savior. They who stand about, who are the welcomers, wait in uncertainty. The beauteous one bends over the prostrate man and says, "Revive, this is not a place where death rules." He moves, and she says, "Raise yourself and cast away the residue of your mortality." SCL2:5 The aspiring one opens his eyes, he sits up, he shields his eyes before the vision of beauty, he is blinded by it and she gives him his heart. The handmaidens weep and their tears are the blood of the aspiring one's life. The beauteous one says, "I have come that you who were dead might live, that you who were blinded might see, that you who were deceived might know truth." The soul self says, "I have come to embrace you, I have come to protect you, I have come to shield you, I am your refuge." SCL2:6 That which is the Kohas, I have come to brighten up your face, I am you, as you are me. I have waited for you, I have wept for you and rejoiced when you rejoiced. I have never forgotten you while we have been apart. I have heard every word spoken, and these are recorded for you. I have recorded every sight. I have recorded every sound. I have recorded every smell and every taste. Every memory is secure for you. Here I give you form and substantiality. SCL2:7 This is the herald, he stands between this man and his kohar, and they, together with the adjuster and the welcomers, go to the hall of judgment and stand before the Lord of life, the Master of destinies. Now come the lords of eternity, who are the lesser gods, and they enter the gates of splendor. The balancer comes from his secret place. The greeter to darkness stands at his door, and the greeter to splendor stands at his door, they face each other. The welcomers, compatible companions of this man's earthly life, stand about, they are there, in the hall of judgment. SCL2:8 The balancer causes two fluid-like, fluctuating columns, which stand on either side of the kohar, and one takes the form of the aspiring one, but it is horribly malformed, because it mirrors all his wickednesses and weaknesses, the other shines brightly, for it mirrors all his goodness and spiritual qualities. Then the two columns merge back into the kohar, and the adjuster adjusts with justice and mercy. Then the aspiring one stands forth in his kohar and in his true likeness, which is a blending together of all his incarnational likenesses. SCL2:9 The aspiring one is drawn towards the right-hand door him, and there, he passes through and sets foot on the rainbow road. He is accompanied by the welcomers, the companions of his earthly life, who are now revealed to him in their true likeness. They sing, they dance, they rejoice, and there is much gladness in the reunion. The word of truth is established, it is fulfilled. The ancient promises are fulfilled. He who departs shall return, he who sleeps shall awaken, he who dies shall live. The aspiring one has passed into the regions of glory. SCL2:10 Now, behold the body vacated by the vehicle of life. It slumbers in its death wrappings, for the enlivening spirit has flown. The earthly body alone stays and cannot hold itself together. It prepares to fall apart and decay. The companions of the dead take it into their company, it will be made incorrupt, become a communicating door. It is given the things which rightly belong to the dead. SCL2:11 Those who remain on earth fear the life shadow of the one who has gone on before them. The body is bandaged in its death wrappings. It is purified, it is made clean, it is provided with the necessities. Thus, the life shadow shall dwell at peace within the empty body, it believes it to be its abode. It shall not wander. O shadow, do not wander, remain within the tomb, seize any who come to steal, seize any who would break the body, seize any who would open that which is closed. Seize and haunt, seize and haunt. SCL2:12 The companions of the dead speak thus, the life shadow of this man who was is never restless, it never wanders, it is ever protecting, it is ever watchful. It remains, for it is bound to the empty corpse by the restraining throngs. SCL2:13 They say, the spirit of this man has awakened in the land of immortality, it rejoices in the land beyond the horizon. He is a hero of the horizon. Offend him not by thinking that he is dead, he cannot die, for he is with the ever-living. He has not gone away to die, he has departed to live elsewhere. Let the moisture of his body return to the waters of the earth from whence it came. Let the things of hardness in his body return to the dust from whence they came. Let his bones rejoin the stones which once they were. SCL2:14 Weep not, for your tears and lamentations restrain his eager spirit. Sing the death dirge, that its echoes may sound the tocsin in the region of light, and the splendid ones and the welcomers come to the place of appointment. It is unfitting to force gladness on a sorrowful heart, but be sad only for a temporary parting. SCL2:15 Let not the earthly body of this man who was, become destitute, surround it with care and affection, so that it may transmit the substance of life. Sustain it, so the life shadow remain within. SCL2:16 What see you now? Gaze upon it, the frail mortal remains enwrapped and silent, unresponsive. Ponder, this you see with the eyes of the body, which cannot perceive things of the spirit. Were the eyes of your spirit opened but a brief moment, you would perceive something entirely different, and then you would know that his shining, immortal spirit walks in the company of those risen to glory. SCL 2:17 It is the time for parting, the time for farewell, for the closing of the door. SCL 2:18 O departed one risen to glory, who has left us to sorrow. As we have helped you and surrounded you with the protection of our love and our offerings, so now help us in the days of life left to us on earth. Chapter 3 The Sacred Registers Part 3 SCL 3:1 Behold, one comes wearing white sandals and clad in fine linen. Arise, stand up to greet him. He bears the staff of righteousness. He brings a pearl of priceless value, take it and become perfect. SCL 3:2 Others come, fair women and young children. His father's heir has come, and the four great ones who bear sweet waters, who spread the feast and rejoice under the strong arm of their protector. He who has gone is not forgotten, but this is the day of the living. SCL 3:3 He who has inherited ceases from weeping and begins to smile, the protecting one comes in peace. The heart in the sky is no longer small, it expands, it grows large. Thus it is also with the heart of he who lives, his days of lamentations are over, and his heart swells and grows large. SCL 3:4 The good son never ceases from faithful service on behalf of the absent one who has escaped from the confinement of the body. The dutiful son now calls upon the absent one for protection from wandering shadows and from the molestations of life shadows. SCL 3:5 O bountiful, ever considerate one, hear the words of your faithful and dutiful son, as they ascend with the blue, penetrating smoke of fragrant incense. Let no shadow wander from your safe abode to haunt our habitations, for they who dwell therein have done you no dishonor. Safeguard the dark doorway, that things in vile forms come not near us to pollute our bodies with sickness and disease. SCL 3:6 You left, and before the waters rose again the man of Shodu, he who dealt harshly with the widow dwelling beside the channel of black stones, departed for his judgment. Is it not he whom you judged, and did you not deal rightly with him when the scales went down against him? Therefore, might he not return from the region of darkness with others of his kind and cause misfortune to fall upon us? You, he cannot harm, you are now in the place of glory, in the land beyond the western waters. Therefore, send us guardians from among the glorious company, that they may spread protecting wings over our habitations. SCL 3:7 Many come bearing cakes of fine meal and barley cakes, large, fat-bodied fish and meats of many kinds, honey wine in jars and fruits in plenty. He who is absent from the feast is joyful, his arm is strong and he issues his commands to the guardians. Cast off all gloom and be joyful, for this is not the time of sorrow, and tears have no place in your eyes. SCL 3:8 If there be benevolent life shadows beyond the protective pale, they may enter. Join with us in our rejoicing. Let us all enjoy what we have and what we share, for life is irrepressible. SCL 3:9 These are things from a foreign place, said for our brother Guelm, according to the rites of the sons of fire, and thus it shall be for those who enter the chambers of stone. Chapter 4 The Sacred Registers Part 4 SCL 4:1 No longer can the man who was speak with men on earth, for he now lives in splendor among the eternal ones. He was weighed before the assessors, and though his faults were not few he was not outweighed in goodness. He has become a shining one and journeys on into the spaces of heaven land, accompanied only by his compatible companions. SCL 4:2 He has ascended into the place of glory, the place of fulfillment. The years have fallen off his shoulders, like a cast-off cloak, and he is young again. He is vigorous, he lives. Time cannot touch him with change, nor sorrow enter his heart. He rests, awaiting a new call to duty. SCL 4:3 He has passed through the wide hall and through the narrow portal. He has entered the land of a new dawning and he is welcomed, his earth companions greet him, he lives. He is beyond harm, he sees the sublime visions which fulfill his yearnings. He who has served is now served. As he has sown and husbanded, so now he reaps. SCL 4:4 He continues past the place of waiting souls and sees the awaiting Kohars who will unite with the ascending spirits of men. He bears in his hand the book of life and glides over the pure pastures, past the bright dividing flame. He turns the face of compassion towards the darkness, but sees naught but fleeting shadows against the red glare. The lost ones shrink back in shame, and the man who was passes the entrance to their foul abode. SCL 4:5 Those who are left to mourn for the glorious one have dried their tears, for all is well with him. He delights in the good life in a place of glory. He is safe in the embrace of his Kohar, he is the adoring one whose eyes are opened to splendor, he sees the sublime visions. SCL 4:6 The man who was seeks the illuminator who will direct him in his duty life wills. He cleanses himself in the lake of beauty and refreshes himself at the fountain of life. He sees spirits of the twilight who are purged of all their wickedness and lusts, yet they remain captive to the lords of destinies, for they are still unproven. The Lord of life will direct their passage back for trial and testing. For these, there is always hope. SCL 4:7 The man who has navigated the winding waters of life and crossed the dark waters of death, and he is now strengthened in wisdom. He takes a seat on high, that he may become an instructor and guide on the path. He becomes a brazier in the distance, a homing light to guide those who seek truth. He is purified and comes forth wearing the white mantle of greatness. SCL 4:8 Behold the splendor of his raiment and the purity of his adornments as he sits awaiting calls from those in the heavy king, who seek his counsel. The seers in dark waters will amaze the people with the clarity of their visions and revelations, for the power goes forth from the man who was, with manifold strength. A great being has joined the splendid company in the land of dawnlight. Over there, they will say, Earth is worthily fulfilling its purpose when it produces men such as this. SCL 4:9 You may wonder what are the occupations of the man who was. Does he illuminate the dark waters alone? May he not be among those who seek to enter the hearts of those who close the doors of their spirit to the instructors of wisdom? Alas, they who are heavily enshrouded in earthly wrappings are ever set of face before the instructors of wisdom. They say, what have we to do with this babble? Yet they, most of all, require enlightenment, for they are men of small minds. SCL 4:10 May he not have become a pathfinder in the night, a guide through the darkness, the star illuminating the night at its darkest hour as the herald of the great illuminator? May he not have become a director of rays that dance on the waters, or a controller of the winds, which caress the cheek? Suffice that he rejoices in a life of splendor, so let it remain with him and his Kohar until the day when all is known, the day of full knowing. Chapter 5 The Sacred Registers Part 5 SCL 5:1 These are the instructions for those who journey the outer track of the Twin Way, for those who have been laid in the chambered tombs, who followed the ways of Kemwilleth. The words are those from the distant past, first spoken in a far land beyond the rolling billows. SCL 5:2 The risen one has become the newcomer, and having passed through the clearinghouse his departure is not delayed. No toll is required on the ferry, for the newcomer has with him the words of entrance, which have become known to him according to his deeds. He has not deviated from the path, and all is well. SCL 5:3 The ferryman comes to the place of waiting, he of the winding river which is the tortuous channel of purification. The newcomer stands at the mooring place and proclaims, O ferryman, away to the region of the blessed ones. I am purified, purged of polluting evils, make haste, do not delay. I am a wanderer anxious to reach my destination. The ferryman says, from whence come you? The newcomer says, I am from Rista and am weary. Take me to my compatible place of abode, let us not delay. I wish to join those united with their soul selves. Let us not dally. Do not tarry, for I am anxious to depart from this somber shore. Have no fear, cautious one, for no evil dogs my footsteps. Come, let us away, bear me over the waters to the appointed place. Carry me swiftly to where spirits are regenerated and made young again. Carry me to the foot of the great stairway that ascends to the place of the immortals, courtyard of the great God. SCL 5:4 The ferryman hesitates, he says, show me your token, that I may know you have truly passed the tests, that I may know your true destination. For it is the way with men that they think one thing, but truth lies elsewhere. SCL 5:5 The newcomer says, my token is the brightness, which, if you be no impostor, you may see shining above my head, and my introduction is the writing concerning me, written in the book of sacred mysteries. Come, bear me over the waters, so that I may tread the field of peace. See, have I not 4 attendants, 2 on either side? Let them speak for me, for they are witnesses walking in the light of truth. SCL 5:6 The ferryman says, who stands to the pole, and the risen one answers, I will stand to the pole with my attendants, 2 on either side. You stand by to bear at the steering oar, so that our course remains straight. The ferryman says, it is well, for the current is sullen and changeful. SCL 5:7 The newcomer says, O ferryman of the boatless ones, I am truly a man justified before all on both sides of the horizon, before heaven and earth. I have passed the tests of the examiners and am free to proceed. I am one who can claim passage by virtue of my deeds. Have not men spoken well of me after I departed from their midst? Is this not enough? It is the way with earth, that if men speak of the goodness of an absent one, then he is good indeed. Truly I am a bright one. SCL 5:8 The ferryman says, draw aside your mantle, that I may see your likeness, for this is a good boat which may not be polluted. The path henceforth is hard for those who cannot be faced without revulsion. O great one, draw your mantle over again, for you are indeed among the brightest of those who pass this way. Great will be the rejoicing when you appear among your own kind, the pure of heart. SCL 5:9 Delay no longer, ferryman. Quickly over the waters to the other exposed side. If you delay further, I will name the names of gods to men, that their unreality be exposed. I am not one to be trifled with, I am one who can dispel the clouds of illusion. I am a man of no mean qualities, therefore, tarry no more, let us depart. Chapter 6 The Sacred Registers Part 6 SCL 6:1 The man who was becomes the pilgrim. He has crossed the waters, he has passed the grim guardian, he waits without the place of union and stands firmly. He is not afraid and stands resolute. The cool gracious one approaches with 3 jars of water and refreshes him. SCL 6:2 The pilgrim says, Behold, O watcher at the gate, I have laid up treasure enough in the storehouse of love, therefore, allow me to pass. The love of those who have gone before? Is it not a large quantity and sufficient to draw me upward? See the love of those who remain behind, is it not a large quantity and sufficient to draw me upward? The watcher hears his words. SCL 6:3 The grim guardian counts and weighs and says, Pass. Then this man passes and goes beyond the lake of wisdom, past the winding channel of experiences, over the flooded field of reeds, to the eastern side of the region of light, where he will be renewed in birth into the higher spheres. SCL 6:4 The pilgrim now stands before the womb of heaven, where those who enter as pure seed are brought forth into union with God. This man passes by to where the attendants help him to assume the robe of glory. They welcome him. SCL 6:5 Behold, they say, his Kohar has brought this man powers to make him complete. The powers he gave into the keeping of his Kohar during the prayer times on earth have returned greatly magnified. This man has joined the joyful company, he has left his old, discarded body in the region of heaviness, to assume another more glorified one in the region of light. SCL 6:6 The Kohar greets the pilgrim and says, I welcome you, my own. The Kohar says to those about, this is my own. He has washed in the lake of wisdom and passed by the caverns of distrust and doubt. Let us, therefore, enter in peace when the great door is opened for the united being in the east, the door leading to the place of the one true God above all gods, whose manifestations are secret mysteries. SCL 6:7 Before going further, they pass by a side entrance to the region of darkness, where vile and sorrowful things lurk, the lost ones, those who served in the ranks of evil on earth. O great Kohar, stop the ears of your own, that he may not hear the mournful wailings of the doomed ones left behind. SCL 6:8 They who are the companions of the pilgrim cry out, O Kohar, guide your own right, guide him up the ladder of life which he must traverse again, strengthen its rungs, support him, so he bears lightly upon them. Let not the rungs break beneath his weight. This is the test of deeds long since done, where evil bears down heavily. SCL 6:9 O Kohar, your own is weak and falters, yet your arms are strong, therefore lift them to support him, that he may surmount to the heights above. Do this, that he may sit with those who have understanding and perception, that his feet may be welcomed in the fields of peace and that he may take his place among the glorious ones. SCL 6:10 Blessed is the Kohar who safeguards all memories, storing them as men store corn, who retains these for the use of the reborn ones, who can recall all that men forget and can draw forth a memory as men draw water from a well. The Kohar is the eternal recorder. Pilgrims become risen ones and enter their Kohars as a soul enters a body, and in unity, they become glorious ones. Chapter 7 The Sacred Registers Part 7 SCL 7:1 This is the manner whereby the aspiring ones of earth may cross the dread horizon through residence within the cavern of stone. It is thus that men come to know the truth concerning the realms of glory beyond the western horizon, but it is a path beset by great dangers and manifold terrors, and many return witless. SCL 7:2 The aspiring one is of earth, he is earthbound. He sits within the cavern before the cauldron of rebirth and regeneration, and inhales the smoke from the brew of release. He rises above himself, flying on wings of 5 feathers, the names of which are recorded in the Book of Secret Mysteries, wherein are the awful recipes. There it is written that he may ascend like a falcon and cannot go otherwise than as a falcon. He may not go in the manner of any other bird. SCL 7:3 He escapes the call of earth, its fetters fall from him. The aspiring one leaves his attendants behind, he is not with them, he is not of earth, neither is he of heaven. He is at the place where the two meet and intermingle. SCL 7:4 His body moves without the spirit and partakes of the sour yellow bread of wide vision. The aspiring one drinks the brew of grey barley and sips long at the wine of Harish, eating the cakes of green-brown Horus. He eats the fruit of the release and drinks the brew of black fungus, which is in the smoke goblet. Thus, he sleeps and the attendants lay him down in the receptacle called the womb of rebirth. He is in the place of visions but remains like the masthead bird. SCL 7:5 He shall be covered and made so that in his struggles he rise not. His voice is heard speaking in a strange tongue, as he calls on his fathers who have gone before and now preside over affairs beyond the wide lake. His body becomes still, as he enters the dazzling chamber which is the doorway to twin vision. SCL-7:6 Now, he must penetrate the walls of dry air, which bar his passage, and rise into the rainbow-colored clouds of radiance, which are above. High up, he looks below him and sees the waters of the winding canal of experience and understands the meaning of all that had befallen him. Now, he has 4 eyes, these being the inner and outer eyes, and rising higher, he attains the heights of wide consciousness. SCL-7:7 Here, he meets the Pathfinder and follows him swiftly. He speaks rightly to the guardian. He shields his eyes when passing the lurker on the threshold, and goes on until he comes to the abode of the opener of the ways. SCL-7:8 Now, the body of the aspiring one becomes restless, and those who attend him place the power of Hori over his face. He hears the voice of the Sun God, which says, I know the necessary names, I am the knower of names. I know the name of the limitless one, above the lords of the east and west, I am one most powerful. SCL-7:9 The aspiring one becomes covered with moisture, he writhes, he shouts, he struggles. The companionable watchers know he has left the protection of the Sun God, that he has been seized by the fiends of darkness, but he struggles and prevails over them, and all is well. Then the aspiring one returns. SCL-7:10 100 shining suns whirl above, a whisper rolls around like thunder, lights of manifold hues sway above, like the river reeds in the wind. All things appear to dance in a shimmering haze, then turn over and fold back into themselves, and such beauty is produced that the human tongue cannot describe it. All things take upon themselves shimmering forms, through which other forms can be seen. Great melodic music throbs all around, while everything pulsates a soft rhythm. The air is filled with voices of unearthly sweetness, glory and splendor are everywhere. Then, the aspiring one awakes. SCL-7:11 He is raised, behold, he comes forth and walks as one bemused by a vision of glory. He staggers, he cannot walk unsupported. His throat burns, and his mouth is overgrown with dryness, his head resounds with drum beats. He is given the sweet waters in the cup of forgetfulness and drinks deeply, all is well. He is a reborn one, he is an enlightened one. He is one resurrected from the cavern of stone. Chapter 8 The Sacred Registers Part 8 SCL-8:1 These are the supplications of Ilkab the stranger, who came from the land of rising waters and was known to us as the opener of the ways. He came under the wings of the firehawk. He was the first of the scarlet-robed ones, the right hand of Glanvanus. That was in the time of our fathers, and the tongue of the seafarers is no longer in the mouth of men. SCL-8:2 O great being of beauty, brilliant one who greets the newcomers arriving in the place beyond the western horizon, this woman is your daughter is she. See, she is pure in spirit and clean in heart. She is modest and womanlike, so let her pass to live in the pastures of life, in the land of new dawning, where all is wholesome. SCL-8:3 Let her be purified by the maidens of Orshafa, let them purify her, let her be washed and dried by the attendants at the clean, sweet waters of life. Let the 9 delicate ones minister to her, let her be clothed in garments of decency, for she is a womanly woman. O great and glorious one, give this woman your hand, clasp her hand with womanly tenderness. Spread out your falcon wings over her, spread protecting wings around her. She has followed the tedious ways of womankind and has glorified life with her presence. She has endured affliction with patience and made her home hearth a place of peace and content. Let her roam the pastures of the blessed ones and penetrate into the farthest regions of light. SCL-8:4 I raise my hands in supplication. The flame is lit, it burns brightly, fragrant incense is placed in the bowl and it becomes aglow. Its sweet perfume rises into the recesses above. O happy risen one, O beautiful being glowing with womanly goodness, treasurer of all the virtues, purify yourself for admittance into the higher regions. The incense we offer here is your indrawn breath of renewed life. It fills your lungs, you breathe, and because you breathe you live. This is the best incense from the land of Guamai, differing not from that, which our fathers knew when they traveled the water road. O beautified one, my heart lingers at the place where you rest, my heart is with you, entwined with yours. How sweet your breath, how pleasant your perfume, how gentle your whispers, how delicate the rustle of your attire. O newly become beauteous one, you are not alone. SCL 8:5 Rise blue perfumed smoke, rise cleaning fragrance, rise sweet wholesome offerings, rise like fluttering birds on wings of purified air to the glorious regions of light which lie away beyond our poor perception. Accept our sweet fragrance, O beautified one, inhale our sweet smoke, O ever delicate one, may you enjoy the due reward of your labors and privations, of your selfless sacrifices. Be ever contented and peaceful. O dutiful wife and loving mother, hear our words, as they rise to you in the softly smoldering incense, which comes shipborne to these shores. SCL 8:6 Hear the voices of the waiting welcomers greeting the beauteous one who now joins them. They say, cast off the old, worn garment, and array yourself in garments of radiant light, in the clothes of splendor which have awaited you. Bedeck yourself in the well-earned jewels of spiritual reward. SCL 8:7 Henceforth, you shall dwell here, walking about freely, to be honored and loved. Here, you will be renewed, be alert, vigorous and far-reaching. The power of your spirit shall stretch out to every place. You take thought and fly on hawk's wings. Your desire becomes a chariot with wings of light. SCL 8:8 Beyond the place of your first destination is the kingdom of the Lord of the distant sky. There, he will permit manifestations in glory. There, henceforth, you shall walk in strength and beauty, being ever filled with life and power, garmented in loveliness for all eternity. SCL 8:9 There, floodwaters of a glorious fluid light unknown here rise and fall in moderation, and therein you may bathe daily and taste the revitalizing rests. Here, your thirst may be slaked at the well of divine essence and your appetite appeased by the strange bread of everlasting life. SCL 8:10 This is your destiny, in the land beyond the veil, therefore lift up your face in joy. Rise, lovely liveliness, you are one destined to be numbered among the shining ones and are warmly welcomed into the company of the fragrant ones. O happy one who enhanced earthly life with your presence, this is your reward. Many have done mighty things, but you have served with constancy and diligence, adding the small grains of goodness to the pile of merits until it exceeded in weight the great things done by others. We hail you, O victorious one. SCL 8:11 The welcomers say among themselves, how fair and bright the face of this newcomer. How fine must have been her life in the region of heaviness. Behold, here she is, renewed and made young again but with a loveliness unknown in the life left behind. SCL 8:12 When she goes forward from here, she is within her kohar, they are one. Her vision is through the kohar, her smell is through the kohar. All she senses is through the kohar. All she does and knows is through the kohar. SCL 8:13 Behold, she is among the chosen. Henceforth, she becomes an opener of the way for those of her blood. Glorious is she and blessed are they. SCL 8:14 Those are the supplications made for Mulvan, daughter of Malin, son of Market the stranger, according to the rites of the sons of fire. Ardwith kept it, and it was done into this form at the place called Korinamba. Chapter 9 The Sacred Registers Part 9 SCL 9:1 This concerns the mystery of the twice born. It relates to those born again, to those who have endured the awfulness of the false death, which many do not survive, who have drunk deeply from Korolodwen, the smooth, bitter brew, which releases the spirit, who have entered Agafnam through the thundering doors. This is their path. SCL 9:2 The door of heaven stands ajar, the doors of vision have been opened, and now the cavern of vision is revealed. The spirit-bearing waves from the abyss have been freed, the rays of the great light have been set free, and the guides and watchers have been placed in their positions by the Constant One. SCL 9:3 The welcomers stand back, for this is not their stage. The Brilliant One is there, and another who is the reciter, and he explains the visions. O brave, stout-hearted one, Seol Tash to be, the things you behold are the things seen by the great ones of earth when they came this way in their hour and were returned back to life. They were truly men of wisdom, well versed in the mystic procedures, men who knew their position and parts. SCL 9:4 Behold the twin stars. These embody the midwifery powers drawing the twice-born back to their places of origin. They who are with them are the champions of light and darkness. 1. You must choose as your companion, but the choice must be made according to the law of affinity, otherwise, you are lost. SCL 9:5 The pool wherein you gaze is earth life. The brilliant light above, far greater than the sun, is the manifestation of the one God, but it is not He. The rays dancing about are the gods, distorted reflections of what is, distorted reflections of truth, shadows of reality. The sparkling motes are souls, they descend from the light to manifest in darkness. SCL 9:6 The clouds obscuring the lesser lights are the clouds of misconception, which darken the face of wisdom. SCL 9:7 The dark twins standing by the pillar are delusion and illusion, the constant beguilers of men. The stream of clear water is truth, and the waters of truth constantly shear away the clay pedestal of falsehood. SCL 9:8 The brightness you see before you and to the right is the naked spirit displaying itself in isolation. It is neither in a mortal body nor within the Kohar. Beyond it is a much greater brightness reflected from afar, which is the Kohar of Kohars, which men cannot yet understand. SCL 9:9 The repulsive shapes, which are behind the flame on your left, are doomed spirits, which once were the enlivening forces within men. Now, they grovel in slime and filth, denizens of the mire, but their fate is just, for they themselves were the judges. The darkness beyond the murk will not become greater. Darkness cannot change to light, for when light comes into darkness, there is no darkness, it ceases to exist. SCL 9:10 The gloominess and shadow scene you see, forward on your left-hand side, is the region of heaviness, where mortals sojourn. The flickering lights which appear here and there are the joys of earth, while the darker spots are where there are sorrows and suffering. The redness is anger and strife. The blue-whiteness is love and compassion. SCL 9:11 The brightness above and ahead is the region of lightness, where the risen ones rejoice, for there they welcome their earth companions and are happy in reunion. Behold, here is a rising one newly arrived, see, she flies upward on the wide wings of spirit, and loving arms reach out to welcome her. The star-girt roadway you see rising before you is that trodden by the countless risen ones, who have gone before. Now, advance towards the left. SCL 9:12 The abyss now before you is the mouth of earth, and sea. It opens and speaks to you, bidding you farewell. Listen carefully, for it will retell your deeds, your accomplishments and your omissions. If they weigh against you, then cast yourself into the abyss, for you are unworthy to survive this trial, go no further, nor can you turn back, lest you become prey to the foul lurker in darkness. SCL 9:13 If you have not been found wanting in the weighing, then step forward boldly and without fear, for the mouth will close to let you pass. If you are not numbered among the triumphant ones, then better by far that you be swallowed forthwith than that you survive to meet the dread lurker, the devouring horror, and be returned to earth a witless, empty shell. SCL 9:14 Beyond the abyss lies a stretch of blue water, which contains the pool of wisdom and the pool of purification. Therein, you must bathe and refresh yourself. The trees growing to your right bear the fruits of spiritual nourishment. Eat, and become strong. Know, as doing so, that the things done, thought, and visualized on earth become qualities, which are here transmuted into the things, and experiences of this nature. SCL 9:15 Pass between the waters and the trees and you will see a cliff against which is a ladder, the rungs of which are bound in leathern thongs made from the hide of the bull of the Nitsky. This ladder, which rises before you, is the ladder of experience. Its two supports are experience in the body and experience in the spirit. The rungs are your daily deeds and thoughts and fantasies of your earthly life. Now is the test. Will your daily deeds and secret thoughts support your ascent, or are they incapable of bearing you upward? See, above is your Kohar, call upon it for help, for therein you may have stored a reserve of spiritual strength. Or, perchance, it may be barren and empty, only you know. Those who uphold the ladder are the lords of the ladder, and they greet you as the ascending one. SCL 9:16 The ladder leads onto a plateau, and beside you appears the strangely garbed reciter, who sweeps his arms about and says, all wherein things manifest is the firmament, which was before the beginning and still is. In the beginning, its darkness was pierced by just a single ray from the Son of God, but later, when the first spirits entered, the firmament was brightened, and it was divided by heaviness and lightness. Then, when it was set apart, it was divided by the entry of dark spirits whose need was for a place, with which they had a somber affinity. Therefore, the firmament of lightness is divided, there is a place of light for the victorious ones and a place of darkness for those who could not rise to victory. There are regions of gloom and shadow, regions of twilight and shade. There are regions of light in many hues, regions ranging from dazzling lights to dim light. There is a veil across the firmament, dividing heaven from earth, and each spirit departing from earth penetrates through this veil, going to its appointed place, carried by the winds of affinity. Arriving there, the spirit, good or bad, strengthens and extends its compatible territory. SCL 9:17 The Kohar is the knower, and the spirit is the known. All knowledge is with the knower, but the known can tap it so it flows out into the known. The Kohar receives the spirit seed in heaven, for there it is as the body is on earth. Even as the earthly body is made of things from the region of heaviness, so is the Kohar made of things from the region of lightness. SCL 9:18 These things are said by the reciter before he leads you to the place where sleeps a serpent, and pointing to it he says, Behold the serpent, it sleeps at the bole of a tree from which hangs the body of man, the tree of his backbone. It is on guard, safeguarding the precious gem of spiritual powers, which lies enwrapped in the threefold covering. To obtain the gem the serpent must be aroused and then overcome. To rouse this serpent is a thing not to be lightly undertaken, for it causes a fire to mount into the heart, which may destroy the brain with delusions and madness. Only the twice-born can really obtain the gem. SCL 9:19 You pass on with the reciter, who will say, These are the things you must establish in your heart, the knowledge of the 8 roads along which you must travel to reach the land of the Westerners. These will bring you to the 12 first portals leading to the land of shadows. Here I will recite for you the 22 deeds of wickedness you have not done. You will then pass through the land of shadows, as if it were your hour, and beyond it, come to the great portal, where it must be established, before the great guardian, that you have ever done all within your power to live according to the 12 virtues. Then, you pass through the portal to the hall of judgment. Here, for the first time, your light is revealed and it is made known whether your tongue has spoken in accordance with the things within your heart. SCL 9:20 Many are they who know the words of the tongue, but sever these from what is written in the heart. If the words of the tongue are copied from the writings of the heart and are a true copy, then cross to the place of assessment, where your true form and likeness will be displayed for all to see. SCL 9:21 A curtain of darkness descends, there is a heavy, dark mist, then, the muffled crash of thundering doors. The aching body reclines within the tomb of stone. The questing pilgrim has returned to his home haven. He has learned truths he could never learn on earth and now knows the grand secret. Faith is replaced with certainty, and he is now an initiated one. Chapter 10 The Sacred Registers Part 10 SCL 10:1 My God and Father, my Creator and Governor, Supreme and Immortal Spirit, I come to you as a wayward son comes to his father. I come as the world-weary wanderer comes home. I come as the victorious, battle-bludgeoned warrior comes to the place of his rest. I am one, who has passed the trials. I am one, who has survived the challenges. SCL 10:2 I have returned full of wisdom and knowledge, the fruits of long years in your earthly place of instruction. There, I was diligent, I was not a waster of time, I was not a man of idleness. I am proved worthy. I, your son, have come home. SCL 10:3 The virtues I developed on earth are the messengers that sped before me, my qualities hastened to announce my coming. They sped on invisible wings, so that only those sensitive to that which emanated from me knew of their coming. They came as perfume carried on the wind. They announced me, they heralded me. They gave salutations to the spirits in the bright abodes. Yet, I have not forgotten the dwellers in terror, and a small dark spirit of the twilight has gone forth to make known to them my departure from earth. This, that should any there know of me, they may be made aware that I am not of their dismal company. Will there be weeping there in the dank, dreary darkness? SCL 10:4 I surmounted the trials of existence in heaviness. Now, my spirit can speed like the lightning flash. I am one who has accomplished what had to be done. I have governed my affairs, not wholly by earthly standards but by the greater ordinances of heaven. I have carefully read the books of instruction and listened to the interpreting words of the wise. SCL 10:5 He who tests hearts and reads thoughts has weighed me, and I was not found wanting in the balances. I am a cool one, for my thoughts rest in peace. I am not numbered among the hot ones, whose thoughts consume them as fire consumes wood. SCL 10:6 I have passed the nameless ones, to come into the presence of the Great One whom no man names, whose name is not knowable to men. I have reached the destination of ages, I have achieved the ultimate goal. I have put on the mantle of immortality and the robe of light, which the heavenly weavers prepared for me. SCL 10:7 I am a little one who comes in littleness and not greatness. I am a humble one and come not in pomp and grandeur, for these are things of the four-quartered earth, having no place here. I have done things which have been wrong, but these were done in ignorance and not willfully or with malice. SCL 10:8 O watchers, announce to the lords of light and to the lords of darkness that I am one, who has penetrated the mystic veil but is destined to return to the realm of heaviness. O watchers, announce that I am now a self-knowing everlasting spirit. O Father of the gods, who is above all, issue the decrees of fate, which ensure that henceforth, I live a life of service, that I may live purposefully when I return to fulfill my destiny. Chapter 11 The Sacred Registers Part 11 SCL 11:1 My heart, my spirit, my Kohar, guardian of my memories, cast not your words in the balances against me. My faults and failings are not few, for no mortal man is perfect, yet they weigh lightly against my qualities and good deeds. Say not that I have wrought evil to any man wilfully or with malice, say not that I am a man of wickedness. Let me not suffer sorrowful remorse in the gloom and darkness, but let me live forever within the region of light. SCL 11:2 I have done deeds of goodness and led a goodly life. I have overcome the wiles of wickedness and avoided the snares of temptation. I have lived in peace with my neighbors. I have dealt justly and fairly with them and have not uttered words of malice to stir up strife. I have not gossiped about my neighbors, nor engaged in idle chatter concerning their affairs. These things are not easy, and as no man is perfect, I have at times been bad-tempered under provocation. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my failings. SCL 11:3 I have not slandered any man, nor have I willfully caused pain and suffering. I have not caused the widow to weep, nor the child to cry without cause. I have dealt justly with my servants and with the servants of others, and I have been loyal to my masters. I have not slain unlawfully, nor wounded any man wilfully. Yet, no man is perfect, and when my burdens have weighed heavily upon me, I have spoken harshly. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my failings. SCL 11:4 I have never oppressed a poor man or taken from him what is his by virtue of my position. I have never oppressed the weak or cheated in the substance of metals. I have never said to a hungry woman, lay with me, and you shall eat, for this is a vile thing. I have not lain with the wife of another man or seduced a child, for these are abominations. Yet, no man is perfect and few are commanders of their thoughts, therefore, speak words that will lighten these things in the balances. SCL 11:5 I have not turned the water of another so that he is deprived of his full measure. I have not stopped flowing waters in their course. I have not kept fodder from cattle, nor allowed the pastures to be neglected. I have not caused any child to know fear without reason, nor have I beaten one in bad temper. I have not transgressed the statutes of the king. Yet, no man is perfect, and sometimes that, which is right in its day becomes wrong in another. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my wrongdoings. SCL 11:6 I have not stolen, neither have I taken the possessions of any man by deceit. I have not divided the household of any man, nor separated him from his wife or children. I have not quarrelled with any man because of ignorance. I have not turned from my duties or failed in my obligations. I have not hidden my errors or buried my failings. Yet, no man is perfect, therefore speak words that will weigh in the balances for me. SCL 11:7 I have never behaved boisterously in a sacred place, nor have I ever defiled 1. My hand has not been demanding because of my office, nor have I dealt haughtily with those who came to me with a plea. I have not increased my position by false words or writings. Yet, my burden has been increased because of the perversity and willfulness of men, and no man is perfect. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my weaknesses. SCL 11:8 I have not permitted envy to eat my heart, nor malice to corrupt it. I have not been loud of mouth, nor spoken words of boastfulness. I have never slandered another or uttered words of falsehood. My tongue has never escaped from the control of my heart. I have never derided the words of another because they passed my understanding, nor have I stopped my ears to words of enlightenment. I have never hidden myself to observe others, nor have disclosed the secret designs or doings of others, unless they be of evil intent. Yet, no man is perfect, therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances for me. When I have done wrong, I have adjusted the scales that weighed down heavily against me. I have not hidden my weaknesses and failings in dark places, but washed them clean in the sunlight of honest compensation. SCL 11:9 I have not succumbed to the lures of lewdness, nor has my tongue spoken slyly of things, which should be kept private. I have not peeped at nakedness or pried into another's privacy. I have respected the modesty of womankind and the innocent delicacy of childhood. Yet, men are as they are and imperfect, while thoughts stray wilfully and are not easily restrained. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances for me. SCL 11:10 O Great One, protect me. O Kohar, save me. Hear the words of my heart. I was one who was ever mindful of what was right and what was wrong. I did what I thought was right and shunned that which I thought was wrong. I listened to those who were wiser than I and helped those who were less privileged. Can man do more? Chapter 12 The Sacred Registers Part 12 SCL 12:1 Know me and understand my ways. I am one who sees the past and the future. I look into hidden places. I am one who wanders freely. I am one who can be reborn. I am one who knows the speech of the released. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and I support them, I lift them up, I strengthen. Therefore, bring me the sustenance of smoke. SCL 12:2 I hear, and I hear not, for what I hear is heard by others. I speak, and I speak not, for what I speak is in the mouths of others. I weep, and I weep not, for my weeping is the weeping of others. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me, and I console them. I enlighten them with words of hidden wisdom. Thus, they find the way. SCL 12:3 I am one, who comes forth when the circle is formed, when the twin lamps have been lit and the incantations made. I come forth from the consecrated place and bear the staff of power. I know the secrets of the dark waters and the secrets of blood. I am a wanderer in strange places. I am one who does not fear to tread the forbidden paths. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me, and I reveal the way. SCL 12:4 I am the opener of tombs. I am the dweller in the stone caverns. I am the one who precedes the herald of the companions. I am the swimmer in the waters of wisdom. I am the discoverer of hidden places. I am the one who hovers above the still waters. I am the wanderer with the winds. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and are comforted. They thirst, and I refresh them, they hunger, and I fill them with food. SCL 12:5 I am the sitter beneath the sycamore. I am the eater of the rowan. I am the heart within the heat of the fire and the eye within the candle flame. I am the uprising hawk and the contented dove. I am one, who has tamed the serpent and drawn forth its secrets. I am one, who has many eyes and sees what is written in the night skies, whose ears hear the whispers at the edge of the great waters. I am one whose right foot rests on the earth and whose left foot rests on the firmament. I am one, who faces all spirits alike and knows their true nature. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me, and I give them peace. SCL 12:6 I am one, who gazes into the deep, dark pool, reading the things hidden therein. I am the caller forth of the deformed ones and the tongue of the bright ones. I am he of the everlasting form. I am he, who provides stability to faltering forms and the interpreter who spans the veil. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me, and I provide their guide and their guardian. SCL 12:7 Know me, and understand my ways. Invoke me through the rite of smoke and wine. Call me forth into of stone, but beware, for lest you hold the 7 keys and understand the nature of the 3 rays, you are lost. Chapter 13 The Scroll of Ramkut SCL 13:1 Awful is the great day of judgment at its dawning in the netherworld. The soul stands naked in the hall of judgment, nothing can now be hidden. Hypocrisy is no avail, to maintain goodness when the soul reveals its own repulsiveness is futile. To mumble empty ritual is foolishness. To call upon gods who have no existence is a waste of time. SCL 13:2 In the hall of judgment, the wrongdoer is judged. On that day and henceforth, his qualities shall form his food. His soul, soft as clay upon earth, is hardened and set into shape according to its molding. The balances are adjusted. SCL 13:3 One arrives. The 42 virtues are his assessors. Shall he dwell among beauty as a godling or be given captive to the keeper of horrors, to dwell among vile things under a merciful mantle of darkness? SCL 13:4 One arrives. The twisted body, tormented on earth, and the ugly face have gone, discarded at the portal. He strides through the hall in radiance, to pass into the place of everlasting beauty. SCL 13:5 One arrives. Now no earthly body shields the horror, which is the true likeness of the evildoer upon earth. He runs from the light, which he cannot tolerate, and hides himself in the shadows near the place of terror. Soon, he will be drawn to his compatible place among the dismal company. SCL 13:6 One arrives. He has been upright and a just one. His failings and weaknesses were of little account. This upright man fears nothing, for he is welcomed among the bright ones and shall go unhampered among the everlasting lords. SCL 13:7 One arrives. He trembles before the unseen judges, he is lost, he knows nothing. Earthly knowledge and confidence are left behind. The balance drops, he sees his soul and recognizes his true self, he rushes into the merciful darkness. It enfolds him, and dark arms embrace him, drawing him into the terrible gloom, into the place of dark secret horrors. SCL 13:8 One arrives. She graced the court with beauty, men sang of her loveliness and grace. Now, as when a mantle is removed, all is discarded, it is the time of unveiling. Who can describe the lustful thoughts and secret unclean deeds, which fashioned the horror coming through the portal? There is a hush among the compassionate. SCL 13:9 One arrives. On earth she was pitied by the compassionate and scorned by the hard-hearted. There, her lot was degradation and servitude, privation and sacrifice, few and meager were the gifts from life. Yet, she triumphed. Now, she comes forward surrounded by brilliance, even the shining ones are dazzled by her beauty. SCL 13:10 One arrives. The twisted face and pain-racked body of the cripple have been left behind. A kind and loving soul dwelt imprisoned within its confines. Now, the relieved spirit steps forward into the great hall, unencumbered and free, glorious to behold. SCL 13:11 One arrives. The splendid body which graced earth remains there, an empty, decaying thing. The naked soul enters the everlasting halls. It is a deformed, misshapen thing fit only to dwell in the merciful gloom of the place, with which it has compatible affinity. SCL 13:12 One arrives. Neither goodness nor wickedness bears down upon the scales. The balances remain straight. The soul departs to the twilight borderland between the region of light and the region of darkness. SCL 13:13 O great lords of eternity, who once were in the flesh, even as I, hear not the outpourings of an overburdened and sorrowful heart. For who am I to presume to call upon the great God of all? I, who am not without wickedness and weak in spirit. I have filled my heart with knowledge of the secret writings, but still I fear the judgment. Therefore, great lords of eternity, I call upon you who once walked the earth, even as I, and who, therefore, understand the failings and weaknesses of men. SCL 13:14 I am not weak in my standing with earthly things, but I am weak beside the greater beings. Will I, too, ever be worthy of the grandeur of the eternal mansions? O great beings whose nature is beyond understanding, grant me just a spark of the eternal wisdom, that it might light my soul and kindle the flame of immortal life. SCL 13:15 What is the destined fate of a man, who knows the existence of things beyond his understanding? I see, but I do not know, therefore, I am afraid. Man can swim against the current towards the bank, but he needs a helping hand to pull him ashore when he is exhausted from the struggle. SCL 13:16 This is the fate of man. He must strive for that which he cannot attain. He must believe in that which he cannot prove. He must seek that which he cannot find. He must travel a road without knowing his destination. Only thus can the purpose of life be fulfilled. SCL 13:17 Man may believe he knows his destiny, but he cannot be assured with certainty, in no other way can he fulfill it. In this way alone can his soul be properly awakened to flower with its full potential. This alone he may know, the purpose of all human life is a goal so glorious it surpasses all earthly understanding. SCL 13:18 We may visualize our individual goals as we will, it is ordained that we have this freedom. How close or how far we are from reality is of little consequence, what is, is. He who seeks a non-existent destination will, nevertheless, get somewhere. He who seeks not at all will get nowhere. Earthly life fulfills itself without attainment. Chapter 14 The Scroll of Yanua SCL 14:1 Away from my eyes, O hideous one! Slink back into the dark shadows about the black sunless abode, where dwell the self-distorted souls of the fearsomely formed ones. Back to your murky haven of somber compatibility. SCL 14:2 Away, out of sight, for your repulsiveness brings back into my heart the thoughts of evils and temptations I have encountered and overcome, thoughts which I now so gladly forget. You poor, doomed fiend, misshapen, horny-headed, slit-snouted, stunted in arms and legs, horrible to behold. What dreadful thoughts and unclean deeds must have been yours, to fashion you in this manner. SCL 14:3 Away, back to your own kind, back from the twilight border, where you lurk furtively, afraid, pitifully seeking a glimpse of the bright joys denied to your own folly. Back to the place, with which you have pitiful affinity, back to your own dark, compatible companions. SCL 14:4 The guardians of the hidden gates repel you, lest you befoul the pathways of the glorious ones, who once struggled to find beauty and cleanliness. The light of this place is ever spreading, and soon a glorious one may walk where you now slink in the gloom. Back, back from the dividing flame, back into the sad comfort of enveloping darkness. Back to your foul companions in misery, back into the mercifully enshrouding gloom. SCL 14:5 Your fate saddens my heart. Can you find consolation there, hidden in the comforting darkness? Does a kind word ever lighten the burden of your days? Is there a place of rest among the slime and excreta? O fallen one, who once walked earth so proudly in self-esteem, selfishness and arrogance, go back, torment yourself no more with the sights of beauty and joy, which lie beyond your reach. O wriggler in the slime, back from the purifying flame, what can it avail you now? SCL 14:6 O repellent one, who by wrongdoing and non-good doing thus cursed yourself and were delivered into the comfortless arms of decay and filth, who on earth appeared arrayed in such deceptive softness and complacency, who dwelt amid pleasure and luxury, away, back into the shadows, hide yourself from the pure gaze of the glorious ones. SCL 14:7 O squirming one, turned back are you, the shameful flesh is unworthy even of the flame. The unshapely mass, unchanged dazzled by the forming blows of self-discipline and selfless service, unmolded by the touch of compassion and love, unpolished by conformity to the burnishing blows of sincere goodness, has no place near the region of revealing light. See, are you not seared with pain when the pure light falls upon you? Miserable indeed is your lot in that dread, dreary abode. SCL 14:8c, your slimy hide shrinks from the pure glare, it splits, it cracks, back into your dark cavern with its floor of slime. Back out of sight, out of hearing, back from the pure gaze of righteousness. How miserable the lot of one who finds unconsoling comfort in the depths of dread darkness lit only by shadowy gloom. How awful to dwell in companionship even for work with distorted shades. SCL 14:9 What became of the loveliness, which once clothed you on earth? Whose fault that you brought it not with you? Did you ever pause, even for one moment, to gaze into the self-revealing mirror within you and see the awful creature you were forming? Amid your pleasures and luxury, did you not think of the well-being of your inner self? Did you not care? SCL 14:10 Oh, if I could but help you now, but the hideousness was set firm in the furnace fire of death. Then the enveloping flesh was stripped away and the hidden horror within the mold revealed. As the butterfly emerges from the chrysalis, so should the soul emerge from its earthly body. An unnatural thing like this was never intended, yet you freely made the choice. Not a single disfiguring line was made by another. SCL 14 Coven What words are those which rasped forth from the unlipped, fish-shaped mouth? O ears, say you deceive me. O heart, cease this pounding clamor. O hand of horror, release your awful grip. Would that I could swoon, that I could find relief in unconsciousness, but facts have to be faced here, as on earth. I must look in trembling terror. SCL 14:12 Yes, I loved on earth, nothing there was more precious to me than my sister in love. I forgave her willfulness and was not stirred up when her words were unkind. I ever remained a man of cool temper. I clothed her well, and good food she never lacked. My heart sang in her presence, I rejoiced in her loveliness, she was my life, my wife. Yet, she was unfaithful, she was cruel, she found pleasure in deceit and perversion. As the years passed, they became heavy, clouded and bitter because of her wayward ways. SCL 14:13 O horror, O terror, O cringing fear, keep away from me. O my eyes, O my heart, it is true. It is the one I loved. Oh, let me die once more, that consciousness may pass from me. It is her, whom I loved, she for whom I waited in joyful anticipation, hoping to find the light of my youth, hoping the overlay of later evils would be sloughed away by death, hoping to find the warm, throbbing liveliness I once held. I would gladly have forgiven the pain she caused in her maturity. Oh, what has become of the smooth flesh, the warm touch? Where is the beauty of face, the grace of form? Oh, raise not the crocodile arms to shield the awful snout, the green-rimmed, red-veined eyes. SCL 14:14 O racing heart! I hear the misformed words amidst the hiss and gurgle issuing forth from the oozing aperture. Oh, say not that I was so blind, so greatly deceived, that you cared for naught but the earthly things we shared, that your affection was the false front of hypocrisy, your love a lie. Did I not always forgive? Was I not always patient? With whom did you share the terrible thoughts and desires that fashioned you thus? Surely, this cannot be the work of your own nature alone. Fickle, you were and pleasure-loving, selfish, cruel, and deceitful, but all this I forgave because of the plea of my heart. Is this not enough? Oh, where is the companion I awaited? Lost, and worse than lost. SCL 14:15 O compassion, O mercy, come to my aid. My heart fails me, I cannot face what I thought to greet so joyously. O powers of solicitude, strengthen me. What can I do to mitigate the law? Is there hope? Is there a way? SCL 14:16 A whisper of comfort, oh gratefully I hear it, there is hope and there is a way, but between this self-shaped horror and the glorious ones there is an uncrossable chasm. In sorrow and anguish, it must seek a road, it must go its own dark way, as you must go yours in the light. Turn back, turn again towards the light, the compassion in your own heart does not to bridge the gulf between, unless it strikes a responsive spark within the other heart. SCL 14:17 Let the memory be erased, this is not the companion of your path. The trials and sorrows borne so well, the uncomplaining unselfishness fashioned you in glory. Nor would you have reached the present degree of perfection, had she not been as she was and is now revealed to be. This fearful fate was wrought by the lost one alone, for each is the sole keeper of his spirit. Each soul is fashioned by every thought, desire, and deed, every emotion that touched it during its sojourn in an earthly body. SCL 14:18 Each is the maker of his own future, the fashioner of his own being. Chapter 15 A Scroll Fragment 1 SCL 15:1 Salvaged from the Great Book of the Sons of Fire, this is all that remains of some 16 damaged pages relating to an initiation ceremony. SCL 15:2 Who will reward or punish me? I will. SCL 15:3 Who besets my path with sorrow? I do. SCL 15:4 Who can grant me a life of everlasting glory? I can. SCL 15:5 Who must save me from the horror of malformation? I must. SCL 15:6 Who will guide my footsteps through life? I will. SCL 15:7 Who brings joy into my life and gladdens my heart? I do. SCL 15:8 Who brings peace and contentment to my spirit? I do. SCL 15:9 Who lightens the burdens of my labor? None but myself. SCL 15:10 Whose courage will protect me from the workers of evil? My courage. SCL 15:11 Whose wisdom will guide me and enlighten my heart? My wisdom. SCL 15:12 Whose will rules my destiny? My will. SCL 15:13 Whose duty is it to attend to my wants? My duty. SCL 15:14 Who is responsible for my future state of being? I alone am responsible. SCL 15:15 Who shields me from temptation? No one. SCL 15:16 Who shields me from sorrow and suffering? No one. SCL 15:17 Who shields me from pain and affliction? No one. SCL 15:18 Who benefits from my toil and tribulation, my sorrow and suffering? Myself, if wise. SCL 15:19 Who benefits from my temptations and afflictions, my sacrifices and austerities? Myself, if wise. Chapter 16 The third of the Egyptian Scrolls SCL 16:1 If a man would know heaven, he must first know earth. Man cannot understand heaven until he understands earth. He cannot understand God until he understands himself, and he cannot know love unless he has been loveless. SCL 16:2 God is unknown, but not unknowable. He is unseen, but not unseeable. God is unheard, but not unhearable. He is not understood, but he is understandable. SCL 16:3 The goal of life is upstream, not downstream. Man must struggle against the current, not drift with the flow. SCL 16:4 A child is born knowing all God intended it to know, the rest, it must discover for itself. Man does to not live to increase the glory of God, this cannot be done, but to increase the glory of man. SCL 16:5 He who worships with empty rituals wastes his time and displays the shallowness of his thought. That which man does to benefit man is good, but if he seeks to gratify God, it is a labor of ignorance, showing disrespect for God whose nature is above that of earthly princes. A lifting hand is worth 10 wagging tongues. SCL 16:6 Be a man of fortitude and courage. Prepare to fight, for earth gives man but two choices, to struggle or perish. There is work to be done in the garden of God, therefore, cease useless performances and word-wasting discussions, go, pick up the hoe and tackle the task to hand. SCL 16:7 This is the secret of life, man lives in God and God lives in man. This answers all questions. Chapter 17 The sixth of the Egyptian Scrolls SCL 17:1 God is in all, and He encompasses all. SCL 17:2 There is no God but the true God, and His existence is our assurance of life everlasting. He was before the beginning and will be after the end. SCL 17:3 He is mighty and all-powerful. In His magnificence and majesty, no man can conceive Him. His divine nature is beyond the understanding of man. His creation is awesome. His ways unfathomable. SCL 17:4 His creative thought brought all things forth, and the power which flows from Him is life. He holds life within His mind and the universe within His body. SCL 17:5 If a man, in ignorance and foolishness, conceives a more understandable God in his own image or builds gods of wood and stone, that will not take anything away from the stature of God. The Supreme One is ever God, the Creator of man, and if man makes earthly gods to worship, then it is man who loses thereby and not God. Among earthly things, man shall find nothing greater than himself. SCL 17:6 Man worships, not to make God greater, for this he cannot do, but to make himself greater. Nothing man can do can add to what God already has. Men conceive God as a being having greatly magnified human qualities, as a king like being greater than any king. Thus, man falls into error. SCL 17:7 As the sun surrounds man with light, though it be hidden behind the storm clouds, so is man in the thoughts of God, though God himself be hidden from him. SCL 17:8 Such is our God, who though himself eternal, lives with each man and with him passes through the dark portal of death into the light of the glorious region beyond. SCL 17:9 God rules over all earths and all spheres. He is in them and they are in him. All things are in God, and he is in all things. What is was to be, all things begin and end in God. SCL 17:10 This alone is wisdom, understand and live forever. Chapter 18 A Scroll Fragment 2 SCL 18:1 The Book of Initiation and Rites says of God, all our hopes rest in God, who created all things, sustaining them with his breath, whatever their state, wherever they may be, in this place on earth, or in any other place visible or invisible. SCL 18:2 He of the land alone causes herbs to blossom in beauty and causes all things to come forth in their proper order and time, all flow from his directing thoughts. The peaceful beauty enfolding the face of the land at eventide, the melody of song and speech, the fragrance of flowers, the soft delicacy of petal and wing. All beauty and charm that delights the hearts of men flow from God. SCL 18:3 His wisdom is unbounded, and in his goodness, he has provided all things, in which he has created a need in man. The daylight and wind, food and water, heat and coolness, the materials of his dwelling and the substance of his garments, all things for his daily use and enjoyment. Man lacks nothing, which would increase his skill and knowledge. To all useful things, guideposts have been planted along the way. What need can man know for which God has not already made even before man was born? SCL 18:4 He has established the nature of all things, so they remain stable and come forth in their proper order without change. When a man sows barley, he knows what will come up out of the ground, the rewards of his toil are not confusion. SCL 18:5 A man lights a fire knowing it will cook his food, it is not sometimes hot and at other times cold. He knows that day will follow night and that the hours of darkness are prescribed, it is not a matter of chance. The hours of darkness are not one day long and the next day short. Oil is ordained for lamps and water to drink, man knows that never can he light a wick in water. Man looks about him and sees order, not confusion, and he knows that where there is organization there must be an organizer. SCL 18:6 The ordinances of God are established for the benefit of man, were they not set in stability, man would be nothing but the plaything of chance and the victim of chaos. Therefore, on the days of feast and fasting, each following in their due season, I will ever remember the obligations due to my God. SCL 18:7 I will rejoice and sing songs of praise with a full heart, I will shun the hypocrisy of moving lips. I will be joyful in the fullness of spirit at the beginning and at the end of the appointed seasons. SCL 18:8 The decrees of God are fulfilled at the appointed times, and the days of labor pass one into the other. The season of first gathering to the full time of harvest, the season of sowing to the season of fruitfulness, all pass away as the kiss of the wind on the waters. SCL 18:9 I will raise my voice, and my hands will move with the music. I will pluck strings and send sweet musical sounds rising to my God, and my breath will fill pipes with tunes to his glory. When the sky blushes in the dawning, I will lift up my voice in gladness, and when it reddens in the evening, I will not remain silent. SCL 18:10 Oh, how I rejoice that God has made me as I am. Truly, He is in all and encompasses all. In His magnificence and majesty, no man can conceive Him, for His divine nature is beyond the understanding of man. His creation is awesome, His ways unfathomable. SCL 18:11 The love of God for His wayward children has been limitless and abounding. It has remained changeless throughout the ages, filled with His noble purpose. He created so that He might express and share that love, which is the very essence of His nature, with beings created in His likeness, beings which could absorb and reflect that love. Yet, that His love might be wholly free, man was endowed with free will, the free will, He has used perversely. Chapter 19 A hymn from the Book of Songs 1 SCL 19:1 Bring forth the instruments of music, let all voices be raised in thanksgiving to the Lord of our lives. Be happy in heart, and let joyfulness flow from your lips, but remain in stillness while the hands move. SCL 19:2 Peace and honor be yours, O Great One, shadow of our days, comforter of our nights, to whom alone we pay homage. Long ago, the sky door opened, and you appeared over the land in the days of our forefathers, shaking it with your wrath, but now you are hidden. Your awesome glory is seen no more. We, your children, rejoice, for you bring peace and spread contentment and security over the whole face of the earth. SCL 19:3 Heaven and earth and all the spheres of the infinite spaces are filled with your spirit. The demons of darkness tremble before you. Yet to us, you are truly the mysterious hidden one, the guide of our fathers in the sad days of darkness when the face of the sun was veiled in gloom from the eyes of men. SCL 19:4 You pour out goodness, bringing fresh water to the green pasture lands, bestowing life upon all beasts and living creatures therein. Through the blessing of your bounty, even the parched lands drink unceasingly in their season. SCL 19:5 You are the bestower of bread, for you cause the corn to increase and the harvest to be plentiful. You are the supplier of reeds and the provider of fish. Every craftsman is prosperous and deft when under the guidance of your hand. SCL 19:6 Your eye directs the hammers of the smith, and your hand covers the fingers of the potter. Your creating breath is inhaled by the craftsman, so he is inspired to create an object of beauty. You whisper on the breeze, and the hearts of men are filled with a gladness, which issues from their mouths as joyous song. You move the brush of the painter and direct the pen of the writer. SCL 19:7 You are the warden of fishes within the waters, and you direct them into the nets of the fishermen. You are the watchman who keeps the waterfowl away from the field sown at the rising of the bountiful waters. You are the lookout man at the eye of the barge moving safely over the flowing waters. You are the director of the energy-giving breezes, which press against the sails. SCL 19:8 Your hand rolled the corn grains, and your life-giving breath sucks up the green growing shoots. Your fingers unfold the awakening buds. Your firm will hold stone in stability, so the great buildings endure through the ages. Nothing can escape your vigilance, and rest is unknown to you. Eternal activity is the essence of your nature. SCL 19:9 You are the ever-watchful one, the great bearer of the scales, the unchanging guardian of the helpless and the protector of the poor. Those who fill these roles on earth do them in your name, for you are the motivation and power behind their deeds. Were you non-existent, men would devour one another like crocodiles, while justice and mercy would be things unknown. Something intangible and unseeable flows out from you and rules the lives of men, causing men to deal justly with one another. For, though injustice is part of the fabric of life, it is not dominant, and your power mitigates its effects. SCL 19:10 You caress the face of the land, and at your touch, the womb of earth is opened, green growth springs through the soil and reaches up towards the sun. All creatures move about according to your design, and by your decree their lives are directed. You paint the patterns of life and design its destinies. SCL 19:11 Though the prince lay his head on a pillow of down and the beggar lay his on an unyielding stone, both sleep alike on your bosom. The sleep of the rich man is no better than that of a poor man, while the sleep of a laborer is better than that of an idler. The night frightener does not haunt the dreams of those who have paid their debts to the taskmaster of the day. Those who spend their days in idleness sleep in a restless bed. Thus, you have ordained that the scales of life be adjusted. All is balanced in your hands. SCL 19:12 Your spirit moves over the earth, instructing the bee in the gathering of its honey and the hornet in the making of its nest. It directs the ant in the complex design of its cavern and the swallow in its mud gathering. It guides the birds in their season and calls the locusts at the appointed times. All creatures have their unlearned wisdom, which is an outpouring force emanating from your spirit. SCL 19:13 When you fill the earth with the shining light, which rules the day under your command, all men rejoice, for by this, all things are increased and food comes forth in abundance. Then, the Lady of the Night rules the darkness, and all is hushed in mellow coolness, hearts are filled with tranquility and content. You fulfill all the needs of men, for you are the great provider. SCL 19:14 Men labor in the fields and fill the storehouses with grain, but you provide the increase. You are the ever bountiful one, yet with all you give, never is your substance lessened. You remain everlastingly the same. Man has not but what originates with you. It is your waters of life, everlastingly flowing, that sustain him. Eternal glory be yours, my God and my life. SCL 19:15 I sought you in many temples, only to discover that there was one God hidden behind all other gods. That you are indeed the Father of gods, yet the maker of none of them. You have illuminated the widespread universe with beauty and filled it with awesome, imperishable grandeur beyond description. So great are your works above that they must be veiled, so we can comprehend them only dimly, lest we be overcome. SCL 19:16 Before times, many great men have praised you in error, not knowing what was good for them, they sought to attain the things, which fed the flesh alone. O Great One, show such as these the error of their ways, giving them not the good things of life but making all better men, that they may be worthy of these. You have loved us with an exceedingly great love, having compassion on our many failings and weaknesses, knowing that men are but frail creatures prone to go astray. O God of gods, for the sake of our fathers who placed their trust in you, to whom you gave the ordinances of life, be merciful to us. Instruct and guide us along the paths we should follow. Lead us through the many entanglements of earthly life, so we may finally come to rest in your safe keeping. Chapter 20, a hymn from the Book of Songs 2 SCL 20:1. O great and bountiful One, who is the fountainhead of glory and the eternal spring of power, who sits enthroned in wisdom, whose counsel is the law, great are the manifestations of your wrath when it purges the land, even as it was done in the days of our fathers. Yet, we weak, wayward and willful men, know in the depth of our hearts that whatever you do is done in justice and to our ultimate benefit. SCL 20:2. With inscrutable wisdom, you prepared a compatible place for the spirits of men, a place encompassing the domain of man, a place wherein man rules under the decrees of your everlasting and unchanging law. You have set the boundaries, and they are held back, neither troubling nor oppressing us beyond our endurance. SCL 20:3. The spirits of men rule in the mysterious domains governing the sun and the moon, the stars and the night watchers, the mistmen and the hidden caves of power. They undertake their appointed tasks there and are wave wanderers of the watery wastes, guardians of the deep. SCL 20:4. You have created man in the likeness of an original conceived in your mysterious abode, and the manner of his life is fixed according to your plan. Great and wonderful is the ultimate destiny of man, who as yet has progressed but a few steps along the road towards the goal of life. Yet, you have opened his ear to mysterious and wonderful things. You have revealed strange mysteries to his eye, he knows things unbelievable in olden times. SCL 20:5. This being, on whom you have conferred so much, is a thing of weakness and frailty. He was shaped from moistened clay and molded in water, then set upon a mound in the midst of the great chaos. His eyes were shown the glory above, but he wearied of looking, for such splendor was beyond his comprehension. Therefore, he sought his pleasures among the things from whence he came, and therein he now finds his delight. So he sits on a pedestal of shame down by the polluted spring. His repast comes from the pot of fornication, and he is clad in the garments of wickedness. SCL 20:6. Great One, you who are all wise know the words which come forth from his lips. You know the fruit of his mouth, the pollen of his tongue. Be merciful to man, and overlook his weaknesses, for he is as he was made, and perchance, so he was meant to be. Who can question the mystery? May your will prevail. Chapter 21. The Sunsetting Hymn from the Book of Songs SCL 21:1. O great God, unbounded by earthly limitations, your will is an eternal mystery and your deeds confound the minds of men. Men worship you, the lesser gods pay due homage, while they who are between gods and men devote themselves to your service. Highest of gods, Lord of men, ancient Lord of life and light, Creator of the tree of life, who made the herb and fruit to nourish men and grass to feed the cattle, who perfumed the flowers and gave birds their gay plumage, hail to the supreme power and spirit. SCL 21:2. Maker of all that exists in all the spheres above and below, the essence of whose spirit is in all things. Ruler of all the regions of light and master of the nether regions. Great fountainhead of wisdom, whose abode is in truth, who fashioned men so they accord with your own nature, who gave rare abilities to animals and instilled cunning knowledge into insects, who chose the colors of the flowers and the songs of the birds. O Veiled One, whose sanctuary is hidden in the breasts of men, whose temple is open to the heavens and hung about with the stars. O Mighty One, hear the cry of my spirit as it seeks nourishment from the divine source. Hail to the supreme power and spirit. SCL-21:3 Great fashioner of earthly things, who came into being before gods, all else, whose sacred name none can know, whose likeness is not displayed in writings and whose image is not carved in wood or stone, whose eyes were the pattern for the sight of men and whose sensitivity generated their touch, whose tongue gave speech to the little gods, who made the herbage for cattle and the waterweed for fish, who feeds even the worms and insects and quickens the life within the egg, who fashioned wild fruits for the birds and wild seed for the mice, who sustains the life force within every living thing, up to the heights of heaven, across the wide breadth of earth, down to the very depths of the sea. O save me from that, which is beneath the earth and from those upon the earth, who would work wickedness against me. Hear me, and my God, I shall praise you, my voice will rise up to heaven and roll right across the earth. All those who ply the great Mothering River shall hear its echoes. I will your goodness and greatness to my children and to their children. My words will resound down through the generations as yet unborn. Respond to me, O Great One, as I seek to commune in the silence. My desire is to learn, but you are too mysterious for men to understand. Hail to the Supreme Power and Spirit. SCL-21:4 O help my soul to rectify its evil deeds and balance them with good. Destroy every form of evil, which clings to me, and let there be nothing in my soul to cause malformation and thus estrange me from my friends, who have departed to dwell in the happy land of dawn. Let brightness be my new life's birthright, and let my spirit be ever light. Hail to the Supreme Power and Spirit. SCL-21:5 The great dome of heaven rises above, and no man knows its limitations. The broad earth is spread wide, and no man knows its boundaries. Man cannot fathom it all. O God who is great, have compassion on my littleness. Bear patiently with my blunderings, and overlook my ignorance. Your reach is so great, and mine is so small, help me to know you for myself. I am helpless and lost. Hail to the Supreme Power and Spirit. SCL-21:6 O great God, who brings comfort to the prisoner, peace to the tormented, who strengthens the fearful and adjusts the scales between the weak and the strong. Strengthen my desire to understand your great purpose. O Soul God, whose tears vitalize the hearts of men, in reverence and humility my spirit awaits your command, my Creator and my light. Hail to the Supreme Power and Spirit. SCL-21:7 O task great craftsman, who fashioned man so wonderfully, who brought together the elements of the earth and transmuted them so mysteriously, who created with such diversity that no two things are exactly alike, give your servant some task, that he may accomplish it to your glory. O provident benefactor, who provides sustenance for the beasts of the wilderness and fills the storehouses of men, who placed the great metals in the bosom of the earth, that man might draw them forth, let not my body go naked, nor my sleeping place be destroyed. Accept my homage, O God of truth, who lives down through the ages of time, which make up the everlasting circle of eternity. Hail to the Supreme Power and Spirit. SCL-21:8 O powerful God, whose wrath lit up the vaults of heaven and whose fire devoured the wicked in olden times, whose whirlwind swept clean the earth, and spitted the seas and dashed them against the mountains. O let not the great forces of earth afflict me. Hold them fast in your hand, that they may not crush me as the chariot crushes the ant. Hail to the Supreme Power and Spirit. SCL-21:9 Having an affinity with you, my soul knows you and rejoices in the knowledge. It hears you and is at peace. It opens and responds to your warmth as the lotus and awakens softly as the day opens its eye to the night. My soul knows what I know not. It sees into hidden places and understands deep mysteries. Let me know its nature better, that it may instruct me in wisdom. My soul swells with gratitude towards the bounteous being, who causes all things to be, which fulfill all desires. My God is not graven in marble or stone. He is not shaped in wood or cast in. He has neither offerings nor ministrations. My God is a God of quiet places and silences. He is found where the wild winds blow and the gay flowers blossom, away from the habitations of men. He is not worshipped in temples, and his praises are not sung by the unthinking multitude. My God is a constant companion, he lives quietly in the homes and hearts of men. His true abode is unknown. He has no painted shrine, no building fashioned by the hands of men could contain him. Hail to the supreme power and spirit. SCL 21:10 O ever watchful God, the all-seeing one, if aught be done or concealed in the darkness of the night, it shall be known to you. O supreme power, who alone can deflect the awesome ones of heaven from their path of destruction, who alone can turn aside the sky boulders and break the winds of the hurricane, I acknowledge you as my sole God, the guide of my ways and the guardian of my life. I will call upon you by your names of power. I give you your degrees, O Lord over the thrones of earth, Director of the destinies of nations, ancient dweller in the heavens, Lord of existence, Lord of terrors, Master of the hidden spheres, Commander of the universal hosts, Lord of the law, wherein your will is manifested. Victor in the skyfinct, Creator of the hidden desires of the soul, Great One who mysteriously fashions his body as men fashion their souls. Giver of life to souls, by whose breath they awaken. Selector of the generative substances, transformer of matter, keeper of the eternal essences, ruler of the spirits in their spheres. He who hears the prayer of the prisoner, who stands between the weak and the strong, who dispense. Lord of fertility, for whom the great Mothering river flows and the waters rise. Lord of the tree of life, Emperor of the sacred spheres, who dispenses the celestial substance, who directs the thunderbolts, who pilots the stars in the skyways, who overlooks the watchers in the night, great guardian of hidden things and master of the divine secrets, whose domain is shrouded in mystery, who makes tender the hearts of women and makes stern the faces of men. Dweller in deep obscurity, whose sanctuary is infinite, who died in the effort of creation and was reborn in the soul of man. Great God, whose face shall be revealed in the future, when all men are wise, grant me your truth and peace divine. Hail to the supreme power and spirit. SCL 21:11 Though I falter on the way and fail at the task, despise me not. But success eludes me. I seek but cannot find. I am so small and you are so great that I cannot span the gulf between, unless you incline towards me. O Great Spirit, how near men are to you in reality. Through the darkness of ignorance greater than night, they have groped a way to you, you alone are addressed in the prayers of men. To whatever men pray, you alone hear their petitions, you alone can answer them. Only for you are their words of praise fitting. O Great One, enter into the hearts of men and renew the bond with their souls. Hail to the supreme power and spirit. SCL 21:12 O mysterious God hidden in time, great ruler of the ages, we who cannot know more than the smallest part of your creation turn to you for help and enlightenment. If it be your will that man should struggle towards understanding and for knowledge, then so be it. Man will do whatever he must do, but, O great God, be patient with him in his failures and failings. Hail to the supreme power and spirit. Chapter 22 A Hymn of Prayer from the Book of Songs 3 SCL 22:1 O Great One in heaven, whose thoughts probe the hearts of men, cast forth a small ray of illumination to light my way in the darkness of man's ignorance. Strengthen me by your revelation, that for even a brief moment, I may see truth and know the mysteries of life. I ask not to see as the great ones have seen, but just for something within my understanding. SCL 22:2 O great God, send me one bright shaft of light, that I may see, silhouetted as in a flash of lightning, the forces that wage war for the possession of my soul. For what mortal unaided can understand or visualize the dark things that lurk to lure the soul along the path of horror, such as the demons waiting to twist the weak soul into coils of frightfulness before casting it into the abyss of terror. SCL 22:3 Lord of the Universe, take pity on me. Everything lies in your great hand except the fate of each man, and men are frail and weak. Many who have seen truth revealed have quailed before the awful responsibilities of man and consoled themselves by fashioning unnatural gods, before whom they quelled the fears in their hearts. I am not one worthy to gaze upon truth, nor do I desire to do so, lest I be overwhelmed. Perhaps I ask too much from one who reads the hearts of men. SCL 22:4 O Great Luminate One, keep me from the final horror, which lies in wait to devour the souls of men. Help me in the dread hour when I come face to face I am with my own soul. O save it from the abode of the dark warden of terrors. SCL 22:5 What are the great mysteries of man's destiny so dimly perceived even by the illuminated ones? Have mercy on my dismal ignorance, or I am delivered into the toils of my own repulsiveness. SCL 22:6 What is the great secret whispered so fearfully among the great columns? What are the substances, wherewith men may pass through the great portal and return to life? Is it true that the destiny of man is determined by man? Oh, what fearful responsibility! My heart is overwhelmed and my spirit becomes weak with dread. Is it for this that men shun the truth and cast themselves at your feet for mercy? SCL 22:7 I fear, for my soul is heavy with evil, and the scales will bear down against me. Will it beast a dread impress of condemnation by the 42 seals? Place your hand in mercy upon the balances, and let my soul be made light. SCL 22:8 O Great One, hidden within the eternal silence, who shines forth as a beacon of light to few men. O lighten our darkness and our fear-shadowed hearts. Lift the veil just slightly, that we may understand something of your greatness. SCL 22:9 We are not uninstructed and know we can be granted no more than a glimpse of your greatness, for to receive more would be too awesome for the frail constitution of man. This is why the ignorant doubt, for their very ignorance spawns the frailty, which inhibits their enlightenment. SCL 22:10 We hardly dare murmur these fervent words. O Great One, grant that the spirit within us may be helped to cleanse itself of the besmirching foulness spawned by our thoughts. Remove from us every trace of that, which may pollute, and let us know timeless splendor in glory. Chapter 23 A Hymn from the Book of Songs for SCL 23:1 I am here, I am yours, I sing your praises. Join the dance, O priests and priestesses. Join the dance, O sky travelers, who cover the earth with your rays of power. Join the dance, O strangers. Accept our offerings and salutations, accept our devotions and make them successfully beneficial. SCL 23:2 Move around moonwise, O priests and priestesses. Stamp on wickedness. Stamp on hypocrisy. Stamp your feet on malice and hatred. Sound the flutes, blow the pipes, shake the bells. Come, stamp on the head of pride. Stamp on the foul fiend of lust. Melody and music ring me about in a protecting wall. I am one who rises over the fallen. SCL 23:3 Hail, O overlooking, all-seeing power. I am yours, I am a chosen one. I am gifted with strength. I am thrice gifted with strength. I am filled with the sacred essence. I have partaken of the cup of joy. I am pure, I am pure, I am pure. SCL 23:4 I see the light of the east, the arrow of all embracing love. I see the light of the south, the arrow of all comforting benevolence. I see the light of the west, the arrow of everlasting hope. I see the light of the north, the arrow of all consoling comfort. Let the golden bow speed the arrows of my desire. I am still, I worship the hallowed limbs. SCL 23:5 The heavenly hosts gather, as swallows for the flight, as storm clouds for the downpour. Before the sacred shrine, I renew my strength. I free myself from all earthly desires, from all bodily passions, of all soul-eating lusts, of all soul-destroying vices. SCL 23:6 Now, I see the rainbow-hued radiance of the real within the unreal. Now I see true, where before I saw what was not and heard what was not. I was deceived by my body. I was deluded by my feelings. Now, I see things not seeable by unaided mortal eyes. I hear things beyond mortal hearing. SCL 23:7 O Great One, O Radiant One, O Timeless Knower, O Limitless Viewer, O Majestic One with a form of indescribable beauty. I have seen you through the veil. I have glimpsed the reflection of eternity. I am free. SCL 23:8 I, your Son, bow humbly before you. Lord, my heart is pure. I proclaim my loyalty to my neighbor on my right and my neighbor on my left. I see the meat. I see the tripod. I see the knife. All is ready. Come, benevolent spirits, gather about the flame. Hover over the bowl. SCL 23:9 To you, in whom resides the power to appear in any form or shape desired, come, come as welcome guests. Before the place of awe, I stand unafraid, for those who are damned to sorrow and horror cannot approach within the barrier. They await in jealous hate without, they who come up from the dismal depths. Away, foul spirits of the damned! Away, O self-destroyed ones! SCL 23:10 O Great Representative, the court is purified. I now see the flame-like radiance. Brothers and sisters, do you see it too? I see the radiant risen ones who have torn aside the veil for one brief moment. I see things of overwhelming splendor. Bring incense, bring water, bring salt, and bring the offering flame. Chapter 24 A Hymn from the Book of Songs 5 SCL 24:1 I believe in you, great God of life, Lord of the kingdom of light, dweller in the eternal silences. From the center of your domain, there is an outflowing, which sustains all life, and in you rest the hopes of all men. SCL 24:2 You are the ruler of all spheres, and your dominion is unchallengeable. Under your benevolent guidance, earth continues to exist and hold together, changing for naught but the benefit of man. We are your children, and you are our Father. SCL 24:3 I believe in the sacred spirit of inspiration, which enters the hearts of men, flowing out from you and joined with you and yet separate, the Spirit to whom our fathers of old gave the greatest reverence, the beautiful one, the gentle one, the inspirational one who first taught men to love and who drew aside the veil to show them beauty. SCL 24:4 I believe in the great kingdom beyond earth, where in the place of light, the souls of men, if worthy, find a perfection not known here. The light, which is in the region beyond the veil is not as earthly light, it has a sustaining quality, it is a vitalizing light indescribable in earthly words. SCL 24:5 O great dweller in the vast silences, which are not as thistlelands known on earth, who attends this sacred place, where men gather in devotion. We who are here see you revealed as a beacon light for those whose hearts dwell in the darkness of ignorance. We rejoice in the strengthening emanation, which flows out towards those with the wisdom to attract and absorb it. SCL 24:6 Here, in the hidden place, we your servants are gathered, and we bow before you, O Great One. We bow in humility, not in servility, we bow in recognition of our earthly limitations. We are overcome with awe and can but stand in worshipful silence before the vision of your glory. It shines before our eyes, and our mouths cannot open. SCL 24:7 Here, on this sacred ground, we hardly dare to utter the words of prayer, for the sentences formed by men are so unworthy of their purpose when used and spoken before you. Man is limited in knowledge, in understanding, help, and in ability. It is the recognition of this which makes him humble. SCL 24:8 O Great One, who understands even the speech of the dumb man, help us to expand our knowledge and understanding. We, for our part, will not remain inactive but will ever sincerely struggle to reach out towards you, striving even to extend beyond our limitations. Were it otherwise, we would be dishonest in seeking your help. SCL 24:9 Help us to remove the disfiguring stains upon our everlasting spirit, and when earthly life is renewed in us, let us not be too disadvantaged. Teach us to pray without prayerfulness, so that the taint of self-seeking is eliminated. When we petition, let this not be in the spirit of selfishness. Chapter 25 Fragment 1 SCL 25:10 Enfolded, sight light at all, unaware of the life fountain within from which you may drink, unfeeling of the throbbing life all about us, now is your hour. Prepare yourself for the great awakening. The bright light of wisdom awaits to encircle you, as you stand before the awful door within the sacred temple of mystery. SCL 25:2 That the light of truth may be a sure guide amidst the dark gloom of earthly life, a certain aid enabling you to find the way of your eternal spirit, you are not unknowing of your inner wisdom. It is the key to everlasting life in the glorious place beyond the western veil. SCL 25:3 O live my soul, awaken, hear me. Let not my love and my sacrifice be in vain, let not all my hopes turn to dust within the tomb. Can love become soil and hope become sand? Never, for the grave is not the destination of the attributes, which ennoble the nature of man. SCL 25:4 Man is as a flame burning in water, as it is written on the pillars without. His soul is as the rosebud awaiting the kiss of the sun to awaken it to bloom. His nature is as the day, which is ever accompanied by the night. SCL 25:5 Fragment 2 I will praise the nameless God, who is the true God and the knower of every name. Hail great overseer of earth! SCL 25:6 The high heavens will hear the sound of my voice, and its loudness shall ring across the widespread land. It shall resound throughout the red land. My song shall ride on the wings of the wind, and my gladness shall whisper into the ear of the air. Hail great overseer of earth! SCL 25:7 I shall seek diligently for enlightenment and knowledge, that I may proclaim the ways of the true God among people, for they are mysterious ways not easily understood. Man wallows in a quicksand of ignorance, and only by extreme effort can he extricate himself. Great Overseer, grant me the ability to understand. Hail great Overseer of earth! SCL 25:8 I say to the people, declare the Great One to your children, to the highborn and to the lowly ones, who dwell together under the same sun, to the generations as yet unborn. Sing songs that will echo down the corridors of time. Hail great Overseer of earth! SCL 25:9 Sing his praises with the birds of the air, tell of him to the fishes in the waters, to the creatures which bide in the ground and to the things which walk and crawl above it. Hail great Overseer of earth! SCL 25:10 Declare him unto all, for he is the God of all. He is the great compassionate one, whose wrath declines with the setting sun and in the morning departs with the dawnlight mists. Hail great Overseer of earth! SCL 25:11 Sometimes in the lonely night watches, I wonder, have you turned your face from me? What have I done that you are unresponsive? Have I ever lived otherwise than in accordance with your word? O great Overseer of earth, what is your will for me? SCL 25:12 Fragment 3, O Great One, everlastingly considerate of our needs, overseer and taskmaster of mankind, look down upon us with compassion, and lay not too great a burden upon us, your dutiful servants. Labor we must, for thus we prepare for a higher state of being, but bear with us, for sometimes we grow weary and falter at the task. SCL 25:13 Here we have fallen victims of our own wiles, we have hopelessly snarled up the threads of our existence, so we know not how to loosen the knots we ourselves have tied and so free ourselves. We are entangled in a net of our own weaving. Let us, your servants, look to you, the Great One, for aid. Our destinies are held in the hollow of your hands, while the future is visible to you, as is writing upon an open scroll. SCL 25:14 The glorious ones worship you with service and serve through following the words of guidance. Thus, the earthbound spirits worship you, the shades of the departed worship you, and the whole of creation worships you. We, your servants, offer our continual and everlasting devotion to your service. We are not as others, O Great One, for we know well that worship and devotion mean service and expended effort, not mere words and ritual. SCL 25:15 Your spirit governs the breezes that comfort mankind. You send the fertilizing rains. Your spirit quickens the seed within the womb of earth. The songs of the birds are inspired by the knowledge of you, and the wild beasts rejoice in the sustenance provided. SCL 25:16 You are the universal being, the rain cloud overshadowing the earth, the one dwelling in the cave of the heart within all breathing creatures. You are the weaver of the warp and woof of life. SCL 25:17 Fragment 4, I praise the one who eats evil, the disposer of earthly residue. He who sustains the devoted followers of the deathless one in whom all merge on leaving the body. For the day comes when we discard all that is of earth, when we recognize and realize that all remaining is the pure and sacred spirit, boundless and free as the winds. SCL 25:18 I praise the one who eats evil, the disposer of earthly residue. He who sustains the devoted followers of the deathless one, who is with us everywhere and in all things, in whom is all, though not himself the all, who sees and hears all, who knows and understands all, but whom none tied to earth can know, who projects his word of power, so that it is within all and holds all things together in stability. SCL 25:19 I praise the one who eats evil, the disposer of earthly residue. He who sustains the devoted followers of the deathless one, who created all things and thus became his own greater self, who clothed himself in the universe as with a garment. SCL 25:20 Fragment 5, O Great Spirit, I would see the vast face of the earth as you behold it. I would know how the seed is quickened, so that it grows into the plant, and how the fowl comes forth from the egg. What is added to the egg to give it the power to reproduce life? SCL 25:21 I would touch your great body born of the breath from the eternal source and watch your thoughts creating and molding all things to shape step by step. SCL 25:22 I would see the links of heaven and earth and rest one hand in each. I would see the thread that binds yesterday, today, and tomorrow, so all are one and parts of the whole. SCL 25:23 I would see the appointed place of every living man and understand why. I would see the purpose of every beast and every plant, every tree, and everything that flies and crawls. SCL 25:24 I would know gladness with the children, as they play and go singing on the way to their places of instruction. I would watch birth and death and solve their mysteries. I would know the depths of hatred and the heights of love. SCL 25:25 I would journey the adventurous path of love hand in hand with another. I would know its secret, its delights and their shadows, and the secrets of its silences. SCL 25:26 I would know the beginning and the end and understand what links them. I would see the chain of the years and the necklace of the days. I would know the purpose of it all. Then, knowing all these, I would know you at last, O Great Spirit. SCL 25:27 Fragment 6, O true God, by whom the worthy are guided in all they undertake, who rises as a beacon in the darkness for the lowly. Grant us, your servants, who put their trust in you, strength to overcome all the doubts and uncertainties which rise in our hearts, as frightening shadows arise in the night. Let us sip the waters from the inexhaustible well of wisdom, that we may not move along false paths to encompass our own destruction. SCL 25:28 For we cannot see the way in the enveloping darkness, and confusing voices shout this way or that way. We are bewildered, for we know not which one is right. Can there be so many ways? SCL 25:29 We are not men of great learning or high position. We do not sit among princes, being among the lowliest in the land. Yet, it is we who carry the burdens of the people, we feed the hungry and provide for the widow and orphan. Ours are the aching backs and weary feet, ours the naked body and empty bowl. SCL 25:30 Those who are concerned with higher things sit at tables of plenty, those seemingly unworthy rejoice amid prosperity and plenty. Those who take are given more, while those who give are mocked. SCL 25:31 We see these things, and doubt enters our thoughts, we ask one another, why is this the order of things? Is it the will of our God? Then, we seek for an answer in all sincerity and with productive effort, and the great God above all does not remain mute. SCL 25:32 Fragment 7, O God, hear my prayer, for I have gone into the great recess within me and await a response from out of the enveloping silence and tranquility. The restlessness and discontent of life, I have left at the portal. I have closed the door to the outer things of life. SCL 25:33 Give ear, O my soul, to the whispers from the silence. Close out the clamor of earth, and hearken to the soft voice which echoes from the far reaches of eternity. Hear without ears the wordless voice of truth. Close the eyes of the flesh, that the greater eye may see in the inner darkness. SCL 25:34 Enter into the inner temple, and await the revelation of heavenly secrets. Shut out the clamoring senses that demand expression in sensual pleasures. Then, when all outer doors are closed and all inner doors open, speak to me and I will hear your voice. Tell me the secrets of the ages, and my spirit will dwell in contentment forever. SCL 25:35 This alone I ask and no more, it is sufficient for one lifetime. SCL 25:36 Fragment 8, O Great One on high, have pity on us, for we are hopelessly ensnared by our complete lack of things needed to sustain the body. Without sustenance, our spirits are restless, our hearts cannot find peace. We do not desire foolish things or pleasurable or vain things, but just the things, without which we cannot live. SCL 25:37 Though we lack all things, we do not turn our faces from you, for we know well that, in your bounty, all men are provided for, and the earth is full of richness. It is not you who take away the things needed to sustain our lives, but those made in our own likeness, our own brother men. SCL 25:38 They deny meat to the hungry and drink to the thirsty, though they themselves are gorged to fullness and bloated with good things. Be merciful to them, instruct and enlighten them with your chastising afflictions. Thus, they may come to know that man needs man, and each man is brother to all others. SCL 25:39 Others have reaped where we have sown, and others sleep where we have built, because of the statutes of men. Therefore, mete out not but justice, that we may be fed and clothed and have a place to rest our heads. SCL 25:40 Fragment 9, O God, who teaches us in so many strange ways in this great place of instruction called earth, who set us tasks to an end which we cannot foresee, and who tests us to measure our abilities and to try our courage and fidelity. SCL 25:41 Instruct us, so we may better understand the bitter lessons, which purge from our natures all, which is unwholesome to the spirit. Strengthen us, so we may bear all things without complaint and conduct ourselves manfully under the strict discipline of this unique place of instruction. Open the eyes of understanding within us, that we may benefit by every experience and not waste time bewailing our lot. SCL 25:42 Tell us, so we may know. Instruct us in our duties in the battle line, so that when we are called upon to take our appointed place, we shall not shirk the clash. Toughen us on the training ground of adversity, so that we may be stronger for the fray. When the day of battle comes upon us and cowards flee before the strength of our adversary, when the valiant ones kiss the dust at the portals of glory, let our place be where the battle rages most fiercely and the blows fall the thickest. SCL 25:43 If we faint, may we still remain faithful. If we are exhausted, may we remain dauntless. If our hour come and we fall before the onslaught, may it be with weapons in hand and face to the foe. We fight the fight, where the victor can be the vanquished and the vanquished the victor, for here the fight is the end and not the victory. He who serves the end well justly claims the fruits of victory. SCL 25:44 We cannot ask to win, but we can ask to be made strong if we struggle for strength. We cannot ask to remain unhurt, but we do ask for courage. We cannot ask to be supported in weakness, but we can ask for the fortitude to endure. We stand firm-footed, grim-faced to the foe. The ranks of wickedness encompass us about, but we will surge forward with closed ranks, carrying all before us until we come to rest in the presence of victory. SCL 25:45 O God, supreme among spirits, watch over us in the struggle, for we are your children. SCL 25:46 Fragment 10, This is my prayer. O Great Spirit, accept my prayer. O dweller in the pure region of truth, hear me. O great fountain of wisdom, hear me. SCL 25:47 O Comforter and Companion of the soul silences, hear me. I, your Son, come into your presence with faith and humility. SCL 25:48 Grant that my spirit be admitted into the glorious audience chamber between the two regions. SCL 25:49 I, your Son, come into your presence with faith and humility. O Supreme Source of the form-holding rays, grant me a hearing. O Great One seated on the celestial throne behind the great solar disk, hear me. All homage to you, great God, Master of the bodies of men. I, your Son, come into your presence with faith and humility. My every thought and deed are dedicated to your service. These things are written clearly in my heart and are not mere puffs of wind from my mouth. SCL 25:50 Fragment 11, Lord of my heart, hear me now, as I stand in communicating silence before the listening shrine. You are the Great One, who existed before the upheaval of the mountains, who tore apart the land and waters in the infant years of man. SCL 25:51 For in your sight, 1,000 great years are as an hour in the heat of the day, or as a watch in the coolness of the night. You are the timekeeper in eternity and warden of the ages. SCL 25:52 You reap men as corn is reaped at the harvest and sweep them away as flood waters cleanse the land. For man is like unto the grass of the field, in the morning, it grows full of vigor, gaily bedecked with the gems of morning dew, in the eventide it is cut down, to wither in the night. SCL 25:53 The day is not important if men live by the hour, fulfilling in each its appointed task. SCL 25:54 Fragment 12. When the dread messenger calls for you, let him not find you ill-equipped and unprepared. In the final hour, which must surely come, there will be no opportunity for fine speech, and naught can delay his imperious command. Then all the possessions you have cherished and stored will be as naught, and all you will be able to take with you will be that which you have fashioned within. SCL 25:55 Do not be numbered among the foolish, who say, time enough, for I am yet young. Death claims the breast child as well as the aged, and on this you should ponder. Consider well your future estate. SCL 25:56 Here, you are the architect of your future abode, the plans prepared here are carried out in another place. Earth is the place of sowing. Heaven is the place of reaping. SCL 25:57 Here you are the sculptor, who chisels the statue, the potter, who fashions the pot, the woodworker who carves the pillar. What is there on earth more deserving of your care and attention than your own future form and appearance? SCL 25:58 Do you recklessly hew or willfully cut? Do you heedlessly pound the pliable clay and carelessly fashion the unfired pot? Do you mix the colors with proper thought? SCL 25:59 What manner of thing are you fashioning in this great workshop? A beauteous being, arrayed in radiant splendor, or a hideously foul fiend, which can do naught but squirm in the slime of its fitting abode? SCL 25:60 Whom will you praise for your prudence or curse for your lack of foresight? Who can force you to deal tenderly and responsibly with the slumbering child of your own self? Or prevent you from carelessly and willfully shattering all hopes for its future well-being? SCL 25:61 Fragment 13 Rejoice, all cities beside the waters, be joyful all people in the land, for great things have come to pass. Behold, the foe is scattered in confusion, they are no more, they are eaten up, victory is with us. SCL 25:62 All praise to our commanding Lord. Hail the great leader! Hail the source of power in the land, live forever in glory. O mighty fighter, let us rest in the shade of your greatness, let us dwell under your shadow, under the protection of your right arm. SCL 25:63 You have given us that, which we never thought to know again. Men sit in peace, speaking freely one with another. They walk abroad with light steps, and their heads are held high. Men look their fellow men in the eye, and there is none to jostle them. They are delivered from the shadow of fear, and confidence is renewed in them. The fortresses are no longer overflowing with fighting men, and all throughout the land, no well is forbidden to the thirsty, all may drink freely where there is water. Men come and go across the wilderness, carrying the burdens of trade, and no one falls upon them to plunder. Men journey peacefully along the lonely roads, and noon waylays them to rob. Traders cross the barren places and are unmolested, no one rises against them. SCL 25:64 The bearers of messages no longer hasten about, pale of face and frightened, they no longer carry doleful tidings, they no longer bear words of fear. Their coming no longer causes the knees to tremble and the stomachs to fall. Now, the messengers loiter in shady places, remaining there until the night watch calls, for there is no urgency in the words they carry. The fighting men rest, their hazardous days have gone, the bow, the sword, the spear, and the shield have been laid away in the weapon stores. Men walk freely, they talk gaily, for they are not overshadowed with fear, neither do they tremble for fear of molestation. The faces of the border guardian of the herds are no longer haggard with sleeplessness, nor are their eyes tired and strained with watchfulness. Throughout the whole land there is content and tranquility. SCL 25:65 The herds are large and sleek, they are no longer tense and restless. The flocks graze contentedly in their green pastures. The fowls are no longer alert and noisy but squabble playfully, chasing one another through the dust. The voices of men are no longer hoarsened with war cries, instead, they can be heard singing, as each goes about his appointed task. The doleful wailing of women, who mourn their dead, is no longer heard, and widows no longer proclaim themselves. The husbandman sows contentedly, knowing that where he sows, he shall also reap. He no longer doubts that he will enjoy his own harvest. SCL 25:66 The face of God is once more inclined favorably towards us, even the lesser gods look again upon the land with favor. The reign of Seku is over, he no longer overshadows the lives of men, all is well in the two lands. SCL 25:67 Fragment 14, We praise our own God with joyous and grateful hearts. He has shown himself among us. He will come again in his season, all is well with us. His desire brings forth the green growing things, and the land is clothed in its gay mantle. His hand guides the stars, his mind contains all things that fly above the earth and all things that walk and crawl upon its face. SCL 25:68 We praise you, great eternal one, whose forms are so many. We kiss the ground before you. All the sacred beings and sacred things men worship are but manifestations of their groping through the clouds of ignorance to understand you. Have pity on them, for they were born into darkness and mysteries, but their hearts are good. SCL 25:69 Each day, you bring some new thing to the attention of men and place before them problems to unravel. The nature of men ever inclines them towards the path of ease and passiveness, therefore, they tend to shun the things which are truly profitable. Therefore, deal with men in a manner best fitting for their progress towards truth. SCL 25:70 Fragment 15, Neither life nor love ends at the grim portal. The strength of the invisible bond between two souls binds them even after death. That which binds strongest of all is the love, which is sincere, true, and constant. Such love endures through tribulations and trials. SCL 25:71 If one you love has departed through the western gates into the great halls of eternity, then be comforted by the words of truth. This you will then know, that the guardian at the grim portal is no fearsome being, but a compassionate attendant who tends you gently while asleep, until the morning of a more glorious day. Then, you will be awakened to journey through a greater adventure with the companions of former times. SCL 25:72 Fragment 16, In death, you are greater than ever you were on earth, for now the companionable spirits lament for your sake. They strike their bare flesh for you and smite upon their forearms. They tear at their hair and cast dust on their heads. SCL 25:73 Yet, if they be true to themselves, they are not cast down, they are not distressed. There is a voice speaking out of the silence, saying, If he goes, he shall come, if he sleeps, he shall awaken, and if he dies, he shall live. SCL 25:74 Can you be gone from us forever? No, you are not dead or lost unto us, unless by our own deeds we depart to dwell in different regions. SCL 25:75 I am not cast down. You are now in the great place beyond the everlasting stars. You have passed over the horizon of immortality and now walk erect along the path of glory. May we meet there in days yet to come. SCL 25:76 Hail O glorious one! SCL 25:77 Fragment 17, Stand by my side, support me when I pass out from the tomb, O my guardian. Let me take your hand, stand by my side when I come before the assessors, that when I hear the verdict, I may not be alone. If my eyes cannot see, then tell me of the balances, do they bear down in my favor? SCL 25:78 O Guardian God, lighten the darkness for me, and deliver me from the meshes of the net woven by my own deeds of wickedness and weakness. You are my strength and support, to you have I given my offerings. You I have honored above all. SCL 25:79 There, I may be in distress and have none to abide with me. I may have no comforter and may be alone, therefore, desert me not in my time of trial. Stand by my side, O Guardian God. If I am numbered among the distressed ones, look upon me with compassion and mercy, and if I am deserted, then sustain me with water, bread, and oil. SCL 25:80 Fragment 18, I sing words of glory unto my God who is the great God above all gods, and the words, which issue from my mouth shall be exalted above all things. With them, I will praise him in the sacred place, in the silence of his hidden sanctuary. They will glorify my God ever-loved, so that his majesty is not dishonored and he is not deserted, until the day when he shall be declared before all men. SCL 25:81 With the ever-loving thoughts of a devoted heart, I praise him. Even as the sun rises joyfully into the dayski, so does my heart rise towards he, who gives me life and renews it day by day. SCL 25:82 He is great, he is mighty, he is glorious. He made the great river to flow, that all men in the two lands might be fed. It never wearies, it never ceases its onward flowing. It is everlastingly renewed. SCL 25:83 Even as the great river flows steadily and strongly through the barren wilderness and bestows verdant life on its way, so let the river of my life flow through the earth and eat away the sands of wickedness. SCL 20:84 Release me from my mortal fetters. Loosen the heavy covering of flesh, which imprisons me, which restrains me. Let me rise free into the glory above, as the falcon floats freely on the wing. Let not the melody of my song be cut off while I sing, nor the story end before its completion. SCL 25:85 Keep me, O my God, from the ways of darkness, and let my spirit rejoice in the light of righteousness. SCL 25:86 Glory to you, great God, Lord of truth, whose eternal throne is concealed behind man's limitations, who issued the command that brought things into being, who made man so wonderfully that man himself cannot understand his own nature, who hears with compassion the cry of the distressed and the moan of the captive. SCL 25:87 All hail the everlasting Spirit within, the real self, the seat of all thought inseparable from me. I am one who can truly call his soul everlasting, for I am one of the awakened ones, one of the few who have at long last attained the splendid vision. I have seen the bright flash of truth in the darkness of earthly existence. I am free. I am illuminated. SCL 25:88 I will sing, that you may be glorified in the solitudes of your hidden places, where the eyes of the profane can never penetrate, where few men come as chosen ones. There, we will sing songs of We will sing of your ways and of your laws, which remain everlastingly unchangeable. SCL 25:89 Fragment 19, Heaven and the many heavens beyond heaven, earth and the many earths beyond earth are held in the thoughts and power of God. They are as a monument to his everlasting glory. All things living that move and breathe have their place in the abode of life. Man finds the greatest joy in the eternal halls, therefore, set not your heart on earthly possessions. SCL 25:90 Here, a man may desire life for 100 years and may even attain it, but what benefit are the extended years to him if they do not exalt the soul? There is a horror-haunted region of darkness, and whosoever rejects the Godward life on earth will surely dwell therein. They will go down to partake of the nature of demons, down into the darkness of delusion and doom. SCL 25:91 The soul, without moving flies on wings swifter than thought. It stands behind and beyond the senses. It is the knower working within the things that are known. The spirit of man is carried down the stream of action into the ocean of life. The spirit is everlasting, it is near, and it is far, it is in all, and it contains all. SCL 25:92 He who sees his own self in all things and all things in his own self is awakened. He is beyond delusion and outside the reach of futile sorrow. SCL 25:93 Fragment 20, I am Haru the Enlightened One, Haru the Twice-Born. Having crossed the dark waters myself, I carry the others across. Being free from fear, I free others from fear. Being unrestricted, I ease the restriction of others. Knowing the way, I show it to others. Having trodden the road, I now guide others along it. I am an illuminated one, the open of ear, the keen of eye. I am one who knows the law, I am a keeper of ordinances. SCL 25:94 I shall refresh all those whose bodies are bent with toil or sorrow. I shall come to the aid of those whose souls are withered and distorted and give them strengthening sustenance. I shall open the eyes of many, who are deluded in the heavy mists of threefold existence. SCL 25:95 Hear me, all who toil under the yoke of ignorance, who labor under the clouds of despair. I am the forthcoming one, the future one turned back. I am the spirit within the law. SCL 25:96 I am the voice of enlightenment, one who proclaims the brotherhood of all men. I am to one as to another. I am Haru. SCL 25:97 Fragment 21, O life-giving Sun, handwork of God, projection of divine fire, heat of heaven, light of the day, solitary glory of the daytime, let me behold the hidden form behind your brightness, for the spirit within you is even as my spirit. Thus, I may come to understand the nature of my God, who commands you and to whom I pray. The fair face of the daughter of truth remains hidden behind its mask of gold. O Spirit of light, draw aside the veil even slightly, that I may see. SCL 25:98 Who among men is wise enough to know his own wrongdoing, or to see clearly his own errors and follies? The eyes of men are dim and the road narrow, therefore, it is not hard to wander from the way. Therefore, O my God, keep me from all hidden wrongdoing and errors, and keep me from the power of temptations, to which I so readily succumb. SCL 25:99 I know the rebellions of my heart, and my wickedness is ever before my eyes, yet how much more do I not see? I have chafed against the restrictions of your decrees and the law. I am a foolish one, who does himself an injury. SCL 25:100 I am ashamed and blush for my folly. I am as a man who, when his arm does wrong, cuts off a finger. Help to make clean my heart and strengthen my spirit, that it may resist my own inflictions upon it. I believe I do right and do wrong, for I have not listened carefully and diligently to your words written on the sacred scrolls. SCL 25:101 O my God, whom I have long worshipped with devotion, incline from the great heights of your splendor, and stretch a helping hand down towards your weary servant. Trusting in you, I will depart from the pastures of sweet grass and the calm waters of restful repose and go into the presence of the everlasting Lords. I will pass out of the dark tomb, I will arise refreshed with the outpouring of your Spirit. I will clasp your mighty hand and be guided along the path of truth. Thus, I cannot stray, and the lonely places will not claim me. SCL 25:102 In confidence and trust, I will take my place before the court of assessors. Guided by your light, I shall pass safely by the place of darkness, and those who lurk shall do me no harm. My trust is in you, and I will come safely past the lurking ones. I shall be freed of all earthly weariness, and my spirit shall shine forth in glory. I will stand in the place of brightness, and the glorious ones will come bringing refreshing waters. I will not lack sweet sustenance, and delicacies shall be poured forth for me in abundance. Chapter 26 From the Scroll of Senmut SCL 26:1 The stone bearer measures the stone, and it is trimmed and pushed into place. It is fitted, and the overseer looks upon it and says, "This stone is well laid." It remains in its appointed place. SCL 26:2 Beside it, other stones are fitted and set, each according to its own shape and design, each has its own place and position. Then, upon it are placed other stones, and so it becomes concealed from sight in the foundations of the structure. The building rises, firm and strong, to become the dwelling place of a prince. SCL 26:3 I am one, of whom men say, he establishes buildings, which stand forever. I remember that stone deep below the ground in the base of the structure, where no eye ever sees it. Men know it is there, it just remains in its place, fulfilling its appointed duty, a necessity for the upholding of the building. SCL 26:4 What difference whether that stone be set upon the pinnacle, shining in the sun, ever before the eyes of men, or hidden in the ground, unseen at the base? It does its duty by standing solidly in its rightful place and seeking not to change it. SCL 26:5 I, who establish great buildings, which will stand forever, remember that stone. Chapter 27 The Songs of Nefertari 1 SCL 27:1 I sing my song because the earth sings, though the wind ished among the groves, it still plays with soft melodic gaiety. The benevolent sky looks gently down, its breath stilled as it listens to the melody of the leaves. The dew smiles in the morning, for it has captured the light of love from the stars. My song is beautiful because my heart dances gladly in my bosom, its joyfulness conveys gay music to my thoughts and places endearing words on my lips. SCL 27:2 Because I am dedicated to love, I have but one love, the beautiful container of my life. My heart is a lonely thing ever seeking companionship with yours. It is lost to you, so let it beat in your breast, nestled against your heart, for there it surely belongs. My love is wholesome, not tainted by any residue of past affections, it is gentle and pure, therefore, treat it with manly tenderness, for it is a precious treasure. I give it gladly and can give no more. That which I give to you, I can give to no other man. For you, the lovely pearl, for others, the empty shell. SCL 27:3 Let me live just for you, let me serve as your housewife. Let me hold your child to my breast, let my eyes be gladdened by your presence each night and in the morning. Let me bask continuously in the wonderful radiance of your presence. Never part me from the source of my joyfulness and gaiety, but let us go down the corridor of life together, your arm laid on my arm and my hand in your hand. SCL 27:4 My heart is desolation, it is like a wilted flower. You are away, my love, and my eyes search the road for your coming. The caress of sleep eludes me, for your image is ever there beside me, and I cannot find consolation with even the most comforting shadow. Come to me, my living love, that I may feel the warmth of your flesh and be at peace. SCL 27:5 While you are absent, I concern myself no more with things, which give pleasure to a woman's heart. I neglect my hair arrangement, and my diadem hangs disregarded. My curls are laid aside, for I await your coming to put them on and greet you in my gaiety. The song is silent on my lips, for my heart is without joy. SCL 27:6 While you are away, my heart slumbers, my bosom is empty. Come quickly, my love, that my heart may awaken and beat gladly with the pulse of life. I await your coming, as the dawn awaits the sun, as the parched lands await the rising waters. SCL 27:7 My eyes search the night skies and see the mating dance of the stars, the earth about me throbs with the pulse beat of love. The dark waters reflect the mystery of life, but I sit beside them desolate. Come to me my love, for none but you can awaken my response. I stand alone on the shore of the sea of love. Come, oh come, that we may enter the enchanted waters together. SCL 27:8 Does the night long for the day, as I long for you? Does the thirsty wayfarer long for water, as I yearn for you? If so, then truly they are to be pitied. Oh come, my living love, and fill my days with the sunshine of your love. SCL 27:9 It seems the ages of man have never been loveless. Chapter 28 The Songs of Nefertari 2 SCL 28:1 Life is the bearer of the most wonderful gifts. You are a man and my man. Maker of my heart's butterfly flutter when my breath becomes a necklace of sighs. In your strong arms, I melt as honey in the warm night waters. SCL 28:2 O man and my man, great one in my maidenly eyes. The light of my life, the sun of my days and the moon of my nights, the rock, against which I confidently nestle, for to feel your protecting strength is my everlasting delight. My body yearns for you as the parched fields cry out for the caress of the fertilizing waters. SCL 28:3 How delightful the gentle hour of love with you! Oh that it might become an eternity, wherein I might sleep with you as your wife, your lifelong companion in love. In this life always yours, to serve your pleasure and be ever with you, to stand at last, my hand in your hand, together before the dream goddess in the halls of eternal joy. There, those who have loved wholesomely, such as we, find everlasting pleasures. SCL 28:4 I am yours, both here and there, escapable never, yours forever. Yours pure, untouched and unsullied. I am with you first, sister in love. If at times my tongue speaks with unmaidenly boldness, then let this be forgiven me, for I am pure of heart. The words pour forth from a heart overflowing with love and not from a tongue dipped into the shame of impure experience. SCL 28:5 I come to you with maidenly pride, as a dew-bedecked garden of herbs, fair flowering, sweet smelling and refreshing. Peace and contentment are mine to gladly give. Upon you, I gladly bestow all that is precious to a maiden. You share me with no other, I honor love by bestowing what is exclusively yours. SCL 28:6 Your brow becomes hot with the body passion of man burning within, and I cool it with my womanly hand as the cooling north wind tempers the heat of the burning sands. The strength of an ox and the gentleness of a kitten are united in love. SCL 28:7 We walk together in a land of beauty, a garden of loveliness fashioned thus by the dreams we share. Hand in hand in the kingdom of men, heart in heart in the kingdom of spirit. SCL 28:8 When hearts are bound together in a love exceeding all bounds, then bodies may unite with purity and peace. We wander heedlessly about, and my heart sings with joy, for we are together. SCL 28:9 Your voice is the food of my heart, your touch the life of my body. I see you, and I am gay, you depart and I am sad. Your glance pierces me like an arrow of fire, your words carry me away like the surge of bitter waters over the beach. SCL 28:10 For the lover's hour, we sit beneath the wild fig tree, beneath its fruits of lover's blood and its leaves of lover's eyes. Hear it whisper to our hearts. I am a maiden reserved to you in love, you are my lord, the commander of my heart. I dwell beneath your shadow and within your shadow. Oh never leave me unshielded. SCL 28:11 My nights are restless and hot, shall I give my love the apple of his desire, the first fruits of womanly love? Am I the wild bird's snare awaiting the wild goose? O my heart, how have women beyond number decided before me which answer is the true one? SCL 28:12 O take me not in my weakness, lest you despise me after the manner of men and bring low the head of my father. Have manly compassion on the weaknesses made by my love. Degrade me not before my mother, and let not the shadow of shame fall over my father's house. Let me ever keep faith with the mother guardian of love, that when I am called before her, I shall stand in unsullied radiance. Make me not a woman of the hedgerow. SCL 28:13 Let our love bear us up in glory, up into the revealing light, where we may stand together, proud and unashamed. Let ours be a love that fulfills its appointed function in the great chain of life, something honored by men and an inspiration to our children. Let it not become a flower of the field corner, which withers in shame when the sunlight falls upon it. SCL 28:14 I wait, the day comes, its hours are long and extended, but with its declining, you hasten to me, my man and my life. Sweet mistress of love, speed the fulfilling hour. Chapter 29 The Songs of Tantalip 1 SCL 29:1 The night rolls back to reveal the promise of another day. The great sun comes up in the morning time, and the lotus opens to reveal its shining heart displayed in devotion. You come, and my heart leaps up from my breast to meet you. SCL 29:2 The wind blows and shakes the wild fig tree, you come, and your delicate perfume enwraps my spirit, and my body is shaken. I become weak within the shadow of your presence. I feel a radiance about you which calls to something within me, and I am awed by the wonder of a love, which can subdue all base feelings. SCL 29:3 I have seen you. In the cool dew time of the morning, I passed on my way and you were bathing in the freshening waters. I saw your pure loveliness, and all else faded and passed from me, the beauty of the morning was dimmed before the vision I had of you. Modest maiden of mine, clad in a white garment, which clutched your supple limbs, I saw you and my heart swelled up in joy. The breath was stopped within my throat. SCL 29:4 You looked up and smiled a chaste greeting, covering yourself in a garment expressing your maidenly modesty. Your delicate hand plucked a lily, and my heart left its cradle when you came up out of the waters and drew near. You embraced me with cool, glistening arms and open, wet lips. I savored the joys of the gods, with the greater promise of unutterable joys to come, before I continued on my way. Would that I were the fishes in the pool, that I might be so near to you twice daily. SCL 29:5 Yet, I am a man and consumed in the fires of manhood in my need for you. Still, you remain veiled in reserve, and I pray to the great God for the assurance that some day, my sister in love will be truly mine. Her reserve and modesty, treasured as gifts to be surrendered in love, mean more to me than gold and pearls or the treasures of kings. What is mine, no king, no matter how great, can claim. It is love's mantle bestowed on manliness. SCL 29:6 The night comes, and I dream it is our wedding night, and you are beside me. My spirit rises on wings of joy, singing, "Oh, let my love find its ultimate expression in this night of beauty." Your breath caresses me with the fragrance of heaven, your lips dispense the heavy wine of love. Our bodies meet in ecstasy and part, but our spirits remain mingled in the greater bond that knows no severance. Our united souls share together the destiny of eternity. I sleep at last in the gentle arms of contentment. SCL 29:7 O great readers of the souls of men, see the strength of my love. Is it not untainted with base feelings? Is it not wholesome and undemanding? Is it not protective of womanly secrets? Let it endure on earth, that it may blossom in glorious fullness throughout the great ages in everlasting splendor. May it shine forever in the unwalled halls of eternity. O grant me my heart's desire. Chapter 30 The Songs of Tantalip 2 SCL 30:1 I am one, on whom the fates smile. My sister-in-love is the light of my life. She is the promise of love enduring, the brazier of a love undying, the hope of joy throughout eternity. The night becomes silent, for its fragrance is as nothing to her sweetness. The brightness of the dawn fades before her loveliness, and the dove hangs its head before her virtue. SCL 30:2 She breathes gently and caresses with her glance. Her skin exudes a sweet perfume, and her hair is proud and confident, as becomes the guardian of secret mysteries of charm and delight. SCL 30:3 She is graceful, her robes are not stiffened, they are not of royal or white linen and caress her softly. Her sandals are daintily bedecked with beads, and her lovely curls are clasped in a circlet of blue and red stones. Her bosom is covered with cloth of Ithaca and held by a clasp of silver. SCL 30:4 She flutters her fan with delicacy and grace. Her speech is gentle as the cool breeze. Her eyes sparkle as the moonlit waters, their deep pools enhanced with tinges of green and purple delicately applied. SCL 30:5 Men say, who is she who walks with graceful steps and lively air? The blush of the blood roses on her cheeks, the perfume of morning sweetness breathes from her parted lips. High-spirited joy, tempered with innocence and modesty, sparkles in her eyes. Her voice tinkles like sweetly rippling waters, and from the gay cheerfulness of her tender heart, she gladdens all nature with her gentle singing. SCL 30:6 I say, she is mine, my wife in waiting, and confidently know all her secret charms are for me alone. I shall be lifted in joy above all men or cast into the abyss of despair. I wonder about her in the manner of men and rebuke myself for my thoughts. Could such beauty ever betray love? SCL 30:7 I inhale the sweet breezes, which once filled her mouth, and each day, my thoughts recall her beauty. My heart longs for the sweetness of her lovely voice, fresh as the cool north wind. Her love strengthens my limbs, my heart rises from its place. Let me clasp once more the delicate hands that hold my heart. Let me feel her once again in warm embrace. I hear her name whispered on the cool night wind, and never do I hear it without my spirit responding. SCL 30:8 O my Lord God, who led me in the conquest, who directed my right arm in battle and chastened my pride in victory, help me now in the time of peace. Help me when the turmoil is over. I am well skilled in the ways of war, but am a ready victim for the snares and wiles of peaceful life. SCL 30:9 Give to me my heart's desire, to be the mother of my children and the companion of my life. I am burnt with passion and need the cool, quenching waters of true love. My body cries out in the night towards one so distant from me. You made me as men are made, you gave me the craving, now, grant me relief. SCL 30:10 I am alone and one, when I should be two. I speak, and none answers, I eat, and my food lacks flavor, I thirst, and none brings water. I am a sword unused, let the sword not rust in the sheath. SCL 30:11 I await my other self, my right side desires union with my left, I wait and know that the waiting is not in vain. I await her coming, she is on her way, as she was from the beginning of time. She draws near, and my spirit leaps from its seat and dances from the body to meet her. I see her, she is mine, fashioned for me by the ages, her body is made for mine and mine for hers. We are betrothed by eternity. SCL 30:12 I will keep her always for myself, I will never let her go hungry or let her live to lament her fate. We will share 7 lives together, and in each, I will seek her anew. SCL 30:13 Man is two, the life force and the life material. Love holds all things together, and no man can know the joys of love who shares the secret charms of his beloved with another. Chapter 31 The Marriage Song SCL 31:1 O devotee of a love that rises above the mire of matter and flowers in realms where romantic love is glorified. O daughter of love and sweet mistress of life, now is the hour of your fulfillment. Prepare to accept the scepter of womanhood, as becomes a true maiden, prepare to accept the burdens and pleasures of motherhood, as becomes a true woman. Verily, you are a disciple of love. SCL 31:2 Earth knows no greater joy than that of contented wedded love. Such love is a beacon light to all mankind, it guides the caravan of its journeying with a pure and sacred flame. Sweet, hallowed love has a temple in the heart of every chaste maiden, and all men worship the mystery enshrined within. O resolute priestess and guardian, you are now worthy of the white crown of love. SCL 31:3 Great has been your inspiration to man. Well have you fulfilled the duty of maidenhood, now, step forward to accept the joyful burden of womanhood, the crown that proclaims you a wife. Marriage is sanctified by ancient tradition, for it has survived the tests of time and turmoil. It has ever been the anchor of society and the shield of the family. SCL 31:4 Loveliness belongs to all women, for it is the heritage of womanhood. Beauty of face and form is carried away by the passing years, but the beauty of heart and thought grows as the waters rise and fall. The glorious charms of modesty and purity can be possessed by any woman. SCL 31:5 Weave a mantle of contentment around your chosen mate, O gentle bearer of womanly charms. Remember that you are the mother of generations yet unborn. Maidenhood, wifehood, and motherhood, these are the phases of a woman's life. A chaste maiden becomes a good wife and a good wife becomes a good mother. Thus, it is written. SCL 31:6 May the great God, whom you now worship, spread his protecting wings over you, and may you enjoy the companionship of many children. May your life be enwrapped in peace and contentment, and may it be attended by the forebearers of prosperity. SCL 31:7 O Son of strength and goodness, remember always your obligations and duties as a husband and father. Love belongs nowhere but beside your own hearth, for what foolishness it would be for a man to expend it on one other than his wife. That which a man gives to his wife is his also, a love truly shared is joy multiplied. He who sows beside his own hearth reaps a manifold harvest. SCL 31:8 Be not harsh with your wife or impatient because of her weaknesses, for her ways are those of all women. Be gentle with her, remembering that the dart of love cannot penetrate a hard and inconsiderate heart. SCL 31:9 Love is a treasure unearthed by few. It is found by less than 1 in 1,000. Yet, where it is, let it be held sacred, for it is the decree of a divine destiny uniting one to the other in ever-increasing glory and beauty, as they rise from life to life. SCL 31:10 Is not every part of the earth paired with its mate? Even heaven and earth are mated, for does not earth cherish and nourish whatever heaven lets fall? When earth lacks heat, heaven bestows it bountifully upon her, and when she loses her freshness and withers, heaven restores her freshness with gentle soothing waters. SCL 31:11 Heaven daily goes about the task of sustaining earth, she is never neglected. Therefore, take an example from the greater sphere of life, sustain and cherish your wife, that she never be neglected. He who sows seeds of discontent before his hearth reaps a full harvest of misery. Thus, it is written by the wise one in olden times, even so, it is now and will always be. Chapter 32 The Lament of Nefertari SCL 32:1 They have placed my dear Lord in the engulfing tomb, they have laid him to rest in eternal secure silence. We depart, we journey home, but home is no more, it is rent apart in a place of dull shadows. Some with me are silent and solemn, some are weeping, some make show of weeping. Some suffer silently, some talk idly, some mask their sorrow with false mirth. It is a time of solitary heart pain. SCL 32:2 Some say it is finished, and others that he sails the sky, but I ask my soul, and it says this is not the end. It is not finished, this is the beginning, which all loving things must know as they awake to a new dawn. SCL 32:3 The years of earthly instruction are left behind, the last lesson is read, the pupil has departed to take up his appointed task. He has been born to life, and death has been left behind. There are no dead, just the departed living, death alone occupies the silent tomb. Death is a pause at the beginning of life, a hesitation before the light of a greater day. SCL 32:4 Death is a deceiver, a non-existent thing of the shadows. From the creeping caterpillar comes the light-loving butterfly, and from the hard grain, the full-blooming barley. Who, looking at the date stone, can see therein the tree to be? Search the seed, and the plant is nowhere to be found. Even so is it with the spirit. SCL 32:5 I trust in He, who gave us life and love, but I suffer because of my loss. I am alone. Where is my Lord, the one I love, though He, the sharer in my cup of joyfulness? Where is the caressing hand, the touch that soothed, the voice that strengthened my heart in times of distress, the consoling counsel, the quiet laugh that dispelled God-given hurt? Though He has gone to glory, yet my heart shrinks, aching with solitary grief. SCL 32:6 I will keep him, that he wander not in the darkness, for he has been loved and cannot be alone forevermore. I will keep him, that he be not despaired and condemned to walk with himself, for he is a man, who has loved beyond himself. SCL 32:7 He has stepped from his body as one steps from a mantle. He has left it as one leaves a discarded garment. SCL 32:8 His future is in my hands, and I shall live in such wise that none can deny our reunion. There is a subtle I know that ties us together still. May I be given strength never to break the loving link, which comforts me through the long night and sorrowful days. Chapter 33 The Scroll of Harakat SCL 33:1 Great God of Wisdom, help me in my transcription of these ancient writings, that they may be a true record, for I am not learned in letters, as was Sopher. I am unskilled even as a scribe. SCL 33:2 Man is a battleground, he is torn apart in the struggle between his two selves. He dwells in the dark night of ignorance. SCL 33:3 From Ramakwai of the seven cities, land of copper, came the people of the light, and they brought with them, out of their transparent temples, the light that shines, when darkness falls, without being lit. Led by the old bald-headed one, he whose name is not spoken, they came out of the west at the sunsetting. They came from the place, where now the sun goes down, in the days when the western wilderness was green and sand had not replaced the waters, when the outlands nourished cattle, and sheep fed where now there is naught but rock and stone. The Tyrtanians welcomed them not, but they passed safely through the westward places to the land of Ansabia and were succored and fed. They brought to the people many things, for wise they were and learned. They were men of wisdom. SCL 33:4 Truth is not for the multitude, dirty hands despoil fine linen. The high-born have their estates, and the lowly ones have their appointed places. Truth is not sold in the marketplace, nor can riches alone obtain it. Few entered the great chambers to die and to live. The temples were fine shells, but the kernel was dead inside. Men lacked the food of life. SCL 33:5 The true God was guarded and hidden by the false gods. He spoke in the hearts of the wise, but the people heard the voice in the stone. Their ears were closed to all but the voices of men. Small places there were in olden times for all gods, the pillars were not yet stood up. The stones were not yet in their places, and the house of hidden secrets was not yet in the land. SCL 33:6 Then, temples were built in splendor, and priests were comforted in mansions. Great gardens and fields were the property of the gods of men. They had great herds of cattle in their pastures. Within the worship and ritual, amid the pomp enshrining the little gods, shone the light of truth, which was the revelation of the true God. It was known to few and fewer passed to it. SCL 33:7 7 years, men being chosen, waited, and were called. 7 years they served, and 7 years, they ministered at the feet of their masters of instruction. They were passed into bleak caverns to die and know God, and called forth with the sure knowledge of truth. Thus, men were made servants of the one true God. Thus, they knew the truth which may not be written, for many read who are not with us in God. SCL 33:8 There are writings which speak truly, but they are no longer with us. The arisen ones know the secrets of the lesser gods, who are no more than these. The great scales weigh the soul by its appearance in the netherworld, and thus, its place is appointed. Its virtues form its food, but no man eats the filth that is his. SCL 33 And he who devours souls is but the dark cave of horror, which opens to receive dark souls into affinitive darkness. The Rakama watches in silence, patiently it sits, waiting for the day of the destroyer. It will come in 100 generations, as is written in the great vault. SCL 33:10 All men are not equal in heart and spirit. Is the southern man learned, or the Ambric man brave? The land of incense bestows all good things upon its inhabitants, yet, they are not great. The land of bright waters raises nothing but trees and grass, yet, its people are strong, and the lion does not equal them in courage. SCL 33:11 Above are the waters of heaven, and below are the waters of the dark region, yet, there are not two waters but one. There is the fire above and the fire below, yet, there are not two fires but one. The Lady of Ladies is arrayed in a radiant garment, when it dims, the great trial begins. Her footsteps do not waver, her path is straight, but beware when she wavers and is inconsistent. SCL 33:12 Great Mistress of the Stars, let us abide in peace, for we fear the revelation of your horns. Remain ever constant as a good wife to the Lord of the day. When women are as men and inconsistent as women, the hour approaches when the great lady will wander. When man and woman meet as one in likeness, the fiery heralds will appear in the darkness of the sky vault. SCL 33:13 Man twirls the drill in his hand, he is the master of fire, but the day comes when fire will leap forth from the heart of the stone and consume him. Men read the great book of the master of the hidden temple. They die and take it with them, but there is no power in their words, and who but we, the enlightened ones, know the hidden meanings? It is not for those dead to the earth, who step forth in the netherworld, but for those who died and remain with us. SCL 33:14 Men make offerings for their fathers after the custom of their fathers. The motions are those of their fathers' fathers, but their hearts remain locked. It is foolishness. SCL 33:15 In the first book, it is written, words that do not produce deeds are as thistledown on the wind. They were better never uttered. SCL 33:16 The soul of man is as a bird that knows of a place, to which it must journey, but which it has never seen, yet it departs on the appointed day. Men have gods in heaven and gods on earth, but heaven is for gods and earth for men. Thus did we write our own doom. SCL 33:17 In the secrets of the soul, it is written, the soul of man is not a small thing inside him, but wraps him about. It is greater than the boundaries of the lands of the reed and the lily and reaches out beyond the stars. SCL 33:18 To live, man must believe in his soul. Belief comes not from outside teaching, but from listening to its whispers. Unbelief comes from stopping the ears to its murmurs. Read the sacred writings diligently and hear the voice of the instructing Master with receptive heart, so you may furnish your soul with nourishment, and it shall not wither from any lack of sustenance. SCL 33:19 The seed of truth came to the black fertile land in olden times and was planted in well-watered soil. Pontus was not yet born. It goodly grew not in the light of the sun, for ignorant men would cut it down. In the dark places, it flourished. Earth is a strange place, and stranger the creature who rules it. Then came the dawn of a brighter day. The tree was goodly, and its leaves filled both the land of the white crown and the land of the red crown. In a day of darkness, men came, who exposed it, and the king said, "Cut it down, lest it choke us with wisdom." SCL 33:20 The tree died, but its seeds falling into the red soil lived, and from them, saplings grew. They were sheltered under the strong arm of the east. Then came one, who was lord of the sweet breeze, one who had sat beneath the tree of life, and he raised up a city to the veiled truth. Over the great road it was, by way of Lados it lay. SCL 3:21 He revealed the light of truth darkly to the people, but they were people of the night, and even its dim flame consumed them. The child of good intentions may be fair or dark. SCL 33:22 The guardians of truth covered the bright flame, and even its glow was seen no more by the people. No unlearned man again saw the light. SCL 33:23 A treasure in the hands of a few is great to each. Shared among many, it has little value for one. We had been told the ways of men from olden times, but we heeded not the warning. SCL 33:24 Now the truth is scattered to the four quarters of the earth. Thus, it was foretold it should be, therefore, it is appointed. A tree scatters its seeds by the thousand, yet but one may spring to life, and that may lay long in the soil. SCL 33:25 These writings have been rewritten with diligent care. They have been transcribed exactly as they are, and no thought or belief of mine has gone into them. May those, to whom they come as a heritage, be no less circumspect in dealing with them. Book of Sons of Fire Soph 1:6 In days gone by, you have had leaders to guide you, but before them were even greater leaders, whom you have not known. The inspiration of their words is something that must never be lost, it must be preserved for all time. We must be like a man who has traveled far with a heavy burden. He rests and seeks among the things he carries to find what can be discarded, knowing he has still a long way to go. The choice you must make has to be made soon, for the years remaining to our Father cannot be plentiful. Table of Chapters Soph 1:1 Soph 1:5 Chapter 1 The 4 constructed Chapter Soph 2:1 Soph 2:30 Chapter 2 The Hibs Athi Soph 3:1 Soph 3:10 Chapter 3 The Brotherhood Soph 4:1 Soph 4:19 Chapter 4 Amos Soph 5:1 Soph 5:1 16 Chapter 5 Laws of Amos Soph 6:1 Soph 6:41 Chapter 6 The Tale of Hiram Soph 7:1 Soph 7:89 Chapter 7 The Rolls of Record 1 Soph 8:1 Soph 8:30 Chapter 8 The Rolls of Record 2 Soph 9:1 Soph 9:101 Chapter 9 The Rolls of Record 3 Soph 10:1 Soph 10:36 Chapter 10 The Rolls of Record 4 Soph 11:1 Soph 11:19 Chapter 11 The Rolls of Record 5 Soph 12:1 Soph 12:22 Chapter 12 The Rolls of Record 6 Soph 13:1 Soph 13:37 Chapter 13 The Rolls of Record 7 Soph 14:1 Soph 14:21 Chapter 14 The Rolls of Record 8 Soph 15:1 Soph 15:22 Chapter 15 The Book of Cadmus Soph 16:1 Soph 16:15 Chapter 16 The Reconstruction by Kadarath Soph 17:1 Soph 17:9 Chapter 17 Part of a Marriage Pledge Soph 18:1 Soph 18:26 Chapter 18 The Mahasabha Amendments Soph 19:1 Soph 19:12 Chapter 19 Letter of Matta, a son of Agner Soph 20:1 Soph 20:36 Chapter 20 The Teachings of Sadak Soph 21:1 Soph 21:40 Chapter 21 The Laws of Malfin Soph 22:1 Soph 22:5 Chapter 22 Salvaged Fragments Reconstructed 1 Soph 23:1 Soph 23:11 Chapter 23 Salvaged Fragments Reconstructed 2 Soph 24:1 Soph 24:12 Chapter 24 The Last of the Metal Plates Chapter 1 The Reconstructed Chapter Soph 1:1 We took refuge with the sons of Utano, whose fathers had been in the land many generations, for they had come out of Egypt in the days of Pharaoh Naphoia. There on the borderland, we dwelt in caves above Kath Elim. We were without books or possessions, but we were diligent and labored to make the land fruitful. We knew ourselves as the brothers in light, but others called us the children of light, even as we are called to this day. Soph 1:2 This is a good and fertile land, it is a wide land of flowing streams, where wheat and barley increase 100-fold. Figs and pomegranates flourish here, and it is a land of olive groves and vineyards. All the needs of life are supplied with an overflowing bounty. It is a land where sheep and cattle multiply without fear, and a land where the sickle of famine never reaps. It is a land where even an effortless search is rewarded with the materials of copper, but it is not a manless land. Soph 1:3 We are not alone in this land and must live among people whose ways are not our ways. They have gods with many names, and even now those beside the sea strive among themselves, for some say God is called Mamre, while others say he is called Ina. All about us, men are in dispute, and the strife among them arises out of the bounty of the land. Gaining their livelihood with little effort, they have much time for argument and strife. We must build for these people a court of peace, the 4 pillars whereof shall be love, consideration, justice, and truth. Soph 1:4 The land of our fathers and our inheritance has been lost to us forever. Their homes have been returned to the sands, and their altars where they worshipped cast down. Their temples have been destroyed, and the forms of worship practiced there are no longer known. The songs once sung are very names now mingled with the wines, and the voices of the singers are silent. The wisdom once revered has departed, the illuminating flame no longer burns, and the lamps lie broken in the dust. The honored writings have been used for kindling, and the sacred vessels turned into vain ornaments. The very names held sacred by our fathers are now defiled and held to represent wickedness. Those who would have been our brothers are sold and their leaders slain. Those who would have been our wives are violated and degraded in servitude. Therefore, brothers, it is time the memory of these things was put aside and forgotten. Soph 1:5 What cause have we for sorrow? We are in a bountiful land, we have hope for the future and an unshakable faith. Better by far than all else, we have with us the key to the ancient portal of communication. Our memories must replace the books and decree former times. Let us, therefore, be thankful for our blessings and diligently preserve the flame, from which the lamps of truth will one day be relit. Soph 1:6 In days gone by, you have had leaders to guide you, but before them were even greater leaders, whom you have not known. The inspiration of their words is something that must never be lost, it must be preserved for all time. We must be like a man who has traveled far with a heavy burden. He rests and seeks among the things he carries to find what can be discarded, knowing he has still a long way to go. The choice you must make has to be made soon, for the years remaining to our Father cannot be plentiful. Soph 1:7 We must establish a community, where men can live together and where they can enjoy the companionship of women. Men always benefit from united effort, but this is inseparable from necessary restrictions. Let the restrictions imposed be such that no man can feel resentment because of the restraints set upon him. Let the only ordinances and restrictions imposed be founded on the nature of man and upon spiritual and moral values. Soph 1:8 We must seek to assure freedom of action for every man and woman, so long as it does not prejudice the equal rights of others. We must work for the benefit of the many, but in doing so must not overlook the provision of rewards for those who serve best. The rewards must go to the men, who are best in all ways and not to the worst. We must see that good lives are rewarded and evil ones punished. We must place the greatest value on things spiritual, and no man must be unduly rich or unduly poor. Soph 1:9 We must provide for the sick and helpless, for the old and incapable. We must assure the integrity of the family. The first objective must be the spiritual goal, which is the only proper one for all men. After that, all instruction and law should be bent towards an increasingly harmonious relationship between every living being. The upbringing of children must have as its objective the attainment of well-balanced manhood and womanhood. Soph 1:10 We must make men high-minded and above all pettiness. They must be upright and rejoice in their manhood. They must possess courage and fortitude equal to any trial, for there will be many. They must be prepared to endure oppression and persecution with self-control and a calmness, which no misfortune or calamity can shake. They must also be such men that good fortune and abundance does not weaken them. Soph 1:11 We must teach men to be quick in decision and deliberate in judgment. Because in numbers, we are like 2 grains of sand in the desert, we must seek converts diligently. We must be a guiding light before the eyes of all men, leading them along the paths of honest labor rather than power. We must teach men their duty towards others, so that no man ever says, "Unless I place my own welfare first, no other will." Soph 1:12 We must seek out and accept suitable converts, and they must be particularly precious to us. We must hold them in high regard, not because they have accepted our beliefs, the good within them can be developed within their own, but because they assume willingly and cheerfully the great duties and obligations peculiar to us. We must always remain a brotherhood engaged in an organized quest for truth. We must ensure that the teachings we expound are valid everywhere and among all men as a code of goodness. If a brother become powerful, he must not glory in that power, if wise in his wisdom or if rich in his riches. If a brother have to glory in something, then let it be in the fact that he is always the best of men. By this is not meant the victor in the earthly struggle, but he who best serves the purpose and good of mankind. Soph 1:13 We found refuge in a place where men spoke our tongue, though now, they are no more. The land of our fathers is denied to us, so we must seek another, for a man without a nation is more heavily afflicted than any orphan. Egypt was a land destined for greatness, its people should have led all others towards the great light. Egypt failed in its destiny because those who were entrusted with power and position proved unworthy. Its kings, who should have reared families dedicated to goodness and inspiration, betrayed their trust to satisfy the weaknesses of men. The leaders to God a life of it were misled and became ensnared in the deserts of worldliness, and those who followed them were betrayed. The priesthood became corrupt when it offered a life of ease and abundance, instead of a life of service and austerity. The ideals of man were above reproach, but man himself was unworthy of them. We have no need to change ideals, but to attain them, we must change men. The sacred lore of Egypt, enshrining the treasure of the ages, was possessed by only a select few who safeguarded it as nothing else has ever been guarded, because of its greatness. Not only this, but even a little knowledge of it could be dangerous in the hands of any who sought to utilize it improperly. Soph 1:14 Of all desirable things attainable by man, the assurance of his immortality, clear insight into the purpose behind his creation and true knowledge of the road towards the fulfillment of his destiny, the greatest. Those were the things so closely guarded, and just as they are the most desirable things on earth, so are they the most highly priced and difficult to attain. Religion records the efforts of men, its doctrines and inspiration are the measure of its success or failure. Soph 1:15. The paragraphs just written replace some difficult to decipher and translate, but they preserve the essence of what was recorded so long ago. Much is too fragmentary for use, a great amount is therefore lost. There is one very applicable fragment which states, unless they would be open to mockery, revealers of light must possess more than a dim, smoky glimmer. Chapter 2. The Hibs Athi Soph 2:1. These things must not be entrusted to common folk, neither must they be degraded by disclosing them to such as would profane them. They were once reserved for those, exalted in wisdom and virtue, in those days of Haremta, mouth of God on earth, they were hidden from those in high places. Soph 2:2. This is one among the lesser mysteries, the ritual of the twice-born. It is a ceremony to regain spiritual vigor and to restore spiritual power, whereby a chosen one dies and rises again. It is a grim undertaking fraught with danger. It is not for the spiritually weak or for the faint-hearted. Not all survive to walk again upon the friendly ground of earth. Soph 2:3. Only the older men who had completed the 3 cycles of 7 years were accepted. They had to be men with wisdom and courage, with the strength and fortitude to survive. Other essentials were absolute purity and complete self-discipline. The ability for self-sacrifice and a strict sense of duty were demanded. Only men possessing all these qualities could cross the border in consciousness and return. To be deficient in any essential quality meant death. Soph 2:4. The tree of life has many branches, and that which is initiation bears the best fruit. It is about this that your brother writes. It began in that far-away glorious period before the days of wickedness, which caused men to walk in darkness, in the days when they walked in the light of truth. Soph 2:5. A house of hidden places was maintained, so that all who had any part in governing the lives of the people, whether as king or priest or official, could prove themselves worthy before becoming encumbered with the office. Soph 2:6. Later, it came about that the hidden places had to be further secured, and only men long established in goodness could enter them. Those in high places and those with power shirked the austerities and dangers demanded, and thereby, they cut themselves off from the light of truth. The kings and governors, who ruled in Egypt during all the many long generations of twilight and darkness, were born to the frailties of the flesh. Seeing only through earthly eyes, they lacked the clear guidance of revelation and knowledge. The seraph egg remains, it will give up its secrets on the distant day when hatched under the breast of understanding. Then, it will open its eyes, unfold and spread its wings to reveal the light of truth. Soph 2:7. The spirit of man is like an unweaned child, which has wandered away and become lost among the rocks and caves. Unless it is found and given sustenance from the source of its life, it will perish. Soph 2:8. The first temple of the Shrine of the Hidden Places was built on the sacred heights. It was a temple within an inner court, where there were lesser temples and the rooms of priests and teachers. The whole was surrounded by a courtyard and gardens, and beneath the main temple were the 3 caverns of initiation. Later, the temple of the Shrine of the Hidden Places was built during a time when the light was revealed throughout the land. Soph 2:9. Though previously, the shrines of the twice-born had been concealed in the smaller temples, when Ramses built the great temple of Raman, it contained within itself both temple and shrine of the all-highest God. Also, there were caverns of initiation underneath. In the hall of the temple, which faced east and west, between pillars of pure stone, was the portal of the outer sanctuary. As the sun rises in the east, to give life to the day, so was the devoted priest placed in the east of the sanctuary, to open the services of worship and to instruct, like a father, those who came to him with understanding. In the ceiling above the candidates was the symbol of the sun, and from it extended 7 hands. This represented the sun of life, dispensing the vitalizing forces of life from their fount within the circle of creative consciousness. Behind the priest were representations of the 10 rays of power that flowed out from the All-Highest God when he created earth, and which became the attributes of his spirit. They are love, foresight, wisdom, insight, all knowledge, strength, resolution, justice, mercy, and courage. Sof 2:10 between the devoted priest and the wall behind him was the triangular representation of the 3 sublime essences, Supreme Spirit, Soul Spirit, and Forming Spirit, the 3 parts of Spirit ever in unity. The entrance to the sanctuary was in the east, and above this was a representation of the Great I, the secrets of which cannot be written. Before the devoted priests was a hidden doorway, and this led down to the marriage chamber. In this chamber were performed the rites known as the marriage of the soul. Here, too, spiritual nourishment could be inhaled through fragrant smoke of incense prepared from secret essences and ingredients, which activate life. Here was learned the profound secret of the soul, the secret that was in the silence. Sof 2:11 behind the sacred place in the temple, behind the place of flame, was the thrice hidden door, and this led down to the chambers of darkness, which were before the caverns of initiation. Sof 2:12 before the first chamber of darkness, there was an antechamber containing a small lamp and light. Cut on the walls were representations of life and spirit. The candidate had studied with the priests of the upper temple for 7 years and been observed by one of the twice-born for 7 great years. Now, here in the antechamber, he became an anointed one. Sof 2:13 the anointed one went into the first chamber of darkness for testing by one of the twice-born of a lesser order. Here, it was discovered whether he truly desired the great illumination and whether he had all earthly desires and ambitions under control. Here, he was warned of the dangers he would have to face and was tested for courage and fortitude. Before him now, there was only one choice, victory or death. This was the chamber of the red light. Sof 2:14 now, the candidate and he who attended upon him stood before the next door, and the priest said to one who stood there, having realized by his own preparation, that the external is unreal and having eliminated earthly desires and substituted spiritual ones, he who aspires stands ready. He has tamed the wild steed of his body, so that it is completely under his command. He has awakened the man within the man, and the eyes of inner vision are open. He has made the irrevocable decision and is one ready to go forward. Sof 2:15 the anointed one was admitted into the second chamber of darkness, and here he was uncovered and placed within a bath of cold water where he remained for a period determined by the burning of a lamp. This was the chamber of the purple light. Sof 2:16 from, here the anointed one passed into a small chamber, which was the entrance to the caverns of initiation. He now stood before the portal of Restua and recited the prayer before the portal, O unnamable God, give me a burden of suffering to bear, and place about my shoulders the yoke of tribulation. O God, fill the empty spaces of my spirit with pain. O grant me such fortitude that, even under an almost unendurable load of distress, I may be willing to lighten the burden and suffering of another. Even as I stand prepared for the awaiting test, I ask that should I be returned to the light of earth, I be granted a share in the afflictions of others, for I need the strength given by suffering and sorrow and will welcome them for the benefits they bestow. Then one who stood in this place gave the anointed one water to drink and said this prayer, O unnamable God, hear the prayer of the anointed one. Strengthen him with such courage and fortitude that he will not fail in his hour of awful trial, but shall pass beyond the place of terror through the portal of death, and so may shine with the protecting radiance and therefore return unharmed in spirit and body. Sof 2:17 the anointed one entered the first cavern of initiation and was tested there in such manner that no ordinary mortal could endure it. After 3 days, he came out saying to one who stood there, "O acceptable suffering, what has been decreed is indeed best." Soph 2:18 After passing through the first 2 caverns of initiation, the candidate became an enwrapped one, and in the last small cavern of the Lord of the Twice-Born released his spirit. The enwrapped one was then placed within the womb of rebirth, and there, within the tomb of stone, he was left 7 days. Here came complete liberation of the spirit. It floated out through the confining stone and went as it willed. No words of men, however learned, can ever describe this experience. Soph 2:19 The spirit of the enwrapped one returned to the body at the behest of the Lord of the Twice-Born, and he who had survived became a twice-born one. When led forth into the place of glorification, his face shines with an inner beauty indescribable. From that day onward, his conduct and attitudes are changed, and he is at peace with all men and with himself. He needs nothing from earthly life and seeks nothing. He accepts and enjoys whatever life offers, for he has learned the answer to the riddle of life and solved the secret of the ages. Soph 2:20 Your brother was one, who underwent the initiation of the Twice-Born, and he has drawn the curtain aside a little to reveal only what is permitted. It is little enough, but sufficient for you to understand why, when kings and governors rose to position and power, they declined the ordeal. It is understandable, for the final ordeal brought earthly life as close as possible to extinction, without complete severance of the spiritual umbilical cord. Before this went more than 20 years' arduous preparation. Yet long and terrible though it was, the time and austerity did not exceed the necessary limits by even 1 jot. In sorrow, your brother must say that it was not an ordeal required to obtain something man has never possessed, it was to regain something he had lost. It was, however hard it may seem, the lowest price payable for the secret of the ages. Soph 2:21 For long years, he who aspired to become one of the Twice-Born had to practice the awakening of his spirit and bring his body under complete control. The first thing to overcome was met long before any threshold was approached. It was something which lurked in the uncontrolled thoughts of men. The frightening experiences during the years of preparation had to be modified and their effect channeled off, otherwise, the awakening spirit would have been completely overwhelmed. As the material body of man cannot come too close to a blazing fire, so cannot the spirit approach too close to the sphere of divinity. Soph 2:22 Having arisen from the womb of rebirth, the spirit is completely freed from any doubt about the immortality of man. Can a man doubt the source of sunlight when he can see the sun arising in glory before his eyes? Having joined the Twice-Born, each man has a choice. He can go on to higher development within the realms of light, or he can remain to help others. Your brother chose to remain. Soph 2:23 The wisdom of the Twice-Born has spread to every corner of the earth, and caverns of initiation are opened everywhere. But increasingly, through the years, men have declined to undergo the austerities and trials essential to bring them into the clear light of truth. Therefore, the places of initiation decay, and their secrets are lost. Men grope in the dark and try to open a door to which they have no key. If a man has not the courage or the time, the inclination or the ability, to sail to a far distant land, then if he would know about that land, he must listen to those who have made the journey. So it is with those who would know the secret of the ages. Men possess creeds of little value because they are unwilling to pay the price of something better. Soph 2:24 Your brother has no way of explaining his ultimate experience to others. Although he has looked upon the face of truth and now understands the purpose of life, what he has seen must remain locked within the heart. Though he no longer has to be satisfied with belief alone, he cannot extend his certainty to others. Yet, men forever seek him out hoping to share with him the wonderful knowledge, which has so gloriously transformed his life. This he tries to do, within the limits imposed by his own expanded enlightenment, beyond that, he cannot go. Soph 2:25 The spirit of the twice-born can be liberated at will. How often have you seen your brother in a state of ecstasy, which he cannot describe? It is a state beginning in quiet bliss, flowing outward in bright radiance from an inner light, which can even illuminate the material darkness about him. He hears the music of the sacred spheres and sees the throbbing pulsations of life heaving about him, like waves upon the great seas. He becomes aware of an inflowing of unspoken knowledge from a surrounding power. It does not come from any one point, but appears to flow out of all things and to penetrate all things. Material objects lose their density and become visible within, they become as though compounded of 10,000 whirling spheres of brightness. Colors are no longer dull and restricted, they become infinite in depth and number. The spirit becomes lost in adoration and wonder at the beauty revealed in everything. The soul is aware of something glorious within all this and knows it for the spirit outflowing from its source. Soph 2:26 There is a complete unconsciousness of others, for the greater sight transcends their material bodies. The spirits of men are seen in a harmony of colors, and their bodies as whirling masses of power. The experiencing soul is lost in a sea of sensitivity and feeling. There is a swelling surge of harmony, a sounding of glorious chords. It is the sea that washes the shores of eternity lapping upon the nearer strand. Soph 2:27 For throughout it is an experience that no one can give to another or adequately describe to him. It is the earned reward of those who have paid the price. It is not the only reward, for throughout the life of one who is twice born, there is boundless feeling of well-being, sickness and disease are unknown. There is an abiding love for all men, a sense of brotherhood, and over all this the certain knowledge of the immortality of the soul and its unity with its source. Soph 2:28 The impressions received in moments of illumination are everlasting. They fill the spirit with a glorified splendor. There are flashes of inspired visions, and the future unrolls and can be read as the past. There is a form of joyous rapture experienced by those who have risen from the womb of rebirth, and when it comes, it can no more be held back than the sun can be stayed in its rising. Soph 2:20 The body of your brother lay enwrapped within the womb of rebirth, his spirit was carried out as on the wings of a seraph and became lost in a sphere beyond understanding. He knew not which way to go or what to seek. Then, like a roll of distant thunder, there was a swelling sound, and there came an overdazzling light. It grew steadily more brilliant until your brother saw a beautiful form of divine glory arrayed in a splendor beyond all earthly bounds. The cumbersome words of earth cannot do justice to what your brother wishes to describe. It is like trying to sew a silk garment with rope, or to eat sweetmeats with a spade. Words are wholly inadequate symbols. The vision of glory, which had been granted, passed away and your brother found himself in the familiar sphere of the spirit. Soph 2:30 Once the mysterious border has been crossed, it remains open ever after and can be recrossed almost at will. You are told of these things, because your brother knows that the age of the twice-born draws to its close. Because of those who have devoted their lives to the discovery of truth, there is progress in the sphere of the spirit. Nothing has been lost, nothing has been in vain, the great gates are still closed, but they are no longer bolted. Now, they will open at a knock. The road is better marked and the way more clearly indicated. They who lit the path have departed from earth, but their service has not ended. They serve still in another place. While life on earth moves forward, life in the sphere of the spirit does not stand still. Chapter 3 The Brotherhood Soph 3:1 Brothers in belief, there are two roads through life, the road of good and the road of evil. They are not clearly defined roads and often run side by side and sometimes cross each other. Those who travel without a guide or in darkness often mistake one road for the other. We are those who have chosen to walk in light, a brotherhood of men who travel the road of good together in companionship, Soph 3:2 We are companions on the great path of the true way, and when an instructing brother speaks of the great path of the true way, he speaks of a double path. The companions of the right hand are those who bear the burdens of earthly labor and advancement, for they require strength, dexterity, and steadiness. The companions of the left hand are those who bear the burdens of spiritual labor and enlightenment, things closer to the heart of man. Soph 3:3 The brotherhood is separated into two parts. There is an earthly brotherhood, and though it may be small in numbers and have few possessions, this will not always be so. There is also a heavenly brotherhood comprising clear it certain of the twice-born and their followers who have gone before. Their task is to clear the netherworld of demons and dark spirits and to prepare the way for those who follow. They are like men who enter a new country and must clear it of wild beasts and bring the land under control. It is the task of those above and those below to build a road joining the two territories. Soph 3:4 Your brother is not well equipped to instruct in earthly matters, and therefore leaves it to another. The caravan moves quicker when each man rides his own camel. In spiritual matters, the most important is that each man should awaken his own soul, a task far more difficult than it may appear, but for which earth is the dedicated instrument. Soph 3:5 The first objective to attain towards this end is self-taming. Just as a horse has to be broken in before it can be of any service, so has the mortal body of man worthy aimed and brought under control. To do this requires not only self-discipline, but also the ability to rise above earthly conditions. No easy task, for earth is a hard taskmaster and a worthy adversary, and the mortal body of man an unruly steed. Soph 3:6 The duties, the obligations, and the restraints, by which those who follow the great path of the true way direct their steps are not imposed capriciously. They are, in fact, no more than the bare essentials covering the first steps. That is why everyone, before admittance to the brotherhood, must accept every obligation and decree covering our way of life. We do not claim to know the only path, undoubtedly there are others, but we can claim to know the best. The top of the mountain may be reached by many paths, but the shortest one is always the hardest. Soph 7 Supreme personal spiritual experience is undoubtedly the best source for the foundation of true spiritual faith. It begins with the development of latent spiritual powers through meditation. When you are ready, seek out a place of solitude, a place that is away from the abodes of men, a place that is restful and quiet. Take a skin and a little food and water, just sufficient for your needs. Now turn your thoughts inwards, harmonizing them with the rhythm of the body. Let your spirit seek harmony with the spirit flowing about it, so that the two become one. While at your meditations, neither overeat nor undereat, for there must be harmony in your eating and sleeping, in your relaxation and activity. Soph 3:8 To become one who knows the joys of spiritual self-consciousness, to have a truth-revealing vision transcending anything knowable by the senses, to rise above the bondage of pain and sorrow and to free the spirit from the shackles of the body at will, is something unattainable by spiritual meditation alone. Leading to this road is the path of moral self-discipline and courage. The creed that teaches spiritual things alone is as barren as one concerned only with earthly things. Soph 3:9 Your brother will not set forth in writing all things concerning the awakening of the spirit, they would be of no use until the moral foundation is laid. Such teachings must remain within the higher circle of those who travel the right-hand path and not disclosed to the uninitiated. Soph 3:10 Let the prayer upon your admission be always fresh in your memories, Great Supreme Creator, Craftsman of earth and of the multiple spheres, grant that our brother may always remain loyal. That he will, day by day, become ever more worthy and so dedicate and devote his life to the service of mankind and the completion of its purpose, that he shall forever walk in the light of truth. Grant him the crown of wisdom, the garments of knowledge, and let him be shod with diligence. Grant him the strength to abide by our instruction and discipline, so that with these and by his own efforts, he may awaken within him the true beauties of the Spirit. Add your strength to his weakness, that he may overcome all selfish motives and unworthy desires. Help him in his self-taming, so that he may combat the tendency inherent in men towards anger, greed, and self-pity. Strengthen him, that he may overthrow the evils of tale-bearing, malice and jealousy. Grant him the ability to see with the eye of understanding the defects and shortcomings of his brothers and to emulate their goodness. Chapter 4 Amos Soph 4:1 Amos led the congregation and the people down from the mountains and brought them into the land of Hate. A good land was opened up before them. But Amos warned the people that they were like gems among pebbles, therefore, they were not to provoke the people who had accepted them because of their skill. Soph 4:2 Amos said, We will build a city for ourselves and our children, and within it a temple for those who follow the light of the right-hand path. The temple will be like the pearl within an oyster, or the heart within the body. Soph 4:3 The congregation with Amos were the children of light, and the people were Canim who worshipped Ya'ileth, and Galbinim who worshipped Elo. But Amos taught the people to walk in the light of truth and said, To each of you his own God, but above any God which can be named is something that cannot be named, and you shall know it as the Supreme Spirit. Soph 4:4 The Galbinim built the city and the temple, while the Canim set up forges among the sons of Hate, and Amos went among them and saw that all was well. The number of those who followed the right-hand path and resided about the temple was 144, and it was never any more or any less. The number of those who labored in and about the city and dug the soil or attended to sheep and cattle, was 2,435. The number of the Canim who followed Amos was 820, and the number of the Galbinim was 3,015. These were the numbers of those who could labor or bear arms. Soph 4:5 As Amos went out among the sons of Hate, he taught the way of light, but they would not listen to his words. They were like men walking a circle in darkness, one behind the other, each having his hand on the shoulder of the man in front. Therefore, when the king of the sons of Hate came to buy what Canim had made, Amos spoke to him about the way of light, and sometimes they listened. When they came upon priests of the sons of Hate, Amos said, What manner of men are these who prance about as though the ground were covered with hot cinders? Before their altars, they are like drunkards who go about shouting and singing. They leap like horses kicking at the wind. Soph 4:6 What manner of spirit possesses them? Is it a spirit of light or a spirit of darkness? We have seen this often among your people, it is seen even among the princes and those who sit in judgment. Who can understand the words that pour from their lips? This is not prophecy, but a drug-induced delusion. The people who listen to their words are as misguided as those who resort to a tomb at night and sit within a vault. If a spirit comes, it is a restless one whose words have little value, for they are hollow, empty things. Soph 4:7 Surely the God within the of such as these are demons in disguise, whose powers are a myth, for they are unhearing and unseeing things. They are unfeeling idols clothed in garments of delusion woven within the tormented thoughts of men. Soph 4:8 The king said, I have seen your own holy men as they sat beneath their trees, and they, too, acted in a manner strange to the eyes of ordinary men. Where is the difference? Amos said, Our holy men sit in quietude, at peace within themselves, and if their mortal eyes are unseeing, it is because their spirits roam freely as birds. There is a test, whereby the difference can be made known, if you will agree to it. The king gave the sign of consent. Soph 4:9 Then, a place of absolute darkness was prepared, a place, to which light could in no manner be admitted. Into it went 2 priests of the sons of His, 2 of the holy ones from the congregation, the king, and 2 attendants, and Amos. Then, while the king and his attendants watched, they saw the holy ones radiate a light that lit up the whole darkness, so that the faces of all became visible. The priests of the sons of hate remained in darkness, for their spirits were feeble things without power. This is the test of true illumination. Soph 4:10 Because of this, the king looked even more favorably upon Amos and his people, but he did not change his ways or seek to walk in the light. For Amos refused to perform acts of magic before his court or to foretell the future, and the king believed that magic could accomplish all things. He believed there was an effortless way to accomplish all things, if the secret were known, and could not understand that the secret was safeguarded behind the doors of austerity and self-discipline. Soph 11 There was a city called Migdal within the kingdom, and some of the Kenim labored there for the temple. When Amos came to the city, it was the festival of its great god, and no man labored, neither did the Kenim, for it was the day when their fires rested. When Amos sought the overseer of the Kenim, he could not find him, and none of his people would say where he had gone. But Amos found him at the temple of Baalath and awaited him in the courtyard outside, and was filled with anger against the overseer. Soph 4:12 When the overseer came out, Amos chided him, but the overseer said, "What have I done wrong? This place provides the food I eat, and is its God not brother to mine?" There was a decision to be made: should a door of brass be cast one way or another? I sought an answer from the God by means beyond the control of men. Soph 4:13 Amos said, "Might not even the God answer according to his own pleasure?" By what means was the decision sought? The overseer said, "By the Eben, which only the God could control." Amos said, "You say this is beyond the control of men, it may be so, but there are men who are more than men, men even as this God, whose smallness I will prove. Come, let us put this matter to the test." Soph 4:14 Amos then sent an attendant in haste to bring back a holy man of the congregation, who was with his caravan. When the holy man came, Amos showed the overseer and the priests that such things were not beyond the control of enlightened men, for the holy man could foretell the issue, whatever was done with the Eben. Soph 4:15 When Amos left the temple, he took with him a woman named Kedshot, whom he had won from the priests, and he made her free. The degradation of women to serve the temples was common in the land of hate, and Amos raised his voice against it. When next in the presence of the king, he said, "The common feelings of all men condemn fornication, and it is not allowed by your own laws. Yet if fornication is sanctified to your God, the priests permit it for their profit. Is it not true that this wickedness is now so common in the temples of hate that the woman who seeks to sell the services of her body in the drinking booths can ask no more than a handful of meal?" The king said, "Such is the custom of hate, which is of long standing and cannot be changed." Amos said, "Does the long standing of a custom make it good?" Soph 4:16 Amos said, "If your desire is to walk in the light of truth, you must choose between your form of worship and righteousness. You must choose between your gods of this land, and truth. If a nation sow the wind, it must be prepared to reap the whirlwind, for no other crop can spring from such seed, except through violation of laws, which are never inconsistent." The king said, "I have long been patient with you, stranger with the unbridled tongue, but do not overvex me." Amos held his peace, for he had disregarded his own command to his people. Soph 4:17 Yet, the king heard the words of Amos and was kindly towards him. When the king came to Lethson to buy the wares of the Kenim, Amos was there with them, and the king said to him, "The gods of hate are many, added to those of other places, the gods must be beyond counting. Why are there so many, and which one is it most profitable to serve? The priests say each has power in its own place, can this be so among gods?" Greater Amos said, "There is only one God, but each man views him from a different standpoint and in his own light. It is even so with lesser things of earth, how much more so with the greater things of heaven. A mountain rises up from a plain, and men see it from all sides, and to each it appears different. Some see it in daylight and others in moonlight, some at dusk and some at dawn, it is never alike to all men. Even so do men view God in different aspects. As no man knows the whole mountain but sees it only in part, so men see God in part, and each man names the part he sees according to what he sees and his understanding. Therefore, though it seems that the gods are numerous because of their names and differences, each is no more than a part of the whole. There is, in truth, only one God, but what mortal man can see him in wholeness? Soph 4:18 The king said, If this be so, as well it may be, my eyesight is as good as yours, and I see just as far. Amos said, He who has ridden around the mountain and climbed to its summit knows it best. Soph 4:19 The city built by the children of light grew in strength, and the people prospered under Amos and forgot their trials in En-Shammis. When Amos led them into the land of hate, he was still a young man, but as the people became many and strong, so he became heavy in years. The king who knew Amos died, and the young king did not look upon him with favor, for Amos did not forbid the Kenim to go out into other nations. Chapter 5 Laws of Amos Soph 5:1 These are the decrees of Amos, which he made so that justice should prevail in the land of his people. That wickedness and wrongdoing should be destroyed and the strong prevented from oppressing the weak. Amos said, In the days that are yet to come and for all future, let these decrees remain as a memorial. Soph 5:2 When they are used in judgment, let the judges have wisdom and give attention to the words that are written. Let every judge seek to root out the wicked and evildoers from the land and promote the welfare of the people. If he seek truth and justice among these words, when they are before him, let him remember that no written words can serve him fully. Truth and justice are but dimly reflected in the writings and laws of men and must be made clearer by the light of righteousness within his own heart. Soph 5:3 The seats of judgment are to be raised above all small thoughts and unworthy aims. If petty-minded men are permitted to argue over the form of sentences or pick out particular words for attention, then there will be no end to pettiness. Let no deduction or interpretation be made from the decrees, which alters them. Soph 5:4 Judge every man with the scales weighed in his favor. Do not be hasty in rendering a decision, time will make it more just. Be patient and calm in speech, whatever the provocation. The impatient and bad-tempered judge is an unworthy judge who sits astride an untamed horse. Soph 5:5 The words of a judge must be shaped to fit the ears of his listeners. They must be spoken at the right time and in the right manner. His speech should not be too long or too short, and every word should be well chosen. Soph 5:6 The frailties of men accompany judges to their seats, therefore, no judge shall sit in judgment alone. Where no punishment is provided by decree, then the judges shall fix the punishment according to past judgments. Where the words of a decree refer to men, then women shall be treated in the same manner, unless it be otherwise stated elsewhere. A child is one whose body has not reached manhood or womanhood. Soph 5:7 When two persons stand before a judge, he should look upon them as though both were likely to be in the wrong, and when they have gone, as though both may have been in the right. The motives of men are many and strange, and even though they bow to the judgment, the dispute between them may not be settled with justice. Soph 5:8 When a rich man and a poor man come before a judge for a decision between them, he cannot say in his heart, How can I say the poor man is wrong and the rich man is right and add to the misery of the poor man? Neither can he say in his heart, How can I say the poor man is right and the rich man is wrong, when the rich man is powerful and I may be delivered into his hand? Soph 5:9 If there is a dispute between men, the judges shall not let one sit and the other stand, or be patient with one and impatient with the other. Both may sit or both may stand, and unless one be afflicted they shall at all times be equal before the judges. Soph 5:10 A judge shall never say anything that will indicate a way to win his favor or to obtain a favorable decision. If all men walked in righteousness, there would be no need of judges to punish the wicked. Therefore, righteousness is more desirable than the laws of men. If all men walked in the light of truth, there would be no need of judges to settle disputes between them. But as men see only a pale reflection of truth, and that distorted by their own understanding of it, there are times when two men are in dispute, and each believes truly that he is right. It is then that they come before the judges, believing them able to see truth more clearly. Let the judges be able to see truth better than any who come before them. Soph 5:11 When a man comes before the judges having his life or freedom at stake or the freedom of one of his family, then the judges shall first hear reasons why they should consider him innocent or in the right and not why they should consider him guilty or in the wrong. Soph 5:12 Every man who comes before the pillars of the judgment place to bear witness shall be given a drink from the cup of Marah and shall swear the judgment oath before the shrine and fire. Every man shall be allowed 2 months to discover those who speak for him, and if he ask for another 2 months with reason, it shall not be denied him. Soph 5:13 These are the decrees of Amos for the children of light. Soph 5:14 It is decreed that no man shall worship in the temple of any god or stand in homage before any image or idol. No god shall be joined with the Supreme Spirit in worship, and the whole of his devotion and worship shall be given to the Supreme Spirit. Soph 5:15 It is decreed that no man shall swear an oath in the name of the Supreme Spirit or in any other name, which shall bind him to do anything against the scriptures of the Supreme Spirit. Neither shall he swear an oath, which will incline his loyalties and obligations away from those who walk in their light. But as kings and governors must be served, and loyalty and obligation together with duty are our declared principles, to swear to serve them well or be faithful to a trust or an obligation is not denied him. The only solemn oath binding upon a man shall be that sworn on his immortal soul, for to swear in the name of the Supreme Spirit is forbidden. Soph 5:16 It is decreed that no man shall sell or barter spiritual knowledge of the great path of the true way. He shall not come into a sacred place or enter into prayer while drunk, neither shall he do these things when unwashed, unless he be a wayfarer or one who has come from a distant place on the same day. If water is unavailable to purify himself, clean sand is not to be despised. Soph 5:17 It is decreed that all those, who truly follow the great path of the true way and those, who are of the brotherhood of men, who serve the Supreme Spirit shall be called the children of light. If any among them shall turn from the children of light through fear of others, then he is unworthy and shall be cast out. He shall not be numbered among them here or in heaven, where there is a special place for the children of light. But those, who remain loyal to the children of light, even though they have to flee to strange places, if they continue to struggle, there is no wrong in them. Soph 5:18 It is decreed that if a man hear anything about an evil deed or know something about it and fail to disclose the knowledge before a judge or to the judge's servant, he shall not go unpunished. Soph 5:19 It is decreed that if any man will not bear witness to murder, to theft or to adultery, he shall not go unpunished. If he bear false witness according to his own understanding, before the flame and shrine, if it be grievous, he shall lose his tongue. Soph 5:20 It is decreed that if any man make a false accusation of adultery against his wife, without just cause and without her acting indiscreetly, he shall receive 70 lashes. Soph 5:21 If any man slay another, he shall die, unless it be done in his own defense or in defense of his house and family. He shall not die if he who is slain be an adulterer or a seducer of one within the household of the slayer. Soph 5:22 It is decreed that if any man slay another in anger, during an argument or dispute, and if the fight be fair and equal, then he shall be exiled. But if any man slay another by lying in wait, or by guile or by coming behind him, he shall not live. Soph 5:23 It is decreed that revengers of blood shall be appointed by the judges, and no man shall revenge another of his own blood unless he be appointed by the judges. Soph 5:24 It is decreed that if a man slay another without intent to slay, without hatred or malice, then he shall not die for the slaying. Soph 5:25 It is decreed that no man shall be put to death by the word of phone witness. If a wife cause the death of her husband through neglect or malice, she shall not live. The law of blood shedding is, a freeman for a freeman, a slave for a slave and a woman for a woman. The free can be enslaved to repay a death. Soph 5:26 It is decreed that when a man must die because of his deed, it shall be by the sword, by drowning or by entombment. A woman shall be smothered or entombed or drowned. Soph 5:27 It is decreed that if a man strike his father or his mother or curse them, he shall be seized and sold into slavery, and the money received shall be given to his father and his brothers. But if a man stand between his father and his mother and his sister because he fears for their lives, then he shall not be punished. In this case, the matter shall not fail to come before the judges, for if the father be a man of such violence, how can he claim to be numbered among the children of light? Soph 5:28 It is decreed that if a man seize upon another to sell him into captivity, he who seizes shall die. If a man smite another so that he lose an eye or a tooth or suffer any wound, and this without provocation, then he who committed the wrong shall make it good in kind, according to the judgment. Soph 5:29 It is decreed that if the beast of any man injure another man's own place of confinement, then there shall be no blame upon the owner of the beast. But if the beast be outside its place of confinement and loose, he who owns the beast shall make restitution in kind. If the beast has been savage in times past and this made known to he who owns it, and it strays beyond the limits of its enclosure to harm a man, then who owns it shall make restitution to threefold the damage. The beast shall also be slain, but the carcass shall belong to he who owned the beast. Soph 5:30 It is decreed that if a beast stray beyond the limits of its confines, and being savage to the knowledge of he who owns it, if it cause the death of any man, then he who owns it shall die. But if it be so decreed by the judges, his life may be ransomed. Soph 5:31 It is decreed that if a man shall cause death or injury to the beast of any man, and the beast be within its proper place of confinement or upon the lands of its owner, then he who caused the death or injury shall make restitution to threefold its value. If the beast be outside the lands of he who owns it and be the cause of no danger or damage, then he who caused its death shall make restitution to its value. If it was seeming that the beast would be the cause of danger or much damage, then providing there was no choice but to slay it, there shall be no restitution, but the carcass shall be returned to the owner. Soph 5:32 It is decreed that if the beast of any man cause the death of another man's beast, then the beast causing death shall be sold and the money received divided between the owners. But if the beast causing the death was known to be savage and its owner informed, then he shall make restitution in full to the value of the dead beast, but the carcass shall be his. Soph 5:33 It is decreed that if a man shall cause anything growing within acres of another or upon his cultivated land to be damaged by a negligent or purposeful deed, then he shall make restitution twofold its value. If a man find the beast of another man going astray, he shall not pass it unheeded but shall provide for its return to its owner. Having done this, he shall not lose or go unrewarded, but if the owner of the beast be a poor man, then bear with him. Soph 5:34 It is decreed that if a man set off a fire, he shall make restitution for whatever it consumes to a like value in kind. But if he be careless or seek to hide his deed, then he shall make restitution twofold. If a thing be scorched or there is a blackening of wood or stone, the amount to be paid for restitution shall be agreed by the judges. If the fire was caused by accident, then he who caused it shall make restitution to half the value of whatever it consumes. The fire a man handles is like the arrow he shoots, for the bowman is liable, no matter how far his arrow flies. Soph 535 It is decreed that if a man steal any beast or fowl and dispose of it so that it is not recovered, he shall make restitution of threefold its value and shall not go unpunished. But if the beast or fowl be recovered and restored, then he who stole it shall pay its value and shall not go unpunished. Soph 536 It is decreed that if a man give anything into the keeping of another and that thing be of gold or other metal, or of some other nature, and it be stolen, then the thief, if caught, shall pay twice its value and the money shall be divided equally between he who owns it and he who held it. If the thing is not restored to its owner, then the thief, if caught, shall pay its value threefold and 1 part shall go to he who held it and 2 parts to he who owned it. The thief shall not go unpunished. Soph 537 It is decreed that if the thief is not found, then he who held the thing in safe keeping shall be brought before the judges and questioned about his integrity. If he took the thing for his own use, he shall restore its value twofold and shall not go unpunished. If he dealt with it carelessly, then he shall make restitution to its value, but if he was not careless, he shall not be called upon to do so. But if he were paid for the safe keeping of the thing, then he shall restore its value. Soph 538 It is decreed that if a man give a beast or fowl into the safe keeping of another and it be stolen or injured and die, then if he in whose keeping it was be found careless in its keeping, he shall make restitution of its value. If he be not found careless, then he shall not be called upon to make restitution. If it be stolen from him and he be paid for and shall its safe keeping, then he shall make restitution of its value. If the thief be found, he shall make restitution to threefold its value and shall not go unpunished. Soph 539 It is decreed that to take from a child, or from a man who is both deaf and dumb, or from a blind man, or from an idiot is stealing and shall be punished as theft. Soph 5:40 It is decreed that if a man steal the boat of another or push it into the waters so that it goes away or loose any rope that holds it so that it is lost, he shall restore its value twofold and shall not go unpunished. Soph 5:41 It is decreed that if any man steal from a house on fire or from a house abandoned by flood, he shall become enslaved to the owner. Soph 5:42 It is decreed that if a man steal from a temple or holy place, he shall be whipped and sold into slavery and his price given to or holy place. Soph 5:43 It is decreed that for all manner of disputes regarding beast or anything without life, whether it be lost or not, where different men make claim to own it, the dispute shall be decided by the judges. He whom the judges decide to be wrong shall pay its value to he who was the true owner. If he who is wrong has been malicious or avaricious, then he shall not go unpunished. Soph 5:44 It is decreed that if a man borrow a beast or anything without life, the owner not being with it, and it be lost or damaged or injured or die, then he who borrowed it shall make good its value. If a man find a thing that was lost and keep it, or he withhold from another that, which is rightly his, then he shall restore it and make payment of its value in kind. If he swear falsely about these things, then he shall make restitution to twofold its value. If the thing be not restored, he shall also restore its value. Soph 5:45 It is decreed that if a man make a false report regarding another, so that he be harmed in substance, then he who did the harming shall make restitution of twofold the amount of damage done, according to the decision of the judges. If he knew not that the report was false, then the judges shall judge him according to his dealings in the matter. If it be not done carelessly and with bad intent, then he shall make a smaller payment and shall go to the man he wronged and make amends with words. It is an obligation on every man hearing a report to discover its truth before letting go. Carelessness with words should not go unpunished. Soph 5:46 It is decreed that if any man bear false witness against another and he be not otherwise punished, or to a lesser extent, then he shall bear upon himself the punishment he would have brought down upon the other and shall also make payment as the judges decree. Soph 5:47 It is decreed that if a man take a bribe to turn a judgment, then he and the man who gave it shall make restitution twofold to he who was wronged, and neither shall go unpunished. Soph 5:48 It is decreed that no man who sits in judgment in any place shall take a gift or benefit from any man because of his position. If any man seeking a decision shall give a gift or benefit to another to speak words in his favor, or shall forbear to do anything that words may be turned, he shall not go unpunished. Soph 5:49 It is decreed that if a man take advantage of the ignorance of another, or gain advantage from his dealings with an idiot, he shall make threefold restitution. If a man deceive another to his loss, or take anything from him by violence or threats, he shall make threefold restitution. Soph 5:50 It is decreed that if a man declare a falsehood to the loss of another, the loss shall be made good in kind twice its value. If a man deceive another who has entrusted him with goods, he shall make twofold restitution. If a man deliver a beast or thing without life, making payment to another who deals with them, if the one who deals with them or carries them loses them or fails to deliver, he shall make restitution of their value. If he be found careless in his dealings by the judges, he shall make restitution to twice their value, but if he be waylaid or struck by powers above man, he shall not make payment. Soph 5:51 It is decreed that if a scribe alter a record or make a false writing, he shall be punished with 30 lashes. If a man suffer loss because of the scribe, the loss shall be made good by twice its value. He who does wrong or has any loss, be it done with purpose or without purpose, and seeks to blame another who is innocent, shall bear the guilt of his deed. He shall not go unpunished for his deceit and shall make payment to the man he sought to blame. Soph 5:52 It is decreed that if a man have a maidservant or slave and he seek to give her to his son in marriage, he shall deal with her as a daughter. If he smite a manservant or a maidservant so that they lose blood or cannot move about, or if they suffer pain for 3 days, he shall be brought before the judges, and they shall decide upon his dealings and bring justice to the one injured. It shall be within the power of the judges to free a slave from an unworthy master and place him with another, either as a slave or a freeman. Soph 5:53 It is decreed that if a master die and all those of his blood be absent, his servant or slave shall send for them without delay. If the servant or slave steal anything with life or without life from the dead man, he shall be whipped. If a servant, he shall be made a slave. If one who is of the same blood as the dead man steal, he shall be denied his inheritance. If he would not have inherited, he shall make twofold restitution. Soph 5:54 It is decreed that a master shall not allow his servant or slave to remain unmarried if they wish to marry. No man or woman having a child above the age of marriage should forbid a marriage because of their selfishness. It is their duty to see that their child is not left without children. The duty of a child towards father and mother is great, but the duty to marry is greater. If a man have a slave who serves him loyally and is righteous, he should set him free to serve as a servant. Slave keeping is not forbidden, but it is not goodness. The truly righteous man with toil sustains the poor by finding work for their hands. When a land is divided into large portions worked by lowly men and slaves, it is in a weak condition and ripe for the plucking. It is a truth that if men are so oppressed with toil and servitude they lose the manliness which would make them rise against their oppressors, they will not have the stomach to withstand those who invade the land. But whether the land remains at peace or is invaded, it is no longer great. Soph 5:55 It is decreed that the inheritance of a man shall not go to his sons alone, for the daughters are not to be denied their portion. If he have no sons, it shall pass to his wives and daughters. If he have no wife or daughter, it shall pass to his brothers. If he have no brother, it shall pass to his sisters. If he have no sister, it shall pass to his father's brothers. If his father have other, it shall pass to the next nearest to him in blood, but not to a woman. Soph 5:56 It is decreed that if a son or daughter be adopted, they shall be as though they were of the same blood as he who adopted them. Those who stand together in blood shall not be given their portion by decree, for a man knows those of his own blood best. The portions a man declares shall be fair when all his reasons are known. If it be not thought fair, the judges can decide, but they must remember that a man knows those of his blood best. Soph 5:57 It is decreed that no woman having an inheritance shall marry a man who is not of the children of light. If she does so, her possessions shall not go with her. A man should not forget the portion for his father and mother. Soph 5:58 It is decreed that if a man who bears witness to an inheritance and its portion shall change it so that a man suffer a loss, then he shall make twofold retribution and not go unpunished. If he who bears witness fear that he who died made an error and seek to adjust it, there shall be no blame if he deal justly. Soph 5:59 It is decreed that if a man die without wife or children his inheritance shall go to his mother and father, and when they die to his brothers and sisters. If he have wives but no children the inheritance shall be theirs, but if one die while his mother and father live, her portion shall go to them. Soph 5:60 It is decreed that no man shall be denied his portion if he be worthy and righteous and not an idiot. A man's inheritance should be shared out fairly among all of his blood. Soph 5:61 It is decreed that if a wife die and have an inheritance, the portion of her husband shall be half, and the other half she may leave to her mother or father, or to her brothers and sisters. But if she have children, then the other half shall be theirs. Soph 5:62 It is decreed that if a man die and have wife or children, they shall not be put out of their habitation. If a wife remarry, and there are others of her husband's blood within the habitation who are not children, she shall not remain there. Soph 5:63 It is decreed that the wives of a man who has died shall be able to marry again after 1 year, and no restraint shall be placed upon them against remarriage. Soph 5:64 It is decreed that no man shall cause his daughter or any other woman to remain a maiden under oath. Strife between the children of the same father to the same mother is worse than bloodshed.